end of an anvil. Bicirons, plural of bikiron. But simple past and past participle of bic. Beckel, a surname from Old English. Bedel, a surname. Beckels, plural of Beckel. Beckels, plural of Beckel. Biceno, a village and civil parish served by Bikenhill and Marston Green Parish Council in the Metropolitan Borough of Solihull, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref. SB 1882. Redger, to quarrel in a tiresome, insulting manner. Bicker like a married couple. Synonym of argue like a married couple. Bicker like an old married couple. Synonym of argue like a married couple. Bicurtai, a surname. Redder, simple past and past participle of bic. Bickered like a married couple. Simple past and past participle of bicker like a married couple. Bickered like an old married couple. Simple past and past participle of bicker like an old married couple. Bickerer, one who bickers, one who engages in nagging or trivial arguing. Bickerers, plural of bickerer. Bickering, that bickers, argumentative. Bickering like a married couple. Present participle and gerund of bicker like a married couple. Bickering like an old married couple. Present participle and gerund of bicker like an old married couple. Bickeringly, with bickering or quarreling. Bickeringness, plural of bickering. Bickeret, argument, bickering. Bickerments, plural of bickerment. Bricker, an anvil with two projecting taper ends. Brickerns, plural of bickern. Bitters, third person singular simple present indicative of bicker. Bickers like a married couple. Third person singular simple present indicative of bicker like a married couple. Bickers like an old married couple. Third person singular simple present indicative of bicker like an old married couple. Mykershire, a village in the Metropolitan Borough of Wigan, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref. SD 6202. Better some, characterized or marked by bickering. Bickerstaff, a surname. Bickerstaff, a village and civil parish in West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref. SD 4004. 404. Bickerstaffs, plural of Bickerstaff. Bickerstaffian, of or relating to Isaac Bickerstaff, a pseudonym used by Jonathan Swift as part of a hoax to predict the death of then-famous almanac maker and astrologer John Partridge. Bickerstaffs, plural of Bickerstaff. Bickerstaff, a surname. Bickerstaffs, plural of Bickerstaff. Bicurton, a village in civil parish, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref. SJ 07548. Bicurtonite, a member of the Church of Jesus Christ founded in 1862 in Pennsylvania. Bicurtonites, plural of Bicurtonite. Bicurtons, plural of Bicurton. Rivia, a surname. Bigets, plural of Bicket. Bickford, a surname. Bickford fuse, an early safety fuse consisting of gunpowder enclosed in waterproofed jute thread. Bickford fuses, plural of Bickford fuse. Bidda, a surname. Bidavs, plural of Bickham. Biddy, alternative form of Bicky a biscuit. Biggies, plural of Bicky. Bid, present participle and gerund of bick. Beckal, a surname. Bickley, a village and civil parish in Mid-Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 9407. Beckals, plural of Bickle. Beckley, a suburban area in the borough of Bromley, Greater London, England, historically in Kent. OS Grid Ref TQ 4268. Beckleys, plural of Bickley. Beckmore, a surname. Beckmores, plural of Bykemore. Becknacker, a village in Woodham Furrers and Becknacker Parish, Chelmsford Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 7802. Bicknell, a surname. Bicknell sedge, Carex bicknellii, principally found in north-central and northeastern United States. Bicknell's thrush, Catharus bicknelli, a medium-sized North American thrush. Bicknells, plural of Bicknell. Bicknower, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in West Somerset and Somerset West and Taunton districts. OS Grid Ref SD 1139. Beth, plural of Bick. Bivy, alternative form of Bicky a biscuit. Biclausal, of or relating to two clauses. Bicoic, a special kind of bipartite graph where every vertex of the first set is connected to every vertex of the second set. Bicoics, plural of biclique. Biclonal, having cell markers from two different cell lines. Biclinality, the condition of being biclonal. Bicups, someone with two eyes. Biclosed, of a monoidal category, both left closed and right closed. Biclotimal, a phenolic antiseptic used for mouth and throat infections. Bicluster, a subset of rows or columns of a matrix produced by biclustering. Bicluster, clustered by means of biclustering. Biclustering, the simultaneous clustering of the rows and columns of the matrix. Biclusterings, plural of biclustering. Biclusters, plural of bicluster. Bicoastal, of, pertaining to, or concentrated on two coasts, often specifically the Atlantic and Pacific coasts of North America. Bicoastalism, the quality or condition of being bicoastal. Bicoastally, a bicoastal way, often specifically with respect to the east and west coasts of the United States. Bicoastals, plural of bicoastal. Bicocca, a neighborhood of Milan, Italy. Bicoherence, a squared normalized form of a bispectrum. Bicoherences, plural of bicoherence. Vivae, a protein in Drosophila and related flies, specified by the bicoid gene, the concentration gradient of which serves to specify which end of the egg will become the head of the fly. Bicoids, plural of bicoi. Betal, ellipsis of Bicol region. Bicol Peninsula, a peninsula located in the extreme southeast of Luzon, Philippines. Bicol region, a region of the Philippines. Capital, Legazpi. Bicol River, a large river in Camarines Sur, Philippines. Bicolana, a female, native, or inhabitant of the Bicol region, Philippines. Bicolanas, plural of Bicolana. Bicolania, Bicol region. Bicolano, a native inhabitant or resident of the Bicol region, Philippines. Bicolanos, plural of Bicolano. Bicolchicide, a dimer of colchicide. Bicolchicides, plural of bicolchicide. Bicollateral, having phloem on each side of the xylem. Bicollaterality, the property of being bilateral. bicollaterally, in a bicollateral manner. Bicolligate, having the anterior toes united by a basal web. Bicollinear, aligned along the diagonals of the lattice. Bicolon, a pair of adjacent lines of poetry in which the second echoes the meaning of the first. Bicolons, plural of bicolon. Bicolor, alternative form of bicolor. Bicolor goatfish, Parupenius barbarinoides, a species of goatfish native to the coral reefs of the western Pacific Ocean, growing to a length of 30 centimeters 12 in. Bicolor goatfishes, plural of bicolor goatfish. Bicoloration, alternative form of bicoloration. Bicolor, alternative form of bicolored. Bicolorous, having two different colors. Bicolors, plural of bicolor. Bicolor, having two colors. Bicoloration, the presence of two separate colorations on the same plant. Bicolored, of two colors. Bicolorous, misspelling of bicolorous. Bicolors, plural of bicolor. Bicolpate, having two grooves or copy on each grain. Bicolumnar, composed of two columns. Vicoming, a selection of a path for which 2 points moving simultaneously along lines that begin and end at a distance less than or equal to 1 apart always remain within a specified bounded distance of each other, independent of the lengths of the paths. Bicomings, plural of bicoming. Bicommisural, misspelling of bicommisural. Bicommisural, relating to both the anterior and posterior commissures. Bicommissural, misspelling of bicommisural. Bicommunal, relating to two distinct communities that may have conflicting interests. Bicommunalism, a societal organization that divides a single population into two distinct communities that may have conflicting interests. Bicommunalisms, plural of bicommunalism. Bicommutant, a double commutant that commutes with the elements of two subgroups. Bicommutants, plural of bicommutant. Bicompartmental, composed of two compartments. Bicompetence, the state or quality of being bicompetent. Bicompetent, competent in two languages or in two fields of study. Bicomplete, both complete and co-complete. Bicompleteness, the quality of being bicomplete. Bicompletion, the process that makes a category bicomplete. Bicompletions, plural of bicompletion. Bicomplex, composed of a pair of complex numbers having certain defined properties. Bicomplex number, a pair WZ of complex numbers constructed by the Cayley-Dickson process that defines the bicomplex conjugate WZ asterisk equals WZ and the product of two bicomplex numbers as UVWZ equals OVZ US plus VW. Bicomplex numbers, plural of bicomplex number. Bicomponent, having two components. Bicomponents, plural of bicomponent. Bicomposite, composite in two different ways. Bicomposites, plural of bicomposite. Mython, an iconic bisexual celebrity or fictional character, or a celebrity or fictional character including if not bisexual who is much admired by and iconic to bisexual people. Biconcave, having both sides that are concave. Biconcavities, plural of biconcavity. Biconcavity, the quality of being they can give. Biconcentric, having two concentric layers. Biconceptual, having or relating to two concepts. Bicondylar, misspelling of bicondylar. Biconditional, having two conditions. Biconditionality, the condition of being biconditional. Biconditionally, in a biconditional manner. Biconditionals, plural of biconditional. Bicondylar, involving two condyles. Bicone, the three-dimensional shape swept by revolving an isosceles triangle around its edge of unequal length, or by joining two identical right circular cones, base to base. Bicones, plural of bicone. Bicongenic, congenic in two different ways. Bicongenics, plural of bicongenic. Biconic, having a form of two cones. Biconical, consisting of two cones placed together apex to apex. Biconically, in a biconical manner. Biconjugate, paired twice. Biconnected, describing a connected graph from which two vertices must be removed for it to become disconnected. Biconnectivity, the Papiavivigenative. Regens, plural of bicon. Biconservative, satisfying the equation a grad h equals h grad h for the mean curvature function h and the Weingarten operator a. Biconsonantal, composed of two consonants. Biconsonantals, plural of biconsonantal. Biconstituent, made up of two constituents. Bicontinental, spanning or pertaining to two continents. Bicontinuity, the state of being bicontinuous. Bicontinuous, homeomorphe. Biconvex, having both sides convex. Biconvexities, plural of biconvexity. Biconvexity, the quality of being they can vex. Bicoordinate, having two coordinates, typically latitude and longitude. Bicopter, a rote or craft propelled by two rotors. Bicopters, plural of bicopter. Bitope, a style of 15th century helmet or helmet visor. Bicoques, plural of bicope. Bicorn, having two horns. Bicornate, alternative form of bicornuate. Bicor, alternative form of bicorn two-cornered hat. Bicord, having two horns, bicorn. Bicorns, plural of bicorn. Bicornin, a particular elegitonin. Bicornus, having two horns, bicorn. Bicorn, plural of bicorn. Bicornuate, resembling a pair of horns as a malformed uterus may. Bicornuous, synonym of bicornuate. Bicornute, synonym of bicornuate. Bicornutin, an arginine-rich oligopeptide that has antimicrobial properties. Bicoronal, relating to both the dorsal and ventral parts of the body. Bicorporal, having two bodies. Bicorporate, having two bodies. Bicorporated, synonym of bicorporate. Bicorporeal, synonym of mutable being one of the signs Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces associated with adaptability, flexibility, and sympathy. Bicorrelation, the correlation between two sets of variables. Bicorrelations, plural of bicorrelation. Bicortical, connected to two cortical plates. Bicortically, in a bicortical manner. Bicosmology, a cosmology based on bigravity. Bicosocid, any unicellular flagellate of the order Bicosocida. Bicosocids, plural of bicosocid. Bicostae, having two principal ribs running longitudinally, as in a leaf. Bicotylar, having two cotyles. Bicovalent, joined by two covalent bonds. Bicovariant, covariant in two different ways. Bicovenantal, relating to two covenants. Bicoxofemoral, relating to the hips and the femur. Bicrenate, crenate with the teeth themselves crenate, twice crenate. Bicrescentic, having the form of a double crescent. Bicrestate, having two crests. Bicriteria, plural of bicriterian. Bicriteria, either of a pair of related criteria. Bicritical, describing a graph, the removal of two of whose vertices leaves a subgraph the edges of which can be colored with only three colors. Bigrapharad, a billionth of a farad. Bigrapharads, plural of bicropharad. Bicra, a billionth short scale of a meter, represented by mu, a nanometer. Bicrons, plural of bicron. Bicrossproduct, a group constructed from two subgroups by generalization of the direct and semidirect products. Bicrossproducts, plural of bicrossproduct. Bicrural, having two legs. Bicrurate, having two cruraled-like shanks. Bicrystal, a semiconductor or similar device incorporating a junction of two crystals. Bicrystals, plural of bicrystal. The plural of BIC. The plural of BIC. Bictegravir, a particular antiviral drug. Bepton, a settlement in East Budleigh with Bicton Parish, East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SY0785. Bicubic, of or pertaining to interpolation in two dimensions using cubic splines or other polynomials technique for sharpening enlargements of digital images. Bicubically, in a bicubic way. Bicoculin, misspelling of bicoculine. Bicoculin, a convulsant alkaloid found in plants of the family Fumariaceae that is a light-sensitive competitive antagonist of GABA receptors. Bicoculin, alternative form of bicoculine. Bicoculine, a light-sensitive competitive antagonist of GABA receptors. It is used in the study of epilepsy. Bicoculines, plural of bicoculine. Bicoculinic, relating to bicoculine. Bicultamide, misspelling of bicalutamide. Bicultural, adapted to two separate cultures. Biculturalism, the state or quality of being bicultural. Biculturalisms, plural of biculturalism. Biculturality, the quality of being bicultural. Biculturally, in a bicultural way. Biculturals, plural of bicultural. Biculturation, the process of transculturation between two cultures. Biculture, the cultivation of two crops at the same time. Bicultures, plural of biculture. Bicupin, any protein that has two copies of the cupin domain. Bicupins, plural of bicupin. Bicupola, a solid formed from two cupolas joined at the base. Bicupolas, plural of bicupola. Bicuriosity, alternative spelling of bicuriosity. Bicurious, alternative spelling of bicurious. Bicursal, being composed of two continuous paths or lines. Bicuspid, having 2 points or prominences, ending in 2 points, set of teeth, leaves, fruit, etc. Bicuspid valve. The mitral valve. Bicuspid valves. Plural of bicuspid valve. Bicuspidal, having 2 cusps. Bicuspidality, the condition of being bicuspidal. Bicuspidate, having 2 points or prominences as teeth, leaves, fruit, etc. Bicuspid. Bicuspidity, the condition of being bicuspid. Bicuspidization, the separation of the mesial and distal roots of a molar in order to eliminate effurcation and allow normal oral hygiene. Bicuspidizations, plural of bicuspidization. Bicuspids, plural of bicuspid. Izides, plural of bicyani. Bicyclable, synonym of bicable. Bicyclan, synonym of pleric sapphire or its octahydrochloride. Bicyclase, any enzyme that catalyzes 2 cyclization reactions typically at both ends of a carotenoid such as lycopene. Bicyclases, plural of bicyclase. Bicycle, a vehicle that has 2 primary wheels, one behind the other, a steering handle, and a saddle seat or seats, and is usually propelled by the action of a rider's feet upon pedals. Bicycle bridge, a bridge specifically for cyclists. Bicycle bridges, plural of bicycle bridge. Bicycle carrier, a rack attached to a vehicle used to carry bicycles. Bicycle carriers, plural of bicycle carrier. Bicycle clip, either of a pair of clips worn around the ankles of a cyclist that prevent the trousers becoming entangled with the chain. Bicycle clips, plural of bicycle clip. Bicycle crunch, a type of exercise in which one touches alternating knees with the opposite elbow while performing a crunch. Bicycle crunches, plural of bicycle crunch. Bicycle gear, synonym of bicycle landing gear. Bicycle gears, plural of bicycle gear. Bicycle helmet, a helmet intended to be worn while riding a bicycle. Bicycle helmets, plural of bicycle helmet. Bicycle Irish, contemptible or unpleasant individuals of Irish heritage. Bicycle kick, a form of exercise in which one lies on one's back and makes cycling motions with the legs. Bicycle kick, simple past and past participle of bicycle kick. Bicycle kicking, present participle of bicycle kick. Bicycle kicks, plural of bicycle kick. Bicycle landing gear, a form of landing gear having the main gear and nose gear located fore and aft of the center of gravity under the fuselage without triggers on the wings. Bicycle landing gears, plural of bicycle landing gear. Bicycle lane, a lane of a roadway designated for use by cyclists. Bicycle lanes, plural of bicycle lane. Bicycle mail, mail delivered by bicycle and identified by stamp and ash or postal mark. Bicycle monarchies, plural of bicycle monarchy. Bicycle monarchy, a relatively informal and modest style of monarchy as found in Scandinavia and the Low Countries. Bicycle motocross, synonym of BMX. Bicycle path, a path segregated from other traffic for the use of riders of bicycles. Bicycle paths, plural of bicycle path. Bicycle pump, a handheld pump used to inflate the tires of bicycles. Bicycle pumps, plural of bicycle pump. Bicycle rack, synonym of bicycle stand. Bicycle racks, plural of bicycle rack. Bicycle roundabout. A roundabout specifically for cyclists. Bicycle roundabouts. Plural of bicycle roundabout. Bicycle shorts. Synonym of cycling shorts. Bicycle stand. A device to which bicycles may be securely attached while not in use. Bicycle stands. Plural of bicycle stand. Bicycle tire. Tire that fits on the wheel of a bicycle or similar vehicle. Bicycle tires. Plural of bicycle tire. Bicycle touring. Touring on a bicycle. This entry is a translation hub. Bicycle tourists. A person who travels for fun on a bicycle. This entry is a translation hub. Bicycle wrench. Any wrench meant for or considered to be mainly for the purpose of repairing bicycles. Bicycle wrenches. Plural of bicycle wrench. Bicyclable. Alternative spelling of bicyclable. Bicycled. Simple past and past participle of bicycle. Bicycle-like. Resembling or characteristic of a bicycle. Bicycler. Bicyclist, cyclist. Bicyclers. Plural of bicycler. Bicycles. Plural of bicycle. Bicyclette. A cocktail made with Campari, white wine, classic bitters, citrus. Bicyclettes. Plural of bicyclette. Bicyclian. Of or pertaining to a bicycle or bicycles. Bicyclic. Having two rings of atoms in the molecule. The rings may be fused as in naphthalene or separate as in biphenyl. Bicyclical. Bicyclic. Bicyclex. Plural of bicyclic. Bicycling. Present participle and gerund of bicycle. Bicycling monarchies. Plural of bicycling monarchy. Bicycling monarchy. Alternative form of bicycle monarchy. Bicycling shorts. Synonym of cycling shorts. Bicyclings. Plural of bicycling. Bicyclization. Any reaction that produces a bicyclic product. Bicyclizations. Plural of bicyclization. Bicyclism. The art of riding a bicycle. Bicyclists. Rare form of cyclist. Bicyclist. Plural of bicyclists. Bicyclo. A structure having two rings either fused or having a common bridgehead atom. Bicyclobutane. A bicyclic hydrocarbon consisting of two separate cyclobutane rings joined by a single bond. Bicyclobutanes. Plural of bicyclobutane. Bicyclodromacrin. The sesquiterpenoid bicyclic cycloleucin 4E8E481111. Tetramethyl bicyclo 8.1.0 undecaf 4,8-diene. Bicycloheptadiene. Any bicyclic hydrocarbon having 7 carbon atoms and 2 double bonds, but especially the one formed from 1,3-cycloheptadiene by establishing a bridge between carbon atoms 5 and 7. Bicycloheptadienes. Plural of bicycloheptadiene. Bicycloheptane. The compound cycloheptylcycloheptane. Bicyclohexane. The bicyclic alicyclic hydrocarbon cyclohexylcyclohexane. Bicyclol. The derivative of biphenyl 4,4-dimethoxy 2,3,2,3-bis-methylnedioxy 6-hydroxymethyl 6-methoxycarbonyl biphenyl used to treat hepatitis. Bicyclomycin. A particular peptide antibiotic. Bicycleuctane. A bicyclic compound containing 8 carbon atoms, or a derivative thereof. Bicycleuctanes. Plural of bicycleuctane. Bicyclosquephelendrin. The bicyclic sesquiterpene 1,4-R-4-AR1 isopropyl 4-methyl 7-methylene 1,2,3,4,5,6,7-octahydronaphthalene. Bicycular. Relating to bicycling. Bicylinder. A solid formed by two intersecting cylinders. Bicylinders. Plural of bicylinder. Bicylindrical. Of or relating to two cylinders. Bicistronic. Misspelling of bicistronic. Bicytopenia. A deficiency in two of the three cell lines in the blood, namely erythrocytes, leukocytes, and platelets. The. Twice a day, 2 times per day. The. To issue a command, to tell. Bid adieu. To say goodbye to bid farewell. Bid bead. To pray with beads, in Roman Catholic fashion, distinguishing each bead by a prayer. Bid defiance to defy. Bid down. To lower the price of something, such as a financial security or a contract by bidding lower and lower prices. Bid fair. To have a reasonable claim, to seem likely. Bid hook. A small bovhook. Bid hooks. Plural of bid hook. Bidden. To bid a higher price on one's own property than anyone else at an auction in order to either secure the item or to raise the final price. Bid off. To receive property immediately after winning an auction for the property. Bid one's time. Misconstruction of bide one's time and bode one's time. Bid price. The price offered by a potential buyer when bidding for goods. Bid prices. Plural of bid price. Bid rigging. A conspiracy in which two or more competitors agree about who will submit the winning bid when there is a call for bids. Bid riggings. Plural of bid rigging. Bid shading. In an auction, the practice of bidding less than what one believes the goods are worth. Bid to raise the price of an item at auction by bidding. Bid wanted. An announcement by an investor holding a commodity, currency, or security, indicating their intent in selling the product and their readiness to entertain price bids for it. Bid whist. A partnership trick-taking variant of the card game whist with a bidding element. Bid heretical innovation in Islamic religious beliefs or worship. Bid-ask spread. The difference between the prices quoted by a market maker or an order book for an immediate sale offer and an immediate purchase bid for stocks, futures contracts, options, or currency pairs. Bid-ask spreads. Plural of bid-ask spread. Bid-worthy. Alternative form of bid-worthy. Bid/ask spread. Alternative form of bid-ask spread. Bid/ask spreads. Plural of bid/ask spread. Bina. Alternative form of pita. Bidactily. Synonym of didactily. Bida. Alternative form of bida. Bidali. Occurring twice in a day. Midar. A city in the northeast of Karnataka state in India. Midarka. A kayak constructed by covering a light wooden frame lashed together with sinew and sea lion hides. Bidarkas. Plural of bidarka. Bidarki. Archaic form of bidarka. Bidarkies. Plural of bidarki. Bidarki. Alternative form of bidarka. Bidarkies. Plural of bidarki. Bidarkies. Plural of bidarki. Bidarki. Alternative form of bidarka. Bidars. Plural of bidar. Bidar. A surname. Bidborough. A village and civil parish in Tunbridge Wells Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 5643. Bidhai. Synonym of water rail. Bidcox. Plural of bidcock. Bidability. the quality of being biddable. Biddable, docile, amenable, or compliant. Biddable as, biddability. Biddably, in a biddable manner, compliantly. Biddance, synonym of bidding. Biddances, plural of biddance. Bid, simple past and past participle of bid. Biddetst, second person singular simple past indicative of bid. Biddy, the previous owner of property who is transferring ownership of that property to a new owner as a result of bidding placing a bid. Biddies, plural of biddy. Bidter, a sitting Meng. Biddell, a religious follower of John Biddle 1615-1662, English non-Trinitarian and Unitarian. Biddelians, plural of Biddelian. Biddle, an English surname. Bibben, past participle of bid. Bidden one's time, past participle of bide one's time. Bithenden, a village and civil parish in Ashford Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8438. Biddenow, a village and civil parish in Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 0250. Bidder, a surname. Bidders organ, a spherical, brownish organ in most members of the family Bufonidae true toads, located just in front of the kidney or mesonephros and apparently involved in regulating sex hormones. Bidders, plural of bidder. Bidderyware, obsolete spelling of bidreware. Beddes, second person singular simple present indicative of bid. Bidde, third person singular simple present indicative of bid. Bidinity, the burr of the piri-piri plant. Bid, a diminutive of the female given name Bridget. Biddes, plural of biddy. Bidde, pronunciation spelling of bidding. Biddy, present participle and gerund of bid. Bidding box, a box holding cards with calls printed on them, allowing a player to bid without speaking. Bidding boxes, plural of bidding box. Bidding down, present participle and gerund of bid down. Bidding in, present participle and gerund of bid in. Bidding off, present participle and gerund of bid off. Bidding price, a price offered by a buyer/bidder when he or she buys a good. Bidding prices, plural of bidding price. Bidding up, present participle and gerund of bid up. Biddinger, a surname. Biddingers, plural of biddinger. Biddis, plural of bidding. Biddle, a census-designated place in Powder River County, Montana, United States. Biddle grip, a cardistry technique where the deck is lifted from a surface by applying pressure on each side using the thumb and certain fingers. Biddle grips, plural of biddle grip. Biddlecombe, a surname from Old English. Biddlecombes, plural of biddlecombe. Biddles, plural of biddle. Biddulph, a town and civil parish with a town council in Staffordshire Moorlands District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8857. Bidde, a diminutive of the female given name Bridget. Bididid, alternative form of biddy biddy. Bidididdy, alternative form of biddy biddy. Bide, a surname. Bide one's time, to wait, especially for a suitable opportunity. Bide tris, to wait for a person at the appointed place and time. Bidelwise, An isometric hexactahedral mineral containing chlorine, fluorine, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and silver. Iodine. Simple past and past participle of bi. Bided one's time. Past participle of bide one's time. Bideficiencies. Plural of bideficiency. Bideficiency. A lack of two essentials. Bideficient. Lacking two essentials. Midethed. A historic port town and civil parish with a town council on the estuary of the River Torridge in Torridge District, Devon, Southwest England. OS Grid Ref SS 4526. Bidegree. An extension of the degree or order of a polynomial in certain geometries. Bidegreed. Whose vertices have exactly 2 degrees. Bidegrees. Plural of bidegree. Bideltoid. Relating to, or connecting, the two deltoid muscles. Biden. A surname. Biden bucks. Stimulus payments provided to U.S. citizens during the Biden presidency. Bidencare. A healthcare plan created by Joe Biden and based on Obamacare. Bidentate. Misspelling of bidentate. Bidenese. The speech patterns of 46th U.S. President Joe Biden. Bidenesque. Pertaining to, resembling, or characteristic of Joe Biden, born 1942, American politician, the 47th Vice President and 46th President of the United States. Bidinflation. The intense inflation or stagflation in the United States experienced during the Joe Biden presidency. Bidenian. Of or pertaining to Joe Biden, born 1942, American politician and the 46th President of the United States. Bidenism. The ideology and policies of Joe Biden, born 1942, American politician and the 46th President of the United States. Bidenisms. Plural of bidenism. Bidenis. A supporter of American politician and U.S. President Joe Biden. Bidenists. Plural of Bidenists. Bidenite. A supporter of American politician and U.S. President Joe Biden. Bidenites. Plural of Bidenite. Bidenoi. A follower or sycophant of Joe Biden. Bidenoids. Plural of Bidenoi. Bidenomics. The economic ideas and policies of Joe Biden, American politician and the 46th President of the United States, characterized by relief measures, investment in infrastructure, and strengthening the safety net, funded by tax increases on higher-income individuals and corporations. Bidens. Plural of Biden. Bidentavirus. Any DNA virus of the genus Bidentavirus. Bidentaviruses. Plural of Bidentavirus. Bident. A form of spear having 2 prongs. Bidental. Having only 2 teeth. Bidentalian. Any extinct therapsid of the superfamily Bidentalia. Bidentalians. Plural of Bidentalian. Bidentals. Plural of bidental. Bidentate. Having only 2 teeth. Bidentate ligand. A Lewis base that can donate 2 pairs of electrons to a central metal atom. Bidentate ligands. Plural of bidentate ligand. Bidentated. Alternative form of bidentate. Bidentately. In a bidentate manner. Bidenticulate. Having 2 denticles. Bidenticulated. Synonym of bidenticulate. Bidens. Plural of bident. Bidenworld. Joe Biden's circle of associates, employees, and appointees. Bider. One who bites. Biderivation. a bilinear mapping which is a derivation in each variable separately. Biderivations, plural of biderivation. Biders, plural of bider. Mides, third person singular simple present indicative of bi. Bides one's time, third person singular simple present indicative of bide one's time. Bidesmicitic, synonym of bistesmicitic. Bides, second person singular simple present indicative of bi. Vide, Joe Biden. Vide shower, a handheld triggered nozzle that delivers a spray of water to assist in cleaning the anus and genitalia after using the toilet. Bidet showers, plural of bidet shower. Bidet spray, synonym of bidet shower. Bidet sprayer, synonym of bidet shower. Bidet sprayers, plural of bidet sprayer. Bidet sprays, plural of bidet spray. Bidets, plural of bidet. Bidford-on-Avon, a large village and civil parish in Stratford-on-Avon district, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1052. Bidhapita, alternative form of pitapita. Bidoh, alternative form of beadhook. Bidhooks, plural of bidhook. Bidi, alternative letter case form of biddy bidirectional. Biddy, flipping of bidirectional. Bidiagonal, describing a matrix that has non-zero entries along the main diagonal and either the diagonal above or the diagonal below. Bidiagonalization, a particular form of matrix decomposition. Bidiagonalizations, plural of bidiagonalization. Bidialectal, natively using or capable of using two dialects of a language. Bidialectalism, the use of two dialects of a language. Bidialectalist, a proponent of bidialectalism. Bidialectalists, plural of bidialectalists. Bidialectally, in a bidialectal manner, using two dialects. Bidichotomous, dividing or branching first into two branches and then in at least one of those branches into two more branches. Bidifferential, a differential operator having two arguments. Bidigital, relating to two digits, typically fingers. Bidigitate, having two fingers or finger-like projections. Bidimensional, two-dimensional. Bidimensionality, the condition of being bidimensional. Bidimensionally, in two dimensions. Bidiminish, having had two cupulae removed. Biding, an awaiting, expectation. Biding one's time, present participle and gerund of bide one's time. Bidings, plural of biding. Bidirected, describing a graph, each of whose edge has an independent orientation at each end. Bidirectional, moving in two directions usually opposite. Bidirectionalities, plural of bidirectionality. Bidirectionality, the state or condition of being bidirectional. Bidirectionally, in opposite directions. Bidirectionals, plural of bidirectional. Biddies, plural of biddy. Medest, a polydisc of the second order. Bidisciplinary, relating to two academic disciplines. Bidiscretal, having the form of two discs. Bidiscrete, both groupoidal and postal. Bidatus, plural of bidisc. Medest, alternative form of bidisc. Bidatus, plural of bidisc. Bidisperse, describing a colloid in which the dispersed phase particles are of two different sizes. Bidisperse. Synonym of bidisperse. Bidispersity. The condition of being bidisperse. Bidistillate. The product of bidistillation. Bidistillates. Plural of bidistillate. Bidistillation. Double distillation. The act of distilling twice. Bidistilled. Distilled twice. I don't know. Every other day. Vidli. A surname. Vidlax. Plural of bidlac. Bidnavirus. Any virus of the family Bidnaviridae. Bidnaviruses. Plural of bidnavirus. Bednas. Southern U.S. pronunciation spelling of business. Bidnesses. Plural of bidness. Motto. A surname from Spanish. Bidomain. Relating to two domains, applied to a mathematical model of the electrical properties of cardiac muscle that takes into account the anisotropy of both intracellular and extracellular spaces. Bidon. A bottle or flask for holding a beverage such as water or wine, specifically, sports a water bottle which can be squeezed to squirt the beverage out of the nozzle, especially cycling one design for mounting on a bicycle. Bidon. Done for, finished, cooked. Bidons. Plural of bidon. Bidonville. A shanty town or slum in French-speaking regions. Bidonvilles. Plural of Bidonville. A member of an ethnic group in parts of the Middle East regarded by local governments as stateless people or illegal immigrants. Burns. Plural of bidoon. Bidoped. Doped with two different elements. Bidoping. Doping with two different elements. Bidorsal. Having two dorsal projections. Bidos. Plural of bido. Bidouble. Acting as a finite flat Galois morphism with Galois group C/2. Bidoublet. A binary doublet. Bidoublets. Plural of bidoublet. Vidhi. A wise philosopher in traditional fables. Viri. Alternative form of bidri type of metalwork. Viri. A kind of Indian ornamental metalwork made from a pewter copper alloy inlaid with patterns in silver and then blackened. Bidriware. Objects made of bidri metalwork. Bidriwares. Plural of bidriware. BIDS. Acronym of Business Intelligence Development Studio. BID. Plural of BID. BIDS. Plural of bid. Bidsadu. Third person singular simple present indicative of bididu. Bids down. Third person singular simple present indicative of bid down. Bids fair. Third person singular simple present indicative of bid fair. Bids in. Third person singular simple present indicative of bid in. Bids off. Third person singular simple present indicative of bid off. Bid up. Third person singular simple present indicative of bid up. Bids wanted. Plural of bid wanted. Bedston. A village in the metropolitan borough of Wirral, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 2890. Bijoa. Idual al idual. Bijoos. Plural of bidual. Vinoas. Continuing for 2 days. Bidwell. A place name. Bidwells. Plural of bidwell. I'd worry. Worthy have it bid or offer. I'd zena. A transliteration of a Georgian name. Ot. Initialism of black identity extremist. L. A surname from German. Else. Plural of Bibel. Bieber, a surname from German. Bieber fever, enthusiasm for the Canadian singer Justin Bieber. Bieberish, in the style or manner of Justin Bieber. Bieberish, similar to or resembling Justin Bieber. Bieberism, the fandom of Justin Bieber. Bieberi, a fan of Canadian singer Justin Bieber. Bieberites, plural of Bieberi. Bieberly, a surname. Biebermania, enthusiasm for the Canadian singer Justin Bieber. Biebers, plural of Bieber. Now, a river in northern Poland. The pop musician Justin Bieber. Mike's, a town in Lesser Poland Voivodeship, Poland. A surname from Polish. Biederma, a surname. Biederma, a surname. Biedermans. Plural of Biederman. Biedermans, plural of Biederman. Biedermeier, a period in Central Europe between 1815 and 1848 during which the middle class grew in number and the arts appealed to common sensibilities and a sense of parochialism, starting with the Congress of Vienna at the end of the Napoleonic Wars in 1815 and ending with the onset of the revolutions of 1848. Then, a department of Chubut, Argentina. Beach, a surname. Beachades, plural of beachade. Biefeld-Brown effect, an electrical phenomenon that produces an ionic wind that transfers its momentum to surrounding neutral particles, observed on an asymmetric capacitor when high voltage is applied to the electrodes. Biewała, a surname from Polish. Bajal, a surname. Bajals, plural of Bijal. Baylor, a surname. Baylors, plural of Beegler. A surname. Baylor, a surname from German. Baylors, plural of Beeler. Baylite, a monoclinic prismatic white mineral containing antimony, arsenic, molybdenum, and oxygen. Thus, plural of Beal. A surname. Lions, plural of bean. The synonym of Bayonne town and municipality in Bern Canton, Switzerland. Biela's comet, a periodic Jupiter family comet first recorded in 1772, subsequently splitting in two and not observed since 1852. Bielak, a surname from Polish. Bielaks, plural of Bielak. Bielansky, a surname from Polish. Bielanskis, plural of Bielansky. Belarus, rare form of Belarus. Belarus, rare form of Belarus. Bielowski, a surname from Polish. Bielowskis, plural of Bielowski. Bielby, a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 788,435. Bielbys, plural of Bielby. Bel, boldness, courage, confidence, a feeling of security, assurance. Velded, simple past and past participle of Biel. Building, present participle and gerund of Biel. Velds, plural of Bield. Vieldsai, a suburban village in the city of Aberdeen Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NJ 8802. Veldy, sheltered from the weather, affording shelter. Bilecki, a surname from Polish. Bileckis, plural of Bielecki. Bielefeld, a city in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Bielefelds, plural of Bielefeld. Aumento, having two different elements in various senses. Wähler, a surname from German. Wählers, plural of Bieler. Willed, Andromedid. Willeds, plural of Bielid. Bielenski, a surname from Polish. Bielenskis, plural of Bielinski. El, a province of Piedmont, Italy. Bielithe, being a branch double cover of an elliptic curve. Violon, a spin on one skate while upright, with one leg in the air and both hands gripping the figure skate above the figure skater's head. Violmans, plural of Bielman. Bielorussia, Belarus. Belarusian, alternative form of Belarusian. Belarusians, plural of Belarusian. Bielsk Podlaski, a town in Podlaski Voivodeship, Poland. Bielski, a surname from Polish. Bielskis, plural of Bielski. Bielsko-Biała, a city in Silesian Voivodeship, Poland. Biemann syndrome, a genetic disorder characterized by brachydactyly, nystagmus, strabismus, cerebellar ataxia, and intellectual disability. Bien, a surname. Bienkov, alternative form of Benikov. Bienkovs, plural of Bienkov. Bienko, alternative form of Benikov. Bienkovs, plural of Bienkov. Denha, the capital city of Dstro-Cletterwani. Vng Nai province of Vietnam. Then Hoa, alternative spelling of Bien Ha. Bien Pensant, right thinking, orthodox, conformist. Bien Pensants, plural of Bien Pensant. Bien Unido, a municipality of Bohol, Philippines. Bien Pensant, alternative form of Bien Pensant. Bien Pensants, plural of Bien Pensant. Bienang, a surname from French. Bienames, plural of Bienang. Bienik, a surname from Polish. Bieniks, plural of Bienik. Bienkov, a surname. Bienkowski, a surname from Polish. Bienkowskis, plural of Bienkowski. Bienal, a biennial celebration or exhibition. Biennals, plural of biennale. Bienary, synonym of biennial, of or concerning a 2-year period, lasting or occurring every 2 years. Bien, a town and municipality in Bern Canton, Switzerland. Bienness, the quality of being good, wholesome, comfortable, etc. Biennia, plural of biennium. I'll, happening every 2 years. Bienniality, decade biennial. I'll, taking place every 2 years. I'ls, plural of biennial. Biennium, a period of 2 years, particularly for purposes involving intercalation or fiscal calculations. Bienniums, plural of biennium. Ions, plural of bien. Bienseance, propriety, decorum. Bienvenue, a surname from French. Bienvenue, plural of bienvenue. Bienville, A village in Biendel Parish, Louisiana, United States, which was named after the parish. Bienville Parish, one of 64 parishes in Louisiana, United States, the equivalent of Acadie in other U.S. states. Parish seat, Arcadia. Bienzymatic, relating to or using two enzymes. Bipocondylar, misspelling of bipocondylar. Bipocondylar, relating to two epicondyles. Bipetaxial, having two epitaxial layers on the same substrate. Biquivalent, both left equivalent and right equivalent, having the property that there exists a pair of mappings M1AB and M2B such that M1M is equivalent to applying the unity operator to A, and M2MB is equivalent to applying the unity operator to B. A litter to transport the corpse of a dead person. Bier spot, a benign physiological vascular anomaly in the form of a small, light macule found usually on the arms and legs of young adults. Bier spots, plural of bier spot. Bierbalk, a church road such as a path across fields for funerals. Bierbalks, plural of bierbalk. Bierbaum, a surname from German. Bierbaums, plural of Bierbaum. Biery, a town and municipality in Flemish Brabant Province, Belgium. Beers, a surname. Bierzin, of or relating to Ambrose Bierce 1842 circa 1914, American writer and satirist, known for his vehemence as a critic in his sardonic view of human nature. Bierzes, plural of Biers. A commune of Vaud Canton, Switzerland, located in the district of Aubonne. Bier, a surname from German. Biers, plural of Bier. Bierbiets, synonym of party bike. Biergarten, beer garden. Biergartens, plural of Biergarten. Biery, a surname. Bieris, plural of Biery. Bierkeller, an underground pub where German beer is served. Bierkellers, plural of Bierkeller. Bierlei, a surname. Bierlines, plural of Bierlein. Bierley, a surname. Bierleys, plural of Bierley. Bira, a surname. Bira, a surname. Biermens, plural of Bierman. Biermens, plural of Bierman. Biermer's anemia, synonym of pernicious anemia. Bierach, runs a type of snack. Bierachs, plural of Bierach. Bierate, pertaining to bisexual love or desire. Bier, plural of beer. Biersta, a cafe, restaurant, or bar in Alsace that specializes in beer. Bierstu, a beer hall. Bierstubes, plural of bierstew. Bierstaubs, plural of bierstow. Bier, a surname from Dutch. Beerta, a commune and village in Sibiu County, Romania. Bierwurst, a smoked, seasoned brewwurst sausage originally from Bavaria in Germany, with a garlicky flavor and dark red color. Very, a surname from German. Bieris, plural of Bieri. What? Plural of Biai. Us, a surname. Miasanga, a surname from Polish. Miaseker, a surname. Besekers, plural of Beseker. Bezis, plural of Buys. This day, alternative form of bee sting's first milk drawn from an animal after it has given birth. Bee stings, alternative spelling of bee sting's first milk after giving birth. Bieswanger, a surname. Biotapek, to stage. Biodeserpine, 1-diminothiareserpine, a derivative of reserpine used as an antihypertensive agent. Biethnic, of, pertaining to, or consisting of two ethnic groups. Biethnics, plural of biethnic. Beaver, a surname. Beavers, plural of beaver. Bier, a river in France that flows into the Seine in Paris. Terrier, synonym of Yorkshire Terrier. Viewer Terriers, plural of Buer Terrier. Exciton, a quantum combination of two excitons. Beaxitani, of or pertaining to beaxitons. Beaxitons, plural of beaxiton. Exponential, having two summed exponential terms. Exponentiality, the quality of being exponential. Exponentially, in a exponential manner. Exponentials, plural of exponential. Belarus, Belarus, a country in Eastern Europe. Initialism of banded iron formation. A public washroom. Initialism of black imported fire ant. Face, a double-sided stone tool. Face, of a prehistoric stone tool having two sharp cutting edges. Bifaces, plural of biface. Bifaceted, having two facets. Bifacial, having two faces or opposing surfaces. Bifacial core, the roughly biconical remains of a piece of worked flint from which all possible blades have been struck. Bifacial cores, plural of bifacial core. Bifaciality, the condition of being bifacial. Bifacially, with or so as to have two faces. Bifactor, a factor that influences two separate or related consequences. Bifactorial, of or pertaining to two factors. Bifactors, plural of bifactor. A network motif in which two outputs link to the same two inputs. Bifanged, having two fangs. Bivens, plural of biffin. Bifarious, twofold, double. Bifariously, in a bifarious manner. Plural of bifa. Bivesicular, relating to both fascicles of the heart. Initialism of Boise Interagency Fire Center. Bifemolane, a pharmaceutical drug used to treat senile dementia and glaucoma. Bifemoral, relating to both femurs. Bifenazole, the pesticide isopropyl 2,4-methoxy 1,1-biphenyl-3-ylhydrazine carboxylate that is used to control mites. Bifenthrin, a pyrethroid insecticide that affects the nervous system of insects. Bifeprinox, an antipsychotic drug. Bifurus, bearing flowers or fruit twice each year. Iferrocene, a chemical compound formed by joining two molecules of ferrocene. Bifurosinium, a cation derived from biferrocene. Initialism of Busan International Film Festival. A sudden, sharp blow or punch. simple past and past participle of biff. River, one who hits or punches, a fighter. Rivers, plural of biffer. Bevies, plural of biffy. Beve, a deep red cooking apple native to Britain. Biffin's bridge, the Panem. Beve, present participle and gerund of biff. Vives, plural of biffing. Biffins, plural of biffin. Metal, a surname. Biffles, plural of biffle. Vivo, violence fighting, a fight. West, plural of biff. Vi, a toilet. MiFi, synonym of bidar. Bifidobacteria, plural of bifidobacterium. Bifidobacterial, related to bifidobacteria. Bifidobacterium, alternative form. Of bifidobacterium. Bifictional, interested in the two predominant genres of fan fiction within a specific fandom, generally genfic and slashfic, or hetfic and slashfic. Vivid, cleft, divided into two lobes. Vivid cipher, a classical cipher that combines the Polybius square with transposition and uses fractionation to achieve diffusion. Bifida, spina, bifida. Bifidate, vivid. Bifidated, alternative form of bifidate. Bifidities, plural of bifidity. Avidity, that quality of being good. Vividly, in a bifid manner. Bifidobacteria, plural of bifidobacterium. Bifidobacterial, relating to bifidobacteria. Bifidobacterially, with regard to the bifidobacteria. Bifidobacterium, any bacterium of the genus Bifidobacterium. Bifidogenesis, the promotion of bifidobacterium growth. Bifidogenic, promoting bifidobacterium growth. Bifidogenicity, the condition of being bifidogenic. Bifilar, having two wires, threads, or filaments. Bifilally, in a bifilar manner. Bifilm, a double film, typically with a layer of air between them, sometimes formed when liquid metal is poured into a mold. Bifos, plural of bifilm. Bifiltration, a two-dimensional filtration. Bifiltrations, plural of bifiltration. Bifistular, doubly fistular, having two tube-like parts. Nefel, initialism of buy it for life, a consumer purchasing approach based on quality and durability rather than saving money. Biflabellate, flabellate on both sides. Biflagellar, having two flagella. Biflagellate, having two flagella. Biflagellated, biflagellate. Biflagellates, plural of biflagellate. Biflavone, a flavone dimer 3,4-oxo-2-phenyl-chrome 3-yl-2-phenyl-chrome 4,1. Biflavones, plural of biflavone. Biflavonoid, any of many compounds that contain two flavone groups. Biflavonoids, plural of biflavonoid. Biflecnodal, relating to a biflecnode. Biflecnode, a biflecnode. Biflecnodes, plural of biflecnode. Bifloral, biflorus. Biflorate, biflorus. Biflorus, bearing two flowers or blooms. Bifluorescence, simultaneous fluorescence at two wavelengths. Bifluorescences, plural of bifluorescence. Bifluoride. Synonym of difluoride. Bifluorides. Plural of bifluoride. Bifluorinol. An antigen drug. Biflux. A device for controlling heat exchange in air that is flowing between two environments. Bifluxes. Plural of biflux. Bifocal. Having two focal lengths. Bifocaled. Wearing bifocals. Bifocalities. Plural of bifocality. Bifocality. The quality of being bifocal. Bifocals. Alternative spelling of bifocal. Bifocals. Spectacles that have corrective lenses of two different powers, used by people who need both distance and reading glasses. Bifoconazole. A form of bifonazole administered as a topical cream. Bifocus. Alternative form of bifocal. Bifold. Twofold, double. Bifolding. Having a bifold design, with two equal panels hinged together so as to open by folding the panels against each other. Bifolds. Plural of bifold. Bifolia. Plural of bifolium. Bifoliate. Having exactly two leaves. Bifoliately. In a bifoliate manner. Bifoliate. A single sheet folded in half to make two leaves. Bifoliate. Having two leaflets, as some compound leaves do. Bifolios. Plural of bifolio. Bifolium. A chordic plane curve whose equation in Cartesian coordinates is x2 plus y2 equals x2y. Bifollicular. Having or involving two follicles. Bifonazole. An imidazole antifungal drug. Biora. A type of double reed instrument from Sicily in the abo family. Biphorus. Plural of bifora. Biphorite. Having two openings. Biphory. An oval sac or cell found in the leaves of certain ericaceous plants, with an opening at each end through which raphides, generated inside, are discharged. Biphorians. Plural of biphorine. Bifork. Forked into two. Bifurcate. Biphor. Having two distinct forms. Bifort. Having two forms. Biformities. Plural of biformity. Biformity. A double form. The state of being biform. Biforms. Plural of biform. Biphorus. Biphorate. Bifoval. Relating to both retinal foveas. Bifrequency. Involving two frequencies. Bivot. Having two fronts, faces, or aspects. Bifrontal. Situated on both sides of the front of the cranium. Bifrontally. In a bifrontal manner. Bifronte. Having two fronts. Bifrost. The rainbow bridge that connects Asgard with Midgard. Bifrost Riverton. A rural municipality of Manitoba, Canada. Bifrosta. Plural of bifrostum. Bifrostum. A polyhedron constructed from two congruent frusta combined across a plane of symmetry, or equivalently from a bipyramid with the two polar vertices truncated. Bifrostums. Plural of bifrostum. Bif. Plural of bif. Bifstek. A Russian ground meat dish, often made from beef, consisting of minced meat mixed with various ingredients such as onions, spices, and sometimes breadcrumbs or eggs, shaped into patties or cutlets and pan-fried or baked. Bifshteks. alternative form of biftek. Metha, a cannabis cigarette. Veftes, plural of bifta. Biftaki, a kind of Greek beef patty or rissole. Biftakis, plural of biftaki. Vevter, a cigarette. Vevders, plural of bifter. Bifurcation, fucosylation at two positions. Bifurcations, plural of bifurcation. Bifalco, a surname from Italian. Bifalcos, plural of bifalco. Bifunction, a function of a pair of values. Bifunctional, having two functions. Bifunctional chelator, a chemical chelator that, one, secures a metal ion often radioactive and two, forms a linkage bond between the complex and the targeting vector, for example a tumor targeting protein. Bifunctional chelators, plural of bifunctional chelator. Bifunctionality, the condition of being bifunctional. Bifunctionalization, the process of making something bifunctional. Bifunctionalize, to become or to make something bifunctional. Bifunctionalize, simple past and past participle of bifunctionalize. Bifunctionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bifunctionalize. Bifunctionalizing, present participle and gerund of bifunctionalize. Bifunctionally, in a bifunctional way. Bifunctions, plural of bifunction. Bifunctor, a functor between bicategories. Bifunctors, plural of bifunctor. Bifundamental, describing a tensor product of two representations. Bifundamentals, plural of bifundamental. Bifuran, any of three isomeric bicyclic heterocycles in which two furan rings are directly linked with a single bond. Bifurans, plural of bifuran. Bifurcal, synonym of bifurcate. Bifurcate, to divide or fork into two channels or branches. Bifurcated, divided into two branches. Bifurcated divorce, a divorce in which the issue of marital status is handled separately from any other issues such as division of property. Bifurcated divorces, plural of bifurcated divorce. Bifurcatedly, in a bifurcated manner. Bifurcately, in a bifurcate manner. Bifurcates, third person singular simple present indicative of bifurcate. Bifurcating, present participle and gerund of bifurcate. Bifurcation, a division into two branches. Bifurcation theory, a branch of mathematics concerned with dynamical systems which suffer sudden qualitative changes from an infinitesimal change in a parameter. Bifurcational, relating to bifurcation. Bifurcations, plural of bifurcation. Bifurcative, of or pertaining to bifurcation. Bifurcator, that which bifurcates. Bifurcators, plural of bifurcator. Bifurcose, a branch tetraes alpha-D glucohexapyrinosyl beta-dearabino-hex 2-ulafuranosyl 2,1 beta-dearabino-hex 2-ulafuranosyl 2,6 beta-dearabino-hex 2-ulafuranosi. Bifurcus, bifurcate. Bifusiform, having the form of two fusiform structures end to end. A biological insulation garment, an airtight, full-body suit intended to prevent the spread of contaminants. Of great size, large. Big Four, alternative form of Big Four. Big Agile, the application of agile principles and practices to larger, complex projects, often with teams working from multiple locations. Big Air, A discipline in freestyle skiing and snowboarding involving sliding down a large launch ramp and then launching off a big kicker to obtain height and time in the air to perform acrobatic maneuvers and land on a landing slope. Big Ambergris Cay, an island of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Big and bad, highly showy or impressive. Big and tall, of clothing larger in size for men who are overweight, tall, or both. Big and ugly enough, alternative form of big enough and ugly enough. Big Apple, nickname for New York City, a major city in New York, United States. Big as a barn, very big. Big as a house, very large. Big as bull beef, very big. Big as the Beatles, very popular. Big asks, a request that is difficult to grant. Big asks, plural of big asked. Big ass, alternative form of big ass. Big babies, plural of big baby. Big baby, an adult or youth prone to immature behavior associated with babies, such as tantrums or pouting. Big back, an obese person. Big backs, plural of big back. Big bad, a major adversary or antagonist of a piece of fiction. Big bad wolf, an evil fictional wolf that appears in fairy tales or fables. Big bad wolves, plural of big bad wolf. Big bads, plural of big bad. Big band, a large dance or jazz band of 10 to 30 musicians usually featuring improvised solos by lead players, but otherwise playing orchestrated music. Big bands, plural of big band. Big Bang, the cosmic event that marks the beginning of time and the rapid expansion of space for the visible universe. The evolution of the universe since that beginning point is described by the Big Bang Theory. Big Bang, an explosion giving rise to a universe. Big Bang testing, a form of integration testing in which the individual modules are linked together and tested as a whole without first being tested independently. Big Banger, a believer in the Big Bang. Big Bangers, plural of Big Banger. Big Bangs, plural of Big Bang. Big Bat, a player who specializes in hitting home runs. Big Bats, plural of Big Bat. Big Bear City, a census-designated place in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Big Bear Lake, a city in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Big Bear Valley, a valley in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Big Beast, a prominent and influential politician, especially one seen as a leader or major player within a party or faction. Big Beasts, plural of Big Beast. Big Beat, a form of pop music having distorted break beats at a moderate tempo. Big Ben, the hour bell in the Elizabeth Tower, formerly known as the Clock Tower, adjacent to the Houses of Parliament in Westminster, London, United Kingdom. Big Ben, a census-designated place in Shasta County, California, United States. Big Bend Patchnose Snake, a snake, Salvadora deserticola, from the Big Bend area of Texas. Big Bend Patchnose Snakes, plural of Big Bend Patchnose Snake. Big Bend State, an unofficial nickname for Tennessee, a state of the United States. Big Bertha, a heavy, long-range howitzer used by Germany in World War I. Big Bickies, a lot of money. Big Blind, the larger of the forced bets, usually equivalent to the minimum bet. Big Blinds, plural of Big Blind. Big Block, having or characterizing by a large, heavy, and powerful engine block. Big Blue, synonym of Big Burn. Big Blue, the computer company ABM. Big Blue 82, the BLU-82 bomb, known for its ability to flatten a forest into a helicopter landing zone. Big Blue 82s, plural of Big Blue 82. Big Blue Blanket, a system used in World War II for protecting American warships from Japanese kamikaze attacks, involving among other things the constant presence of the blue-painted Hellcat and Corsair aircraft over the fleet at all times. Big Blue Machine, any large regional police service. Big Bluestem, Andropogon gerardi, a tall bunchgrass native to the North American prairies. Big Bluestems, plural of Big Bluestem. Big Board, the New York Stock Exchange. Big Boned, alternative form of Big Bone. Big Boob, alternative form of Big Boob. Big Bounce, the Big Bang when conceived by certain cosmological models as having followed the collapse of a previous universe. Big Box, a large self-service store, usually on a single level with few interior walls, owned and run by a corporation. Big Boxes, plural of Big Box. Big Boy, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see Big Boy. Big Boy Pants, alternative form of Big Boy Pants. Big Boys, plural of Big Boy. Big Brain, very intelligent, genius. Big Break, a hypothetical future singularity in which the expansion of the universe decelerates at an infinite rate. Big Break, a breakthrough, especially the first big hit of a previously unknown performer or performers in the entertainment industry. Big Breaks, plural of Big Break. Big Brother, unwarranted, invasive, and discreet surveillance, especially of a people by its government. Big Brother, a sibling's older brother. Big Brothers, plural of Big Brother. Big Brown Bat, the Bataptesicus fuscus. Big Brown Bats, plural of Big Brown Bat. Big Bucks, lots of money. Big Burr, the Great Fire of 1910, a wildfire in the inland northwest region of the United States that burned 3 million acres in North Idaho and western Montana, with extensions into eastern Washington and southeast British Columbia in the summer of 1910. Big Business, alternative form of Big Business. Big Business, large, for-profit corporations collectively, understood as having significant economic, political, or social influence. Big C, Cancer. Big Casino, alternative form of Big Casino. Big Casino, the 10 of diamonds in the game of casino. Big Cat, any large-felled animal, especially one of the Panthera genus, including tigers, lions, jaguars, and leopards. Big Cats, plural of Big Cat. Big K, an island of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Big Cheese, a very important figure, especially a high-ranking person in an organization. Big Cheeses, plural of Big Cheese. Big Chill, synonym of heat death of the universe. Big Chop, the process of cutting off all chemically treated hair to allow it to grow naturally in its original texture. Big Chops, plural of Big Chop. Big Creek, a census-designated place in Fresno County, California, United States. Big Crunch, the hypothetical eventual collapse of the universe that would ultimately occur if it contracted continuously in the future. Big Crunch, a singularity at the center of a black hole, or the final result of the Big Crunch. Big crunches, plural of Big Crunch. Big crypto, large, influential cryptocurrency companies collectively. Big D, the city of Dallas, Texas, USA. Big Dad is, plural of Big Daddy. Big Daddy, a man of importance by reason of power, size, or seniority. Big Dance, a final. Big Dance, alternative letter case form of Big Dance. Big Dances, plural of Big Dance. Big Dances, plural of Big Dance. Big Data, alternative letter case form of Big Data. Big Data, data on a very large scale, such that it can only be gathered or processed with computers, especially with reference to its potential to allow for new breakthroughs or understanding in a particular field of study. Big day, the day of one's wedding. Big days, plural of big day. Big deal, something very important or difficult, a matter of great concern, a considerable feat or achievement. Big deals, plural of big deal. Big deuce, synonym of big to a shedding type card game. Big dick, synonym of big dick from Boston. Big dick energy, unassuming self-confidence. Big dick from Boston, a roll of 10 in the game of craps. Big Dipper, a bright circumpolar asterism of the northern sky, said to resemble a ladle or cart, and a part of the constellation Ursa Major, which includes the stars Mizar, Dub, and Alcade. The other stars comprising it are Alioth, Megas, Merak, and Fecta. Big Dipper, a roller coaster. Big Dippers, plural of Big Dipper. Big divorce energy, a psychological state stereotypically characteristic of a recently divorced person. Big Dar, a term of address to a male friend. Big Dog of the Tanyard, a pompous, overbearing person who will not stand for dissent. Big Dogs, plural of Big Dar. Big Drum, a genre of music and dance and an associated festival tradition found in many islands of the Lesser Antilles. Big Drum, alternative form of Big Drum. Big S, plural of Big D. Big Dumb object, a large and mysterious object of extraterrestrial origin containing immense power, thought of as a common trope of science fiction. Big Dumb objects, plural of Big Dumb object. Big Dyke energy, the equivalent of Big Dick energy in a lesbian, unassuming self-confidence in a lesbian. Big E, USS Enterprise CV-6. Big Easy, the city of New Orleans, Louisiana. Big Eater, what? Big Eaters, plural of Big Eater. Big 8, in the game of craps, a prominent space on the table where one can place a bet that the shooter will roll an 8 before a 7. Big 8, plural of Big 8. Big Enchilada, a very important person, especially the highest-ranking individual in an organization. Big Enchiladas, plural of Big Enchilada. Big End, in a piston engine, the larger end crankshaft end of the connecting rod that connects a piston to the crankshaft. Big End of town, the top end of town. Big ends, plural of Big End. Big enough and ugly enough, mature, grown up, old enough, with the implication that one can look after oneself and make one's own decisions. Big Eye, insomnia due to the lengths of the days and nights in the polar regions. Big Hat, complete, utter, total. Big Fat Zero, nothing at all. Big Figure, In a money market, the part of a monetary value before the decimal point. Big figures. Plural of big figure. Big final. The final that determines the winner of a competition, where the event also has a small final consolation final. Big finals. Plural of big final. Big finger. The middle finger. Big fingers. Plural of big finger. Big fish. An important person. Big fish eat little fish. Bigger animals, people, and companies tend to eliminate, or at least dominate, those that are smaller. Big fish in a little pond. Synonym of big fish in a small pond. Big fish in a small pond. One who has achieved a high rank or is highly esteemed, but only in a small, relatively unimportant or little-known location or organization. Big fish in little ponds. Plural of big fish in a little pond. Big fish in small ponds. Plural of big fish in a small pond. Mig 5. The 5 most difficult and dangerous game animals to hunt in Africa: the African lion, African elephant, Cape buffalo, African leopard, and rhinoceros. Big flies. Plural of big fly. Big fly. A home run. Bigfoot. Alternative form of Bigfoot. Bigfoots. Plural of Bigfoot. Big Four. The 4 top Allied powers of World War I and their leaders: David Lloyd George of Britain, Georges Clemenceau of France, Vittorio Emanuele Orlando of Italy, and Woodrow Wilson of the United States, who met at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919 at Versailles. Big Freeze. Synonym of heat death of the universe. Big Friend. A natural number which when added to another number equals 10. Big Friends. Plural of big friend. Big Game. Synonym of Super Bowl, the annual National American Football Championship for the U.S.-based National Football League. Big Game. Any large animal as hunted for sport. Big Girl. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see Big Girl. Big Girl Pants. Alternative form of Big Girl Pants. Big Girl's Blouse. An effeminate or weak man as sissy. Big Girl's Blouses. Plural of Big Girl's Blouse. Big Girls. Plural of Big Girl. Big Girl's Blouses. Plural of Big Girl's Blouse. Big Government. Alternative letter case form of Big Government. Big Government. Governance that consists of large-scale programs, numerous departments and employees, and that entails substantial spending, especially liberal or left-wing governance which emphasizes social entitlements and regulation, and that is considered intrusive by some citizens, especially by conservatives or right-wingers. Big Gun. A large artillery gun or one of the largest caliber naval guns as on a battleship. Big Guns. Plural of big gun. Big Guy. A term of endearment, usually addressed toward an all-around good male person. Big Guys. Plural of big guy. Big H. The drug heroin. Big Hair. Hair styled so as to increase its apparent size above and around the head, associated with fashion of the late 20th century. Big Hairy Armadillo. A species of armadillo found in South America, Chaetophractus villosus. Big hairy armadillos. Plural of big hairy armadillo. Big hairy deal. Alternative form of big deal. Big head. Synonym of minute hand on a clock face. Big hands. Plural of big hand. Big hat. No cattle. Synonym of all hat and no cattle. Big head. Alternative form of big-head person with an inflated opinion of themselves. Big heads. plural of big head. Big heart, a kindly and generous nature, big-heartedness. Big hearts, plural of big heart. Big histories, plural of big history. Big history, alternative lettercase form of big history. Big history, an academic discipline which examines history from the Big Bang to the present. Big hitter, a powerful and influential person or organization. Big hitters, plural of big hitter. Big honkin', synonym of big old. Bighorn County, one of 56 counties in Montana, United States. County seat, Hardin, named after the bighorn sheep. Big house, prison, jail. Big house, little house, back house, barn. A style of architecture in New England consisting of a farmhouse and related buildings connected in a rambling fashion. Big houses, plural of big house. Big if, an unlikely but necessary condition. Big if true, said in response to a rumored statement to imply that if the rumor is factual it will have a large impact. Big ifs, plural of big if. Big ire, a large pistol. Big island, an island of islands of Hawaii, Pacific, Hawaii, United States, the largest of the Hawaiian islands for which the island chain and the state are named. Big Jim and the twins. The penis and testicles. Big chads. Number 2, the act of defecation. Big kahuna, a boss, leader, chieftain, or top-ranking person in an organization. Big kahunas, plural of big kahuna. Big labor, alternative form of big labor. Big labor, large trade unions or labor unions collectively, understood as having significant economic, political, or societal influence. Big labor, alternative form of big labor. Big labor, alternative form of big labor. Big Lagoon, a census-designated place in Humboldt County, California, United States. Big Lake, the name of many lakes. Big Lakes County, a municipal district in north-central Alberta, Canada. Big League, a major league. Big leagues, plural of big league. Big letter, synonym of capital letter. Big letters, plural of big letter. Big lick, a Texas hold and starting hand involving both a 6 and a 9 of any suit. Big licks, plural of big lick. Big lie, alternative form of big lie. Big lie, the policy or practice of insistently making a false claim which is so emphatic and grandiose that listeners and readers will reckon that the claim must be true because no one would dare to fabricate something so forceful and extravagant. A false claim produced by the application of this policy or practice. Big lies, plural of big lie. Big lies, plural of big lie. Big light, the main, usually central, light of a room in a house. Big fly, a man with a large, strong physique but a gentle personality. Big lotus, plural of big lug. Big Mac, a hamburger from the fast food company McDonald's, served on a 3-part bun with various condiments. Big Mac sauce, the sauce used on Big Mac hamburgers, synonym of special sauce. Big Macs, plural of Big Mac. Big Mad, very angry or irritated. Big Mama, a grandmother. Big Mamas, plural of Big Mama. Big Man, a male individual in a tribe who has great status and influence, especially in Melanesia and Polynesia. Big Man on campus, a highly popular male collegian. Big man ting. For real, truly. Big men, plural of big man. Big men on campus, plural of big man on campus. Big Mike, synonym of Gros Mitchell. Big Mikes, plural of Big Mike. Big mind, in the Zen tradition, an awareness of reality that transcends the merely personal or subjective. Big Mit Man, a card sharp. Big Mit Men, plural of Big Mit Man. Big Mo, alternative letter case form of Big Mo. Big Mo, large-scale momentum. Big Mama, alternative form of Big Mama. Big Mamas, plural of Big Mama. Big money, a large amount of money, especially a significant source of revenue or income. Big mood, an intense or relatable feeling, experience, or thing. Big moods, plural of big mood. Big mountain, a mesa, the main part of the Black Mesa region in Navajo County, Arizona, United States. Big mountain mesa, synonym of Big Mountain Mesa in Arizona. Big mouth, a person who talks too much, especially by making exaggerated claims or by inappropriately revealing information. Big mouths, plural of big mouth. Big Muddy, nickname for the Mississippi, a river in the United States. Big Nabas, a tribe of Vanuatu. Big name, a widely known reputation, especially one that is favorable. Big names, plural of big name. Big noise, an important or influential person. Big noises, plural of big noise. Big O, upper bound function, see Big O notation. Big O notation, a particular notation useful in the analysis of algorithms which describes the limiting behavior of a function when the argument tends towards a particular value or infinity, usually in terms of simpler functions. Big oil, alternative letter case form of big oil. Big oil, the world's largest oil and gas companies, supermajors, understood as a business group having significant political, economic, or social power. Big O, alternative spelling of big old. Big old, emphatically or impressively big, really big. Big O, alternative spelling of big old. Big one, a hypothetical massive earthquake somewhere along the Pacific coast of North America, but especially one projected to cause catastrophic damage to a major city such as Vancouver, Seattle, San Francisco, or Los Angeles. Big one, $100 or $1,000. Big ones, dollars. Big OS, plural of Big O. Big Peach, Atlanta, Georgia. Big Pharma, alternative form of Big Pharma. Big Pharma, large, prosperous pharmaceutical firms collectively understood as a business group having significant economic, political, or social influence. Big Fat, non-standard form of Big Fat. Big Picture, the totality of a situation. Big Pictures, plural of Big Picture. Big Pine, a census-designated place in Inyo County, California, United States. Big Pocket, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see Big Pocket. Big Pregnant, near the end of pregnancy with noticeable abdominal swelling. Big Tew, San Quentin Prison. Big Quill, the rural municipality of Big Quilno, 308, a rural municipality in east-central Saskatchewan, Canada. Big Quit, synonym of Great Resignation. Big Rapids, a city, the county seat of Mecosta County, Michigan, United States. Big Real Mode. Synonym of unreal mode. Big red button. A real, fictional, or figurative button that controls a function of critical importance and that is usually large and red, ensuring quick identification. Big red buttons. Plural of big red button. Big Red 1. The United States 1st Infantry Division. Big red switch. Synonym of big red button. Big red switches. Plural of big red switch. Big red. A large truck, an 18-wheeler. Big race. Plural of big ray. Big ring. A type of marbles game. Big rip. A hypothetical end of the universe in which its rate of expansion becomes infinite in finite time, resulting in all matter being torn apart. Big River. A census-designated place in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Big Rock. A township in Kane, Illinois. Big Room. Ellipsis of big room house. Big room house. A subgenre of house music consisting of minimal synthesizer drops and percussion with bass-heavy kicks, one of the most popular electronic dance genres since the mid-2010s. Big Sagebrush. Great Basin sagebrush Artemisia tridentata. Big sagebrushes. Plural of big sagebrush. Big School. Secondary school. Big Schools. Plural of big school. Big Science. Scientific research that is high profile, large in scope, and so expensive that it requires government funding. Big Science. Alternative form of big science. Big Screen. The large viewing surface upon which films are projected in a cinema. Big Screens. Plural of big screen. Big Shanty. Former name of Kennesaw, Cobb County, Georgia, until 1887. Big Shop. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see Big Shop. Big Shops. Plural of big shop. Big Shop. A person with a reputation of importance or power. Big Shots. Plural of big shot. Big Show. The largest and most prominent performance in a circus. Big Shows. Plural of big show. Big Sioux. A tributary of the Missouri River in eastern South Dakota and northwestern Iowa in the United States. Big Sister. A sibling's older sister. Big Sisters. Plural of big sister. Big Six. In a game of craps, a prominent space on the table where one can place a bet that the shooter will roll a 6 before a 7. Big Sixes. Plural of big six. Big Sky Country. Synonym of prairies, the Great Plains of North America. Big Sleep. Deb. Big Slick. An ace and a king as a starting hand in Texas Hold'em, originally used to denote only an ace and a king of the same suit. The term now includes any ace and king. Big Smoke. London. Big Society. A conservative liberal policy advocating the strengthening of local government and communities. Big Spender. One who frequently makes large purchases, especially of extravagant goods. Big Spenders. Plural of big spender. Big Spoon. The person whose front is touching the other person's back when spooning. Big Spoons. Plural of big spoon. Big Spring. A number of places in the United States. Big Stick. Significant power to punish or coerce. Big Sticks. Plural of big stick. Big Stone. A long, narrow freshwater lake and reservoir on the border between western Minnesota and northeastern South Dakota in the United States. Big Stone County. One of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Ortonville. Ayadese. An airtight full-body suit intended to protect wearer from biologically hazardous persons, serums, materials, or life forms. BID's seats. Plural of BID's suit. Big Sur. A rugged and mountainous section of the central coast of California. Big Switch. The switch controlling one's radio equipment. Big switches. Plural of big switch. Big talk. Statements which are boastful or exaggerated. Big tamale. A very important figure, especially a high-ranking person in an organization. Big tamales. Plural of big tamale. Big tech. The largest, most dominant, and most prestigious companies in the information technology industry of the United States. Big tech. Alternative form of big tech. Big tent. A group, philosophy, or social or political movement that encompasses or seeks to attract a broad range of constituents or members or views. Big tentism. The act of appealing to as many different groups, philosophies, and ideologies as possible. Big tents. Plural of big tent. Big thicket. A forested area of southeast Texas between Beaumont and Nacogdoches. Big things come in small packages. Things should not be underestimated because of their small size. Big 3. The World War Roman II military alliance consisting of the Soviet Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom. Big 3. Alternative form of Big 3. Big ticket. Something of major importance. Crux. Big tickets. Plural of big ticket. Big Timber. A city, the county seat of Sweetgrass County, Montana, United States. Big time. The highest or most prestigious level in any field, especially in entertainment. Big times. Plural of big time. Big tobacco. The major companies that make up the tobacco industry. Big toe. The largest toe usually on each human foot, i.e. the toe closest to the other foot when the feet are flat on the ground, side by side, and the legs not crossed or on a foot of certain other animals. Big toes. Plural of big toe. Big tomato. A nickname for Sacramento, California. Big top. A circus tent, especially the largest in a given circus where the central attractions take place. Big tops. Plural of big top. Big tree. The giant sequoia or Wellingtonia, Sequoiadendron giganteum. Big trees. Plural of big tree. Big two. A shedding type card game with many variants. Big ugly dish. A C-band satellite dish used by television receive-only TiVo systems, ranging from 4 to 16 feet in diameter. Big ugly dishes. Plural of big ugly dish. Big up. To increase one's muscle mass. Big gut. Simple past and past participle of big up. Big ups. Plural of big up. Big Wave Bay. An area of Sheko, Southern District, Hong Kong. Big wheel. A person with a great deal of power or influence, especially a high-ranking person in an organization. Big wheels. Plural of big wheel. Big white chief. An important leader or boss, a senior person in charge. Big white chiefs. Plural of big white chief. Big white telephone. A toilet as a receptacle for vomiting. Big white telephones. Plural of big white telephone. Big whoop. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see big whoop. Big whoops. Plural of big whoop. Big wig. Alternative spelling of bigwig. Big wigs. Plural of big wig. Big Willie. The Willis Tower in Chicago, Illinois. Big woods. a kind of temperate hardwood forest ecorgan found in western Wisconsin and south-central Minnesota. Big whoop! So what? Used dismissively to discount the importance of something or the magnitude of its effects. Big word. An erudite word, especially a Latinate or multisyllabic one, a word used by scholars, intellectuals, etc., but that is not commonly known outside of academia. Big words. Plural of big word. Big wow. A sarcastic variant of wow. Big year. An informal competition among bird watchers to determine who can see or hear the largest number of species of birds within a single calendar year and within a specific geographical area. Big years. Plural of big year. Big yikes. Used to express disapproval or contempt in response to something especially embarrassing or cringeworthy. Big, fat, hairy deal. Synonym of big deal. Big, fat, hairy deals. Plural of big, fat, hairy deal. Bigness. Very large, especially very large and also expansive, fat, impressive, muscular, intimidating, or important. Big bone. Of a person or animal, large but not obese. Big good. Having large breasts, busty. Big box. Of or relating to a very large retail establishment built as a massive, freestanding structure. Big box store. Synonym of big box. Big box stores. Plural of big box store. Big boy pants. Pull-up underwear worn by a boy during and after toilet training, as contrasted to the diapers worn during infancy. Big-brained. Intelligent, clever. Big-breasted. Having large breasts. Big brotherish. Relating to or suggesting big brother unwarranted, invasive surveillance. Big character poster. Synonym of gazebo. Big character posters. Plural of big character poster. Big dick energy. Alternative form of big dick energy. Beta. Storing the most significant byte of a multibyte number at a lower address than the least significant byte. That is, big and first. Big-eyed tree frog. Ranwodia exophthalmia, a species of Australian tree frog. Big-eyed tree frogs. Plural of big-eyed tree frog. Big fat. Alternative form of big fat. Big fish little pond effect. The tendency of individuals to compare their own self-concept with their peers, which suggests that equally capable individuals have higher self-concepts when in a less capable group than in a more capable group. Big fish little pond effects. Plural of big fish little pond effect. Big-footed mice. Plural of big-footed mouse. Big-footed mouse. Any member of the rodent genus Macrotarsomes. Big girl pants. Pull-up underwear worn by a girl during and after toilet training, as contrasted to the diapers worn during infancy. Big head. Alternative spelling of big head. Big-headed. Arrogant, having an exaggerated perception of one's positive qualities. Big-headed rice rat. Big-headed turtle. An Asian turtle of species Platystronian megacephalum. Big-headed turtles. Plural of big-headed turtle. Big-headedness. The state or quality of being big-headed. Big-heads. Plural of big head. Big-hearted. Alternative form of big-hearted. Big-heartedly. Alternative form of big-heartedly. Big-heartedness. Alternative form of big-heartedness. Big leaf maple. Alternative form of big leaf maple. Bibly. Alternative form of big leak. Big-lipped alligator moment. A notably unusual tangential scene in a movie or similar work of fiction which occurs without setup and does not affect the story afterward. Big-lipped alligator moments. Plural of big-lipped alligator moment. Big money. Alternative form of big money. Big mouth. Alternative spelling of big mouthed. Big name. Famous or celebrated, well known. Big note. To brag or boast about. Big noted. Simple past and past participle of big note. Big noter. One who big notes, a boaster. Big noters. Plural of big noter. Big notes. Third person singular simple present indicative of big note. Big noping. Present participle and gerund of big note. Big shot. Alternative spelling of big shot. Big shots. Plural of big shot. Big shouldered. Having particularly big or broad shoulders. Big sisterly. Of or characteristic of older sisters. Big sky thinking. Synonym of blue sky thinking. Big tent. Alternative form of big tent. Big tentism. Alternative spelling of big tentism. Big ticket. Costly or expensive, having a high price. Big ticket item. An expensive item. Big ticket items. Plural of big ticket item. Big time. Alternative spelling of big time. Big timer. A major player in the field in question. Someone who is in the big time. Big timers. Plural of big timer. Bigwig. Alternative spelling of bigwig. Bigwigs. Plural of bigwig. Big Five. A character encoding method for traditional Chinese characters. Bida. A peninsula and town in northwestern Turkey. Bigay. A barangay of La Libertad, Negros Oriental, Philippines. Viva. A barangay of Legazpi, Albay, Philippines. Bebao. A barangay of Calag, Quezon, Philippines. Vidi. Plural of biga. Mida. Alternative form of bika. Vidas. Plural of biga. Bigajo. A barangay of Lopez, Quezon, Philippines. Bidout. A surname. Vida. A bigamist or one who has married a widow. Bigade. Bidamas. Bigamy. Obsolete spelling of bigamy. Bigamies. Plural of bigamy. Bigames. One who practices bigamy. Bigameste. Bigames. Bigames. Plural of bigamist. Bigamize. To commit bigamy. Bigamized. Simple past and past participle of bigamy. Bigamizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of bigamize. Bigamizing. Present participle and gerund of bigamize. Bigamas. Involving bigamy. Bigamously. In a bigamous manner. Bidams. Plural of bigam. Bidam. The state of having two legal or illegal spouses simultaneously. Binurid. The bitter orange fruit. Bigarids. Plural of bigarid. Bidrat. A cigarette. Bigarettes. Plural of bigarettes. Biaroon. The royal and cherry. Bigaroons. Plural of bigaroon. Bigas. Plural of biga. Vidas. Alternative form of bigass. Vidyas. Bearing the figure of a biggie pair of horses. Bigetcher. A very large-scale model. Bigetchers. Plural of bigetcher. Vidmi. A surname. Vidbias. Plural of bigby. Vidr. misspelling of big boob. Vivi, a habitational surname from Old Norse. Vidrius, plural of Bigby. Bigrikai, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing barium, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Vigilo, a surname from Middle English. Vigilos, plural of Bigilo. Vigeminal, occurring in pairs, doubled or twinned. Vigeminals, plural of vigeminal. Vigeminate, synonym of biconjugate. Vigeminis, plural of bigemini. Vigeminism, alternative form of bigemini. Vigeminus, exhibiting bigemini. Vigemini, the alternation of one normal heartbeat and one premature heartbeat. Vigender, having two genders simultaneously, most commonly male and female. Migender, of two genders. Migenderism, the theory that society enforces a strict male-female gender binary, privileges masculinity and maleness over femininity and femaleness, and when the theory is strictly construed limits gender to a direct correspondence with the assigned sex at birth. Vigenera, plural of bigenus. Vigenerational, relating to two generations. Vigeneric, describing an infertile cross between plants belonging to different genera. Vigenic, doubly transgenic. Vigenetal, relating to both male and female genitalia. Bigenome, alternative form of bigenomic. Vigenomic, coded for by genes on two different chromosomes. Vigenomically, in a bigenomic manner. Vigenes, the second plurigenous P2 of a surface. Vigerminal, relating to two germs/oocytes. Vivat, any fish in the taxonomic family Priacanthidae, which have large eyes. Vigas, plural of big eye. Bigwheat, plural of Bigfoot. Vigan, used to describe various creatures with large fins. Bigfin reef squid, a species of lologenid squid, Sepioteuthis lessoniana, characterized by large, rounded fins resembling a cuttlefish. Bigfin reef squids, plural of bigfin reef squid. Bigfin squid, any member of the genus Magnappina of rarely seen squid, characterized by extremely long arms and tentacles and being the only squid known to inhabit the hadal zone of the ocean. Bigfin squids, plural of bigfin squid. Megavit, a very large, hairy, humanoid creature, similar to the Yeti, said to live in the wilderness areas of the United States and Canada, especially the Pacific Northwest. Bigude, simple past and past participle of Bigfoot. Biguding, present participle and gerund of Bigfoot. Bigfootologist, a person who looks for evidence of the existence of Bigfoot. Bigfootologists, plural of Bigfootologists. Bigfootology, the study of Bigfoot. Megvits, plural of Bigfoot. Bigfruit evening primrose, a species of flowering plant in the evening primrose family Anagraceae. Bigfruit evening primroses, plural of Bigfruit evening primrose. To Bells. Bitter, a village in Barrow-in-Furness district, Cumbria, England. OS grid ref SD 186,662. Bitters, plural of bigger. The obsolete spelling of big. Vid, built upon. Vid up, simple past and past participle of big up. Vina, to make bigger. Bigend, simple past and past participle of begin. Beginning, present participle and gerund of begin. Begins, third person singular simple present indicative of begin. Bitter, a township in Jennings County, Indiana, United States, named after Samuel Bigger. Bigger fish in the sea, alternative form of other fish in the sea. Bigger fish to fry, a much more pressing issue to attend to. Bigger picture, an understanding of a situation that includes more than what is immediately apparent. Bigger pictures, plural of bigger picture. Bigger than Ben-Hur, huge, extravagant. Bigger than life, synonym of larger than life. Bigger than shit, so large and conspicuous that it would be extremely difficult to overlook. Bigger-hearted, comparative form of big-hearted, more big-hearted. Bigger in life, alternative form of larger than life. Bitter, simple past and past participle of bigger. Bitter, synonym of bigger. Bitter, synonym of bigger. Bittering, present participle and gerund of bigger. Bitterness, the state or quality of being bigger. Bitters, a surname. Biggerstaff. A surname. Biggerstaffs, plural of Biggerstaff. Biggest, superlative form of big, most big. Biggest-hearted, superlative form of big-hearted, most big-hearted. Vividly, alternative form of biggity. Viddy, alternative spelling of Biggie. Biggie Smalls, a nickname for the rapper The Notorious B.I.G. Divith, plural of Biggie. Bigified, simple past and past participle of bigify. Bigifies, third person singular simple present indicative of bigify. Bigify, to enlarge or make bigger. Bigifying, present participle and gerund of bigify. Bibia, a child's cap, figuratively childhood. Biggin Hill, a built-up area and airport in the borough of Bromley on the edge of Greater London, originally in Kent. Bitter, present participle and gerund of bay. Biggin up, present participle and gerund of big up. Biggins, plural of bigging. Biggins, a surname. Biddish, somewhat big. Biddishness, the state or condition of being biggish. Bidded, conceited, uppity. Bagelswat, a market town and civil parish in central Bedfordshire district, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1944. Vimna, archaic spelling of biggin hat. Megans, plural of biggin. Bigove, obsolete spelling of bigoted. Bigatti, alternative form of bigotry. This, a surname. Beduses, plural of bigs. Veda, a large thing. Beguns, plural of bacon. Vivi, something large in size in comparison to similar things. Vida, a measure of land in India varying from 1/3 of an acre to an acre. Dia, a surname. Vidans, plural of bigam. Veda, plural of biga. Vienna, a person with an inflated opinion of themselves, a conceited or arrogant person. Digedkar, any of the species of genus Hypophthalmichthes, a genus of fish having a large, scaleless head, a large mouth, and eyes located very low on the head. Big-head carps. Plural of big-head carp. Big-headed. Alternative spelling of big-headed. Big-headed ant. An ant belonging to the invasive species Phaedomygocephala, noted for the extremely large heads of some of its workers. Big-headed ants. Plural of big-headed ant. Big-headedly. In a big-headed manner. Big-headedness. The quality of being big-headed. Big-heads. Plural of big-head. Big-art. Former name of Barnstall, Oklahoma, named after Chief James Bigheart, renamed in 1922. Big-hearted. Noble, kind, and generous. Big-heartedly. In a big-hearted manner. Big-heartedness. The quality of being big-headed. Bighorn. Certain North American species of sheep. Bighorn Mountains. A mountain range in northern Wyoming and southern Montana in the United States. Bighorn sheep. Certain North American species of sheep. Bighorns. The Bighorn Mountains. Big house. Alternative form of big house, religious building of the Delaware Indians. Big houses. Plural of big house. A corner bend or angle, a hollow. Bight of Benin. A bight in the Gulf of Guinea area on the western African coast. Bight of Biafra. A bight off the west central African coast in the easternmost part of the Gulf of Guinea. Bight of Bonny. Madrina. Mudded. Simple past and past participle of bite. Biting. Present participle and gerund of bite. Bites. Plural of bite. Bigify. Simple past and past participle of bigify. Bigifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of bigify. Bigify. To make big, to enlarge. Bigifying. Present participle and gerund of bigify. Bigitalin. A particular steroid glycoside. Bigland. A surname. Bigland. Plural of Bigland. Biglandular. Having two glands. Bidulaw. Large-scale law firms and their work, specializing in multiple areas of legal practice. Bigleaf. Applied to various kinds of plant characterized by large leaves. Bigleaf magnolia. A deciduous magnolia Magnolia macrophylla native to the southeastern United States and eastern Mexico. Bigleaf magnolias. Plural of bigleaf magnolia. Bigleaf maple. Acer macrophyllum. A maple native from Southern California to southern British Columbia. Bibli. Alternative spelling of big league. Bibler. A surname. Bibblers. Plural of bibler. Bibli. A surname. Biblis. Plural of bigly. Bibli. Obsolete form of bigly. Biblin. A surname. Bedlins. Plural of biglin. Bibla. Used in the names of various organisms with large lips. Biblobos. Consisting of two globular shapes at some stage of development. Biblo. A surname. Biblos. Plural of biglo. Bigluconate. Synonym of digluconate. Bigluconates. Plural of bigluconate. Bibluing. A category of quadruples related to the gluing construction. Bibli. In a big way, greatly, to a great extent, on a large scale. Biblecum. a small leucine-rich repeat protoglycan which is found in a variety of extracellular matrix tissues including bone, cartilage, and tendon. Biglycans, plural of biglycan. Bigmanism, synonym of autocracy, especially historical corrupt autocratic rule in Nigeria. Bigma, one who talks too much or says things which should not be said. Bigmouth shiner, a minnow of species Natropes dorsalis and eastern shiner. Bigmouth shiners, plural of bigmouth shiner. Bigmouth, loud or talkative, especially in an indiscreet manner. Bigmouths, plural of bigmouth. Bignami, a surname from Italian. Bignamis, plural of bignami. Bigay, a tree from the Philippines which bears small, edible fruit in clusters. Antidesma buneus. Bigas, plural of bignay. Bimel, a surname from Old English. Bimels, plural of bignau. Bengas, dies. Bengas, obsolete spelling of bigness. Benyases, plural of bigness. Bignonia, any member of the genus Bignonia of flowering plants in the catalpa family. Bignoniaceous, of or relating to the flowering plant family Bignonaceae. Bignonias, plural of Bignonia. Bednar, a village and civil parish without a council in Chichester District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref SU 9814. Bignose, applied to various kinds of fish characterized by a large nose. Bignoses, plural of big nose. Bignau, a number whose digits of precision are limited only by available memory as opposed to the usual fixed point arithmetic. Bignams, plural of bignam. Vedale, a type of spaghetti with a rough texture from the Veneto. Veda, a polygon having two edges and two vertices. Biganes, a surname. Bigovia, synonym of bigonial. Bigodel, pertaining to both gonia, especially to an imaginary line between them. Begons, plural of bigon. Bigaphone, any of a series of cheap musical instruments made to resemble orchestral instruments that were blown in the manner of a kazoo. Bigaphones, plural of bigaphone. Bigorexia, a mental disorder in which the sufferer perceives himself to have inadequate musculature, most common among bodybuilders. Bigorexia, suffering from bigorexia. Bigorexics, plural of bigorexic. Bitter, alternative spelling of bigora. Bitter, alternative spelling of bigora. Bigas, a traditional Polish stew containing cabbage and meat. Veda, one who is narrow-mindedly devoted to their own ideas and groups and intolerant of people of differing ideas, races, genders, religions, politics, etc. They get lists, a list of personnel who have appropriate security clearance to know the details of a particular operation or other sensitive information. Bigot lists, plural of bigot lists. Bigotsau, the domain or world of bigots, bigots collectively. Bigoda, having the characteristics of a bigot, strongly prejudiced, forming negative opinions about others without just cause. Bigotedly, in a bigoted manner. Bigotedness, the state or condition of being bigoted. Bigotate, a 2010 controversy that arose when British Prime Minister Gordon Brown was accidentally recorded calling a party supporter a bigot. Bigotize, alternative form of bigotize. Bigotish, characteristic or typical of a bigot. Bigotize. To be a bigot, act a bigot. Bigotize. Simple past and past participle of bigotize. Bigotizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of bigotize. Bigotizing. Present participle and gerund of bigotize. Bigot-like. Resembling or characteristic of a bigot. Bigotly. In a bigoted manner, like a bigot. Bigotness. The state, quality, or condition of a bigot, bigotry. Bigotocracy. Ruled by bigots. Bigotas. Of, or characteristic of a bigot. Bigotries. Plural of bigotry. Bigotry. The condition or the characteristic quality of a bigot, especially religious, anti-religious, or racial intolerant prejudice, opinionatedness, fanaticism, fanatic intolerance. Bigets. Plural of bigot. Bigot. A surname. Bigoted. Alternative spelling of bigoted. Bigotish. Alternative form of bigotish. Bigoted. Alternative form of bigotry. Bigoty. Having the qualities or characteristics of a bigot. Vivre. Belonging to a certain conjugation class of verbs in Old Japanese. Vigraded. Indexed by a pair of integers. Vigrading. Indexing by means of a pair of integers. Bigratings. Plural of bigrating. Bigra. An engram consisting of two items from a sequence. Bigrams. Plural of bigram. Bibret. A migrant to the United States during the presidency of Joe Biden. Bigrats. Plural of bigrant. Bigraph. Bipartite graph. Bigraphical. Relating to a bigraph. Bigras. Plural of bigraph. Bigrasmanian. Pertaining to a permutation such that there is at most one left and one right descent, at most one index I and one index J, such that WS letter 1D62W and S letter 2C7CWW. The gravity. A bimetric interpretation of gravity. Vigre. A village in Egremont Parish, Copeland Borough, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY0013. Vigors. Applied to various kinds of plant characterized by a large root. The plural of BID. The Major League Baseball. Vigs hot. Third person singular simple present indicative of big up. Bigsby. A surname. Bigsby. Plural of Bigsby. Big scale. A fish, the ridgehead. Big scales. Plural of big scale. Big shot. Alternative spelling of big shot. Big shots. Plural of big shot. Big so. Characterized or marked by bigness. Large. Big tail. Applied to various kinds of organism characterized by a large tail. Big time. Of major significance or importance. Big times. Plural of big time. Big zoo. Applied to various creatures characterized by large teeth. Biguini. The compound emitted a carbonymidic diamide derived from guanidine. Biguinides. Plural of biguini. Biguinidine. Any of a group of drugs based on a biguinide. Biguinidines. Plural of biguinidine. Biguine. A style of music that originated in Martinique in the 19th century, combining the traditional ballet music with the polka. Biguines. Plural of biguine. Bebe. Alternative form of bigun. Vegans, plural of bacon. Vegetate, consisting of two gutty or spots. Vigutulate, having two gutules. Vive, a person of importance in a group or organization. Vegwag, like a bigwig having an important role in an organization. Bigwiggery, the habits and attitudes of bigwigs. Bigwigism, bigwiggery. Bigwigism, synonym of bigwiggery. Bidwigus, plural of bigwig. Bidini, the state of having two wives simultaneously. Gyrotropic, exhibiting gyrotropy in two separate senses. I.H. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ibet. Bihamiltonian, alternative lowercase form of bihamiltonian. Bihamiltonian, describing any system that may be described by a pair of Hamiltonian structures. Bihar, a state in eastern India. Capital, Patna. Bihari, of, from, or pertaining to Bihar or the Biharis. Biharmonic, describing a class of fourth-order partial differential equations which arises in areas of continuum mechanics. A harmonical, synonym of biharmonic. Biharmonics, plural of biharmonic. Bioi, a hairstyle with two mohawk-like crests on the left and right of the scalp. Biox, plural of biok. Bihelical, having or relating to two helices. Bihemisphere, divided into two sections or hemispheres. Bihemispheric, affecting both hemispheres of the brain. Bihemispherical, composed of two hemispheres. Bihemispherically, in or by both hemispheres of the brain. Bihermitian, Hermitian in X for every Y and Hermitian in Y for every X. Biheterooral, having two heterooral groups. Bihippocampal, relating to both hippocampi of the brain. Bihishti, alternative form of beastie. Bihishtis, plural of Bihishki. Banas, pronunciation spelling of business, representing African American vernacular English. Meneses, plural of benes. Biholomorphic, of, pertaining to, or exhibiting biholomorphism. Biholomorphically, in a biholomorphic manner. Biholomorphism, a bijective holomorphism whose inverse is also holomorphic. Biholomorphisms, plural of biholomorphism. Bihomogeneous, reversibly homogeneous. There, a county of Romania. Bihormonal, involving two hormones. Awe, occurring once every 2 hours. Bihadai, obsolete spelling of bivouac. Bet, plural of Bih. Bih, a city in Patna district, Bihar, India. A set of 3 different cultural festivals of Assam and Assamese diaspora. Bihydrogurit, a compound of 2 atoms of hydrogen with some other substance. Bihydrogurits, plural of bihydrogurit. Initialism of British Institute of Innkeeping awarding body. Initialism of body integrity identity disorder. Elongated form of big. Alternative form of biiliac. Infinite in both directions, having neither a first nor a last element. Both left invariant and right invariant. Basicolchicide, a dimer of isocolchicide. Basicolchicides, plural of basicolchicide. Meta, the origin or cause of things. Nadao, Cuban cigar plant Calatheoludia. Nadaos, plural of bijao. Majazel, the Indian tree Pterocarpus marsupium. Mijazels, plural of bijazel. Bijection, a one-to-one correspondence, a function which is both a surjection and an injection. Bijection. Plural of bijection. Bijective, associating to each element of the codomain exactly one element of the domain, establishing a perfect one-to-one correspondence between the elements of the domain and the codomain. Formally both injective and surjective. Bijective numeration, a numeral system that uses digits to establish a bijection between finite strings and the positive integers, especially by chaotic notation such as unary and decimal without a zero. Bijective numerations, plural of bijective numeration. Bijectively, in a bijective manner. Bijectiveness, synonym of bijectivity. Bijectivity, the property of being bijective. Medal, a bicontinuous form of emulsion stabilized by solid particles. Bijilopolj, a town and municipality of Montenegro. Vedaos, plural of Bijil. Vijay, a district of Tongren, Guizhou, China. Vedat, a prefecture-level city of Guizhou, China. Vener, a city and district of Moradabad Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Ayo, a Joel. Bijou problemat, a little fault or problem. Bijou problemats, plural of bijou problemat. Vendas, plural of bijou. Bijouterie, small articles of jewelry, trinkets, etc. Bijouteries, plural of bijouterie. Bijouteries, plural of bijouterie. Bijouterie, alternative spelling of bijouterie. Video, plural of bijou. Bijou problemats, plural of bijou problemat. Video, the honey badger. Jugal, relating to the two jugal points of the face. Jugate, of a compound leaf, having two pairs of leaflets. Jugas, jugate. Bijural, having two separate legal systems, such as civil law and common law. Bijuralism, the coexistence of two legal systems within the same jurisdiction. Bijurality, synonym of bijuralism. Bijurally, in a bijural manner. Mendas, plural of bidju. Mijwaner, a member of a class of poor white people who were permitted to inhabit shanties on the property of well-to-do Boers in return for semi-feudal payments. Bijwaners, plural of bijwaner. Bikeability, the quality or degree of being bikeable. Bikeable, that can be bike, traversable by bicycle. Beko, a barangay of Lebanon, Camarines, Sir, Philippines. Bikaner, a city in India. Bikaner Division, one of the administrative divisions of the Republic of India. Igavia, the nuclei of the nucleate cell. Igavians, plural of Bicarian. Bicathan, alternative spelling of Bikethan. Bicathans, plural of bicathan. Bigavarin, the xanthine pigment 6,11-dihydroxy 3,8-dimethoxy 1-methylbenzo-B-xanthine 7,10,12-trione. Bicavarins, plural of bicavarin. Bife, flipping of bicycle. Bike box, a designated area at the head of a motorized traffic lane, providing cyclists with increased safety and an easier left turn at the signal. Bike boxes, plural of bike box. Bike cab, a cycle rickshaw used as a taxi. Bike cabs, plural of bike cab. Bike jockey strap, a jock strap. Bike jockey straps, plural of bike jockey strap. Bike lane, alternative form of bicycle lane. Bike lanes, plural of bike lane. Bike lifts, a bicycle lift. Bike lifts, plural of bike lift. Bike lock, a device fitted with a lock that is used to immobilize a bicycle when not in use. Bike locks, plural of bike lock. Bike motocross, synonym of BMX. Bike path, alternative form of bicycle path. Bike pass, plural of bike path. Bike bump, a bicycle pump. Bike pumps, plural of bike pump. Bike rack, synonym of bicycle rack. Bike racks, plural of bike rack. Bike ride, a ride on a bicycle. Bike rides, plural of bike ride. Bike shed, alternative form of bike-ish. Bike sheds, plural of bike shed. Bike stand, synonym of bicycle stand. Bike stands, plural of bike stand. Bike staple, a Sheffield stand. Bike staples, plural of bike staple. Bike station, a place where many bicycles can be parked and locked, generally closed and larger than a bike rack. Bike stations, plural of bike station. Bike taxi, a pedicab. Bike taxis, plural of bike taxi. Bike and dry, an activity involving the use of a bicycle in conjunction with another type of transportation such as public transit. Typically, bike and ride facilities include bicycle storage areas adjacent to transit stops, giving passengers the option of traveling to the stops without the use of a motorized vehicle. Bike and rides, plural of bike and ride. Bike lash, alternative form of bike lash. Bike lashes, plural of bike lash. Bike shedding, alternative form of bike shedding. Bikeability, alternative form of bikeability. Bikeable, alternative spelling of bikeable. Bikeean, a charity event in which participants cycle a long distance. Bikeethans, plural of bikeethan. Bite, simple past and past participle of bike. Bikefishing, a crossover hobby combining bicycling into the wilderness and fishing in remote lakes or rivers. Bikeedger, to ride a bicycle drawn behind one or more dogs. Bikeedger, simple past and past participle of bikeedger. Bikeedgering, present participle and gerund of bikeedger. Bikeedgers, third person singular simple present indicative of bikeedger. Bikelash, negative or hostile reaction to cyclists, especially from motorists or law enforcement. Bikelashes, plural of bikelash. Bikeus, without a bicycle. Bikeusness, absence of a bicycle. Bike, resembling or characteristic of a bicycle. Bikelock, alternative form of bike lock. Bikelax, plural of bikalock. Bikemaker, a person or company which manufactures bicycles or motorbikes. Bikemakers, plural of bikemaker. Bikidnapping, bicycle theft. Bikepack, to take part in bikepacking. Bikepact, simple past and past participle of bikepack. Bikepacker, one who takes part in bikepacking. Bikepackers, plural of bikepacker. Bikepacking, recreational multi-day travel on a bicycle, often off-road and with minimal camping gear. Bikepacks, third-person singular simple present indicative of bikepack. Bikeporn, images of bicycles and associated equipment in a style meant to arouse feelings of appreciation and envy. Biker, a person whose lifestyle is centered on motorcycles, sometimes a member of a motorcycle club. Biker bar, a bar that is frequented by motorcycle riders. Biker bars, plural of biker bar. Biker bitch, the lover of a biker. Biker bitches, plural of biker bitch. Biker road, a bikeway that is separate from both street and footpath, especially one that is wide enough to accommodate two-way bike traffic. Biker roads, plural of biker road. Bikers, plural of biker. Biker, the art or skill of riding a bicycle or motorbike. Bikes, plural of bike. Bikeshare, a service by which bicycles are made available for shared use to individuals on a very short-term basis, allowing them to borrow a bicycle at one location and return it at another. Bikeshares, plural of bikeshare. Bikesharing, the public sharing of bicycles. Bikesh, an enclosed structure where bicycles may be stored. Bikesheted, simple past and past participle of bikesh. Bikeshatting, futile expenditure of time and energy in discussion of marginal technical issues. Bikeshts, plural of bikesh. Waketar, a kind of leotard with short sections covering the upper legs, like cycling shorts. Biketards, plural of biketard. Bikewashing, the practice by people, organizations, and states of presenting themselves as bike-friendly without making meaningful changes to promote the use of active means of transport. Bikeway, a bicycle lane or path. Bikeways, plural of bikeway. Bikewear, clothes intended to be worn while riding a bicycle. Wiki, alternative form of bikie. Bikies, plural of bikie. A poison extracted from Aconitum ferox or related species of. Bicaconitin, an alkaloid found in Bic Aconitum spicatum. Rivi, a motorcyclist who is a member of a club, a biker. Bikies, plural of bikie. Biker, the sport of riding a bicycle. Biking jacket, a thick jacket usually made of leather designed to be worn while riding a motorcycle. Biking jackets, plural of biking jacket. Biking shorts, synonym of cycling shorts. Bikini babe, an attractive young woman wearing a bikini or swimsuit. Bikini babes, plural of bikini babe. Bikini bar, a strip club. Bikini bars, plural of bikini bar. Bikini bodies, plural of bikini body. Bikini body, a thin, sexy, and idealized body. Bikini bottom, the bottom half of a bikini. Bikini bottoms, plural of bikini bottom. Bikini bridge, A space between the abdomen and the top of the bikini bottom stretched from one protruding pelvic bone to the other, as can occur on a slim bikini-clad woman when lying down face up. Bikini bridges, plural of bikini bridge. Bikini briefs, underpants in a bikini bottom style, having less coverage than classic briefs. Bikini contests, a beauty contest whose participants are women in swimwear. Bikini contests, plural of bikini contests. Bikini jeans, jeans that incorporate the appearance of bikini bottoms. Bikini line, the part of a woman's pubic region not covered by a swimsuit, normally shaved or waxed free of pubic hair. Bikini line incision, synonym of fan and steel incision. Bikini line incisions, plural of bikini line incision. Bikini lines, plural of bikini line. Bikini panties, the bottom half of a bikini swimsuit. Bikini top, the top half of a bikini swimsuit. Bikini tops, plural of bikini top. Bikini wax, the use of hot wax to remove pubic hair so that it may be easier to wear a bikini. Bikini waxes, plural of bikini wax. Bikinian, of or from Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. Bikinians, plural of bikinian. Bikini, wearing a bikini. Bikinas, without a bikini. Bikini-like, resembling or characteristic of a bikini. Bikinis, plural of bikini. Bikisser, a cute bisexual or gay effeminate white cat drawn in a specific furry art style. Bikissers, plural of bikisser. Bikidate, a triclinic petiole mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, lithium, oxygen, and silicon. Vedu, alternative form of biku. Victas, plural of biku. Vivi, alternative form of bicky a biscuit. Vidis, plural of bicky. Vicurum, a religious offering of first fruit. Vivi, alternative form of bicky a biscuit. Biko, a surname. Bikon, of or relating to Steve Biko, 1946-1977, anti-apartheid activist in South Africa in the 1960s and 1970s. Bethal, the language of the native inhabitants of the Bicol region, Bicol Central. Bicol Central, the language most spoken and most understood in Bicol region, Philippines. Bicolana, alternative spelling of Bicolana. Bicolanas, plural of Bicolana. Bicolano, alternative spelling of Bicolano. Mevat, a eukaryotic cell with two flagella, thought to be the ancestor of all plants. Bikats, plural of Bikhat. Bikram yoga, a system of hot yoga synthesized from traditional hatha yoga techniques. Bikunin, a plasma proteinase inhibitor that has other physiological properties. Waikatse, a style of dance music from Cameroon. The initialism of brother-in-law. The abbreviation of billion. The a barangay of Baco, Mountain Province, Philippines. Biela Hora, a village in Kostiantynivka Urban Hromada, Kramatorsk Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Biela Tserkva, a city and rayon of Kiev Oblast in northern Ukraine. Bela, alternative form of Blon Austronesian language. Aweo, articulated with both lips. Awedinole, with two lips. Aweos, plural of bilabial. Aweit, having two lips, two-lipped. Away, in a bilabiate manner. Bilabid, a barangay of Surigao, Surigao del Norte, Philippines. Ilosidate, doubly fringed. Biladiene, the photosensitizer 2-epiryl 2-ylide-nemethyl 5,5-epiryl 2-ylide-nemethyl 1-H-beryl 2-il-methyl 1-H-beryl. Bil, a male given name from Arabic. Malali, of or relating to Bil ibn Rabi Macron letter 1E25, the first muezzin. Velos, plural of Bil. Bilamor, having two lamelae. Bilamelate, formed of two plates, or lamelae. Bilamelated, bilamelate. Bilaminar, formed of, or having, two laminae, or thin plates. Bilaminate, a lamination of two laminae. Bilaminated, alternative form of bilaminate. Bilaminates, plural of bilaminate. Bilamination, the creation of a bilaminate. Veland, alternative spelling of biland. Bilander, a small two-masted merchant vessel used near the coast or in canals, mostly in the Netherlands. Bilanders, plural of bilander. Velens, plural of biland. Bilane, synonym of bilin. Bilanes, plural of bilane. Bilanguage, a language that has a regular tree-like structure. Bilanguages, plural of bilanguage. Biloblation, synonym of biharmonic. Viller, a municipality of Bohol, Philippines. Bilaran, a barangay of Nasugbu, Batangas, Philippines. Bilari, Bilari. Bilaspur, a city in Jeddah, India. Bilaspur district, one of the 6 districts in the Shimla division of the Himachal Pradesh in the Republic of India. Bilastine, an antihistamine drug used to treat certain allergies. Villa, a bilateral meeting. Bilaterian, misspelling of bilaterian. Bilateral, having two sides. Bilateral descent, descent traced from all biological descendants, regardless of sex and side of the family. Bilateral descents, plural of bilateral descent. Bilateral gill trauma, a type of gill trauma that has a central strand of hyphae from which other strands of hyphae diverge at slanted angles. Bilateral gill traumas, plural of bilateral gill trauma. Bilateral symmetries, plural of bilateral symmetry. Bilateral symmetry, the property of being symmetrical about a vertical plane. Bilateralism, a matching arrangement on each of two sides. Bilateralisms, plural of bilateralism. Bilateralists, an advocate of bilateralism. Bilateralistic, of or relating to bilateralism. Bilateralists, plural of bilateralists. Bilateralities, plural of bilaterality. Bilaterality, the state or condition of being bilateral. Bilateralization, the process or the result of bilateralizing. Bilateralizations, plural of bilateralization. Bilateralize, to make or become bilateral. Bilateralize, simple past and past participle of bilateralize. Bilateralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bilateralize. Bilateralizing, present participle and gerund of bilateralize. Bilaterally, in a bilateral manner. Bilateralness, The quality of being bilateral. Bilaterals. Plural of bilateral. Bilateran. Having bilateral symmetry, i.e. an axis of symmetry that goes down from the top to the bottom. Bilaterans. Plural of bilateran. Bilateria. Plural of bilaterian. Bilaterian. Any animal that has bilateral symmetry, collectively grouped in the clade Bilateria. Bilaterians. Plural of bilaterian. Bilats. Plural of bilat. Bilatus. A structure B equals S in which S is a non-empty set and N are partial orderings, each giving S the structure of a lattice, determining thus for each of the two lattices the corresponding operations of meet and join. Bilattices. Plural of bilattice. Ville. A barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Bilayer. Any structure consisting of two layers of molecules. Bilayered. Having a structure with two layers. Bilayer-like. Having some characteristics of a bilayer. Bilayers. Plural of bilayer. Bilbao. The largest city in the Basque Country in northern Spain and capital city of the province of Biscay, Spain. Bilbao effect. The potential of iconic architecture architecture to act as a catalyst for the economic revitalization of a city of region. Bilbao. Of, from, or relating to the city of Bilbao, Basque Country, Spain. Bilbaons. Plural of Bilbaon. Bilberry. On which bilberries grow. Bilberries. Plural of bilberry. Bilberry. Vaccinia myrtillus, the wild European blueberry of the cowberry family. Ile. The gathering of bilberries. Billy. Alternative form of bilby. Bilbies. Plural of bilby. Illo. A rare surname. Illo. Alternative spelling of Bilbo. Bilbos. An iron bar fitting around the ankles of prisoners and having sliding shackles. Bilbos. Reminiscent of Theodore G. Bilbo's racist sentiment. Bilbocay. A traditional children's toy consisting of a wooden cup with a handle and a ball attached to the cup by a string. Bilbocays. Plural of bilbocay. Bilbos. Plural of Bilbo. Bildry. A surname. Bilbries. Plural of Bilbry. Bilbro. A surname. Bilbur. A hamlet in Old Cleve Parish, Somerset West and Taunton District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 0341. Bilbros. Plural of Bilbro. Bilbro. A village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Selby District. OS Grid Ref SC 531465. Bilbras. Plural of Bilbro. Bilby. A surname. Bilbies. Plural of Bilby. Bilthai. The water rail. Bilcocks. Plural of Bilcock. Beldar. A laborer who excavates or digs, often one employed by the Public Works Department of Upper India. Beldars. Plural of Bildar. Bilderback. A surname. Bilderbacks. Plural of Bilderback. Bilderberger. One who attends the Bilderberg meeting, an annual conference between Europe and North America. Bilderbergers. Plural of Bilderberger. Building. Obsolete form of building. Buildings. Plural of building. Bildstein. Agomatolite. Building Schroman. Alternative letter case form of building Schroman. Bildungsroman, plural of Bildungsroman. Bildungsromans, plural of Bildungsroman. Mile, a Bantu language spoken in Nigeria. Bile acid, any of the steroid acids produced by the liver, such as cholic acid, that occur in bile as sodium salts and serve to neutralize the contents of the stomach as they enter the duodenum and to aid the emulsification and absorption of fats. Bile acids, plural of bile acid. Bile duct, any of a number of long tube-like structures that carry bile. Bile ducts, plural of bile duct. Bile pigment, any of several bilins derived from porphyrin that are found in bile. Principally bilirubin and biliverdin. Bile pigments, plural of bile pigment. Bile salt, the sodium salt of a bile acid, produced by the bile to neutralize the products leaving the stomach and to emulsify fatty material in it. Bile salts, plural of bile salt. Bile soap, a mixture of bile from slaughtered animals and soap, once used to remove heavy stains from textiles. Bile soaps, plural of bile soap. Bileaflet, affecting two leaflets, especially affecting both leaflets of the mitral valve. Bileaflets, plural of bileaflet. Bilesic, a province in Midwest Turkey. Bilectal, that speaks two leks of the same language. Bilectals, plural of bilectal. Bilection, archaic form of bulction. Bilections, plural of bilection. Bile, simple past and past participle of bile. Bilevsky, a surname. Bilefou, poisonous, jaundiced, spiteful, choleric, angry. Bilan, alternative spelling of blin. Biling, present participle and gerund of bile. Bilello, a surname. Bilellos, plural of bilello. Bilen, alternative spelling of blin. Bilenticular, lenticular on two surfaces. Bileptin, a proposed form of gauge boson having a lepton number of 2. Bileptonic, of or pertaining to bileptins or to systems of 2 leptins. Bileptins, plural of bileptin. Bilar, abbreviation of bilinear interpolation. Bilert, simple past and past participle of biler. Bilerpe, present participle and gerund of biler. Bilerps, plural of biler. Niles, a surname. Bilestone, a gallstone or biliary calculus. Bilestones, plural of bilestone. Bilete, having 2 lines indicating the splitting axes. Bilevel, having 2 levels. Bilevel, plural of bilevel. Veld, the rounded portion of a ship's hull, forming a transition between the bottom and the sides. Bilge keel, a strake, or small keel or blister, running along much of the length of the hull. It is used to reduce the hull's tendency to roll. They are typically fitted one on each side, low down on the side of the hull, so as not to increase the draft of the vessel. In battleships, they were often quite large and used as part of the torpedo protection system. Bilge keels, plural of bilge keel. Bilgecom, a small pump fitted in ships and boats to pump the bilges clear of water. Bilge pumps, plural of bilge pump. Bilge bore, A lifting foil used in a sailboat, which resembles a cross between a centerboard and a leeboard. Bilgeboards, plural of bilgeboard. Velvet, simple past and past participle of bilge. Builder, a surname. Builders, plural of bilger. Bilges, plural of bilge. Bilge water, water which collects in the bilges of a ship. Bilge waters, plural of bilge water. Bilgeway, either of a pair of rails down which a ship is launched. Bilgeways, plural of bilgeway. Bilge, alternative form of bilgy. Elzer, comparative form of bilgy, more bilgy. Ildis, superlative form of bilgy, most bilgy. Building, present participle and gerund of bilge. Bilgenscheren syndrome, a rare genetic disorder with hypertension and brachydactyly. Bilge, containing or resembling bilge. Bella, a handmaid of Rachel and mother of Dan and Naphtali. Bilharzia, the parasitic disease schistosomiasis. Bilharzia, relating to bilharzia. Bilharzias, plural of bilharzia. Bilharzasis, plural of bilharziasis. Bilharzasis, synonym of schistosomiasis. Bilharzae, relating to bilharzia. Bilharzioma, a tumor-like inflammation of the intestinal serosa, mesentery, or the skin, caused by bilharzia. Bilharziomas, plural of bilharzioma. Bilharziosis, schistosomiasis. Bil-Orod, alternative form of Bel-Orod. Bil-Horod People's Republic, a fictional quasi-state located in Belgorod, southern Russia. Bilhorod-Dnistrovsky, a city and reign of Odessa Oblast in southern Ukraine. Billy, clipping of bilirubin. Ile, a gorilla-like type of chimpanzee found in the Bili forest of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Ileates, plural of biliate. Billy Light, a device for treating newborn jaundice neonatal hyperbilirubinemia. Billy, Mal, Bilevta, a city in Odessa Oblast in southern Ukraine. Bilan, a hardwood tree used at Roxalin's wagery of Malaysia, Borneo, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Biliary, or pertaining to bile or the bile duct. Biliary fever, an infection of the liver with Babesia canis, most often affecting dogs. Biliary sludge, particulate matter that forms from bile and substances such as cholesterol crystals and calcium bilirubinate. Biliary tract, the path by which bile is secreted and delivered to the duodenum. Biliary tracts, plural of biliary tract. Bilation, the production and or excretion of bile. Bilabago, a barangay of Claveria, Cagayan, Philippines. Bilibinskite, an isometric mineral containing copper, gold, lead, and tellurium. Biliblanket, any of various light-emitting blankets that are used for home treatment of jaundice in infants. Biliblankets, plural of biliblanket. Bilibwe, a barangay of Ormoc, Leyte, Philippines. Really? A surname from Serbo-Croatian. Bilisnianoi, a village in Bilisnianoi, Singere Ray in Moldova. Bilichrome, synonym of bile pigment. Bilichromes, plural of bilichrome. Ilizan, a blue or bluish bile pigment found in gallstones and formed by oxidation of biliverdin or bilirubin. Biliferous, generating bile. Bilificin, a brownish-green pigment derived from bilirubin found in human gallstones and in old bile. Biligand, a bivalent ligand. Biligands, plural of biligand. Biligenesis, production of bile. Bilimbi, a tree of Aroa bilimbi related to the carambola. Biliming, alternative form of bilimbi. Bilimings, plural of biliming. Bilimbus, plural of bilimbi. Bilement, a woman's ornament. Habiliment. Biliments, plural of biliment. Bilimit, a generalization of the concept of a limit that is an equivalence class rather than a unique value. Bilimits, plural of bilimit. Bilamoria, a surname. Belen, alternative spelling of Blin. Bilineage, bilineal. Bilineages, plural of bilineage. Bilineal, tracing descent through both the patriline and the matriline. Bilinear, linear preserving linear combinations in each variable. Bilinear form, a function of two arguments from the same vector space which maps onto a field of scalars, which acts like a linear form with respect to either one of its arguments when the other one is held constant. Bilinear forms, plural of bilinear form. Bilinearization, alternative form of bilinearization. Bilinearizations, plural of bilinearization. Bilinearize, alternative form of bilinearize. Bilinearities, plural of bilinearity. Bilinearity, the condition of being bilinear. Bilinearization, a process that makes a function bilinear. Bilinearizations, plural of bilinearization. Bilinearize, to make bilinear. Bilinearize, simple past and past participle of bilinearize. Bilinearizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of bilinearize. Bilinearizing, present participle and gerund of bilinearize. Bilinearly, in a bilinear fashion. Bilinears, plural of bilinear. Biling, present participle and gerund of bile. Biling, abbreviation of bilingual. Bilinga, the African topical hardwood of the Twi Noplia diterigia. Bilingual, having the ability to speak two languages fluently. Bilingual dictionaries, plural of bilingual dictionary. Bilingual dictionary, a translation dictionary in two languages. Bilingualism, the condition of being bilingual, the ability to speak two languages. Bilingualisms, plural of bilingualism. Bilingualis, alternative form of bilingual. Bilinguality, bilingualism. Bilingualize, to make bilingual. Bilingualize, simple past and past participle of bilingualize. Bilingualizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of bilingualize. Bilingualizing, present participle and gerund of bilingualize. Bilingually, in a bilingual manner using two languages. Bilingualness, the state of being bilingual. Bilinguals, plural of bilingual. Bilinguar, obsolete form of bilingual. Bilingues, double-tongued, deceiving. Bilinguist, one who speaks two languages. Bilinguists, plural of bilinguists. Bilinguous, bilingual. Bilingual, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and sulfur. Valens, plural of Bilin. Wilenski, a surname from Polish. Wilenskis, plural of Bilinski. Bilia, alternative form of Billy. Biliopancreatic, alternative form of biliopancreatic. Biliopancreatic diversion, alternative form of biliopancreatic diversion. Biliodigestive, relating to the bile duct and the stomach. Biliontag, relating to the bile duct and the intestines. Biliogenal, relating to the bile duct and the jejunum. Ileoma, a mass of bile fluid formed by damage to the bile duct. Ileomas, plural of ileoma. Ileathivete, relating to the bile duct and the pancreas. Biliopancreatic diversion, an operation in which part of the stomach is resected, creating a smaller stomach to which the distal part of the small intestine is then connected, bypassing the duodenum and jejunum. Biliopancreatic diversions, plural of biliopancreatic diversion. Ileopavies, plural of biliopathy. Ileopathy, any disease or abnormality of the bile duct. Bilias, of or pertaining to something containing or consisting of bile. Bilious vomiting syndrome, vomiting in dogs in response to bile-induced inflammation of the stomach. Biliously, in a bilious way. Biliousness, the state of being bilious. Biliosnesis, plural of biliousness. Biliovascular, relating to bile ducts and blood vessels. Bilephyte, any alba of the phylum Bilephyta. Bilephytes, plural of bilephytes. Bilipid, used attributively to describe a lipid bilayer. Bilipidic, synonym of bilipid. Bilipids, plural of bilipid. Biliprocin, a dark green pigment found in small quantities in human gallstones. Biliprotein, any of a group of colored conjugated protein containing a bilin that function as photoreceptors. Biliproteins, plural of biliprotein. Bilipskids, alternative form of bilipskids. Bilurin, a province of eastern Visayas, Philippines. Capital, navel. Bilirubin, a bile pigment that is a product of the breakdown of the heme portion of hemoglobin which occurs within macrophages as they digest red blood cells and which is responsible for the yellowish color seen in bruises. Extremely high levels of bilirubin may cause jaundice. Bilirubinemia, alternative form of bilirubinemia. Bilirubinemic, alternative spelling of bilirubinemic. Bilirubinate, any salt or ester of bilirubin. Bilirubinates, plural of bilirubinate. Bilirubinemia, the presence of bilirubin in the blood. Bilirubinemias, plural of bilirubinemia. Bilirubinemic, pertaining to or suffering from bilirubinemia. Bilirubinemia, Pernicterus. Bilirubinoid, any intermediate in the enzymatic conversion of bilirubin to stercobilin in the gut. Bilirubinoids, plural of bilirubinoid. Bilirubinometer, a device that measures the amount of bilirubin in the blood. Bilirubinometers, plural of bilirubinometer. Bilirubinometry, the measurement of the amount of bilirubin in the blood. Bilirubinostasis, accumulation of bilirubin in liver tissue as a consequence of impeded bile flow. Bilirubins, plural of bilirubin. Bilirubinuria, the presence of bilirubin in the urine, often a symptom of liver disease. Biliteracies, plural of biliteracy. Biliteracy, the capability of reading and writing in two languages. Biliteral, composed of two letters. Biliteralism, the quality of being biliteral. Biliterate, capable of reading and writing in two languages. Biliterates, plural of biliterate. Bilitrin slockase, a particular plasma membrane protein with high affinity for bilirubin. Bility, a surname. Bilites, plural of bility. Biliuria, the presence of bile acids or bile salts in the urine. Biliverdin, a green tetrapyrrolic bile pigment, a product of heme catabolism, responsible for the greenish color sometimes seen in bruises. Biliverdinemia, the presence of biliverdin in the blood. Biliverdins, plural of biliverdin. Vildin, a transliteration of the Macedonian male given name Bet-el Cyrillic letter 458 and Biljan. Biljana, a transliteration of the Macedonian female given name Bet-el Cyrillic letter 458 and Biljana. Veld, a municipality of Croatia. Veld, the spoiling of someone's score in the crib. Veld, simple past and past participle of bilk. Rolder, a cheat, especially one who evades payment. Bilvers, plural of bilker. Bilking, present participle and gerund of bilk. Bilkings, plural of bilking. Veus, third person singular simple present indicative of bilk. The, a diminutive of the male given name William. Bill and coo, to coo and rub beaks as a prelude to mating. Bill burr, Bill birds, plural of Bill Burr. Bill Cosby sweater, alternative form of Cosby sweater. Bill Cosby sweaters, plural of Bill Cosby sweater. Bill discounter, a monolender. Bill discounters, plural of Bill discounter. Bill Gates flower flies, plural of Bill Gates flower fly. Bill Gates flower fly, a species of flower fly from Costa Rica, Aristoteles gatesi. Bill hook, a spiked hook used in offices and shops for hanging bills or other small papers such as receipts. Bill hooks, plural of Bill hook. Bill of adventure, a document stating that goods to be shipped are shipped at the owner's risk. Bill of attainder, a legislative determination imposing punishment without trial. Bill of complaint, in the English Court of Chancery, prior to the Judicature Act of 1873, the formal statement of the facts and prayer for relief submitted by a plaintiff to the court. Bill of costs, a statement of the items which form the total amount of the costs of a party to a suit or action. Bill of credit, a bill issued by a state on the mere faith and credit of the state and designed to circulate as money. Bill of entry, a document presented at customs containing information about goods imported or exported. Bill of exchange, a document demanding payment from another party, especially used in international trade. Bill of fare, a written or printed enumeration of the dishes served at a banquet or of the dishes with prices listed that may be ordered at a restaurant, etc. Bill of goods, a collection of items purchased or offered for sale. Bill of health, A certificate stating whether or not there is infectious disease aboard a ship or in a port of departure, given to the ship's master to present at the next port of arrival. Bill of lading. Misspelling of bill of lading. Bill of lading. A document issued by a carrier, for example, master of a ship or the ship owner's agent to a shipper listing a ship's cargo, acknowledging receipt of said cargo, and specifying terms for its delivery. Bill of material. Alternative form of bill of materials. Bill of materials. A list of materials and components used in a manufactured item. Bill of mortality. An official statement of the number of deaths in a place or district within a given time. Bill of parcels. An account given by the seller to the buyer of several items with the price of each. Bill of particulars. A written statement or specification of the particulars of the demand for which an action at law is brought, or of a defendant's set-off against such demand, furnished by one of the parties to the other, either voluntarily or in compliance with a judge's order for that purpose. Bill of quantities. A list prepared by a quantity surveyor of the quantities of materials needed for a project. Bill of rights. The first 10 amendments to the U.S. Constitution that guarantee certain personal rights and freedoms. Bill of rights. A formal statement of the rights of a specified group of people. Bill of sale. A formal instrument for the conveyance or transfer of goods and chattels. Bill of sight. A form of entry at the custom house by which goods respecting which the importer is not possessed of full information may be provisionally landed for examination. Bill of store. A license granted at the custom house to merchants to carry such stores and provisions as are necessary for a voyage, custom-free. Bill of victualling. A list of necessary stores shipped from the bonded warehouse or for drawback on board vessels proceeding on overseas voyages. Bill sticker. Alternative form of bill sticker. Bill stickers. Plural of bill sticker. Bill strap. Synonym of currency strap. Bill straps. Plural of bill strap. Bill ud. To roll up a marijuana cigarette. Bill Williams River. A tributary of the Colorado River in Arizona, United States. Bill beetle. A bill bug or weevil. Bill beetles. Plural of bill beetle. Bill bird. Alternative form of bill bird. Bill birds. Plural of bill burr. Bill discounter. Alternative spelling of bill discounter. Bill discounters. Plural of bill discounter. Bill hook. Alternative form of bill hook. Bill hooks. Plural of bill hook. Bill aware. Signifying that a presenter has furnished probable evidence and is worthy of further consideration, presented to a party to indict them of the crime, and legally must confess or follow through the indictment. Billability. The state or condition of being billable. Billable. Capable of being billed for. Billables. Plural of billable. Bilby. An anabranch, backwater or oxbow lake that is temporarily cut off from the main river, especially one that is only filled with water during the rainy season and can sometimes dry up completely. Billabis. Plural of billabong. Billacombe. A village north of Plymstock, City of Plymouth, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 5254. Millender. Alternative form of bylander. Billanders. Plural of billander. Bellard. A coalfish, especially a young one. Ballards. Plural of billard. Biller. The political union of Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. Biltag. The process of charging the client for a portion of the cost of resources that the client has used in order to recover the capital expense. Billbacks. Plural of billback. Billboard, the music charts published by Billboard magazine. Billboard antenna, a large reflector array. Billboard antennae, plural of billboard antenna. Billboard antennas, plural of billboard antenna. Billboard, simple past and past participle of billboard. Billboardies, the industry jargon associated with Billboard, an American music and entertainment magazine. Billboardist, resembling or characteristic of a billboard. Billboarding, present participle and gerund of billboard. Billboardless, without billboards. Billboard-like, resembling or characteristic of a billboard. Billboards, plural of billboard. No, a wallet, a pocketbook. Noix, plural of billbook. Noe, whale. Noveris, plural of billbar. Well, simple past and past participle of bill. Build and could, simple past and past participle of bill and coup. Build up, simple past and past participle of bill up. Well, pertaining to an age or duration of 2,000 years. Viller, a surname. Viller, a surname from Italian. Villarica, a town in Middlesex County, Massachusetts, United States. Villarica, a town and civil parish in Basildon Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6794. Villars, plural of billary. Billars, plural of biller. Billet, a short informal letter. Billet barge, a large motorbike with multiple chrome or similar cosmetic modifications. Billet barges, plural of billet barge. Billet reading, a magic trick or form of clairvoyance in which the performer reads a message sealed inside an envelope. Billet to, a love letter. Billetable, capable of being billeted. Billete, alternative form of billety. Billeted, having a billet. Billety, one who is billeted. Billetees, plural of billety. Billeter, one who billets lodges a soldier. Billeters, plural of billeter. Billethead, a carved wooden decoration, usually at the bow of a vessel, generally smaller than a figurehead. Billet heads, plural of billet head. Billeting, present participle and gerund of billet. Billetings, plural of billeting. Billetless, not having a billet. Billets, plural of billet. Billets do, plural of billet do. Billet, a surname. Billeted, simple past and past participle of billet. Billety, alternative form of billety. Billetees, plural of billety. Billety, present participle and gerund of billet. Billetings, plural of billeting. Billets, plural of billet. Billety, semi-strewn with billets. Billetwood, wood cut into billets. Billety, alternative form of billety. Billfish, any of several fish of the phyla Ziziophoridae and Zividae that have an elongated jaw. Billfish, plural of billfish. Billfold, a small, folding sleeve or case designed to hold paper currency, as well as credit cards, pictures, etc. Billfolds, plural of billfold. Elful, the amount that a bill can hold, a beakful. Bellad, a printed form used by traders in making out bills or rendering accounts, often with fancy designs. Vellads, plural of billhead. Billholder, one who holds a bill or acceptance. Billholders, plural of billholder. Biller, a medieval polearm fitted to a long handle, sometimes with an L-shaped tine or a spike protruding from the side or the end of the blade for tackling the opponent, a bill. Billooked, simple past and past participle of billook. Billooking, present participle and gerund of billook. Billooks, plural of billook. Billy, a female given name from the Germanic languages, derived from Williamina or Wilhelmina, or directly from the masculine Billy. Biller, a shot in billiards or snooker in which the cue ball strikes two other balls, a carom. Biller ball, any of the balls used in billiards. Billiard balls, plural of billiard ball. Billiard room, a room usually in a house or hotel in which there is a billiard table. Billiard rooms, plural of billiard room. Billiard table, a heavy felt-covered table fitted with 6 pockets along the perimeter used in the games of pool, billiards or snooker. Billiard tables, plural of billiard table. Billiard room, dated form of billiard room. Billiard rooms, plural of billiard room. Billiardist, a player of billiards. Billiardists, plural of billiardists. Billiards, a 2-player cue sport played with 2 cue balls and 1 red ball on a snooker-sized table. Billiards room, alternative form of billiard room. Billiards rooms, plural of billiards room. Billig, a surname from German. Billicks, plural of billick. Billicock, alternative form of billycock. Billycocks, plural of billycock. Billy, a male or female given name from the Germanic languages derived from Bill, the diminutive of William. Billy Club, alternative form of billy club. Billy clubs, plural of billy club. Bellis, plural of billy. Belliotite, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing barium, hydrogen, oxygen, and uranium. Billy, a surname. Billiard, plural of Billy. Billiken, a rotund charm doll originally patented in 1908 by American art teacher and illustrator Florence Pretz of Kansas City, Missouri, and representing the god of things as they ought to be. Billikens, plural of Billiken. Billiken, alternative form of Billiken. Billikens, plural of Billiken. Billy, a surname. Billing and cooing, cooing and rubbing of beaks performed by birds such as pigeons and doves as a prelude to mating. Billingup, present participle and gerund of bill up. Billingborough, a village and civil parish in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 1134. Billing, a village in Billinge Chapel and Parish, Metropolitan Borough of St. Helens, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5300. Billanger, a surname from German. Billangers, plural of Billanger. Billadan, a town and civil parish with a town council in Stockton-on-Tees Borough, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 4623. Billingham-on-Tees, synonym of Billingham, County Durham. Billinghurst, a surname. Billinghursts, plural of Billinghurst. Billings, a surname. Billings and Cooings, plural of Billing and Cooing. Billings County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Medora. Billingsolation. Any brachiopod of the superfamily Billingsolacea. Billingsolations. Plural of Billingsolation. Billingsgate. A ward of the City of London, Greater London, England, United Kingdom. Billingsgate pheasant. A red herring or bloater. Billingsgate pheasants. Plural of Billingsgate pheasant. Billingsgated. Simple past and past participle of Billingsgate. Billingsgates. Plural of Billingsgate. Billingsgating. Present participle and gerund of Billingsgate. Billingshurst. A village and civil parish in Horsham District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid FTQ 0825. Billingslea. A surname. Billingsleas. Plural of Billingslea. Billingsley. A surname. Ellesley. An orthorhombic sphenoidal lead gray mineral containing arsenic, silver, and sulfur. Billingsleas. Plural of Billingsley. Billy. A surname. Billies. Plural of Billesley. Billington. A village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire District, Bedfordshire, England. The parish was previously named Great Billington. OS Grid Ref SB 9422. Billington and Langho. A civil parish in Ribble Valley District, Lancashire, England. Billingtons. Plural of Billington. Billinson. A surname. Billinsons. Plural of Billinson. Billington. A surname. Billingtons. Plural of Billington. Billia. Alternative spelling of Billio. Billan. 1,000 million logic, 1,000 times 1,002, 1 followed by 9 zeros, 10 9, a milliard. Billion-dollar question. Alternative form of billion-dollar question. Billion-dollar questions. Plural of billion-dollar question. Billion laughs. A type of denial-of-service attack which is aimed at parsers of XML documents, based on defining entities that expand to large numbers of copies of other entities. Billion laughs attacks. Plural of billion laughs attack. Billion-dollar question. Synonym of million-dollar question. Billion-dollar questions. Plural of billion-dollar question. Billionaire. Somebody whose wealth is at least 1 billion 10 currency units. Billionairedom. The state of being a billionaire. Billionaires. Plural of billionaire. Billionaires Row. A neighborhood of South Side, downtown, Manhattan, New York County, New York State, United States, a district of residential towers clustered around West 57th Street off the south end of Central Park. Billionairess. A female billionaire. Billionairesses. Plural of billionairess. Billionphobe. A billion times so. Billions. Plural of billion. Billionth. The ordinal form of the number 1 billion. Billions. Plural of billionth. Oué. A surname from French. Ouis. Plural of Villiet. Vilified. Alternative form of Biliphyte. Biliphytes. Plural of Biliphyte. Billet. Alternative form of Billard Coalfish. Billeted. Simple past and past participle of billet. Billeter. A surname. Billeters. Plural of billeter. Billety. The excrement of a fox. Billeton. Archaic form of billiton. Billetonite. A form of tektite from Southeast Asia. Billetonites. Plural of billetonites. Billets, plural of billet. Bilden, an Australian soldier in World War I, especially one of the Australian Light Horse. Bildems, plural of Belgium. Mill-like, resembling a bill. Billman, a surname. Billmans, plural of Billman. Billman, plural of Billman. Bilachi, dated form of Balachi. Bilati, dated form of Balachi. Bella, any of several alloys of precious metals and base metals that are used where illegal to make coins, metals, etc. Bellans, plural of billen. Bella, bullion in the bar or mass. Illa, a surname. Billow maiden, any of the 9 daughters of the sea god Ran in Norse mythology. Billow maidens, plural of billow maiden. Billow, simple past and past participle of billow. Billow, third person singular simple present indicative of billow. Billow, comparative form of billowy, more billowy. Yes, superlative form of billowy, most billowy. Billowiness, the state or quality of being billowy. Billowy, present participle and gerund of billow. Billowingly, in a billowing fashion. Billowings, plural of billowing. Billowous, synonym of billowy. Billows, plural of billow. Billowy, swelling or swollen into large waves, full of billows or surges, resembling billows. Billbear, one who pays bills. Billbears, plural of billbear. Billpaying, the payment of bills. Billposter, one who posts handbills or posters in public places. Billposters, plural of billposter. Billposting, the sticking of posters, notices, and advertisements on walls. Thous, a surname. Bills and coups, third person singular simple present indicative of bill and coup. Bills of adventure, plural of bill of adventure. Bills of attainder, plural of bill of attainder. Bills of complaint, plural of bill of complaint. Bills of costs, plural of bill of costs. Bills of credit, plural of bill of credit. Bills of entry, plural of bill of entry. Bills of exchange, plural of bill of exchange. Bills of fare, plural of bill of fare. Bills of goods, plural of bill of goods. Bills of health, plural of bill of health. Bills of lading, plural of bill of lading. Bills of material, plural of bill of material. Bills of materials, plural of bill of materials. Bills of mortality, plural of bill of mortality. Bills of parcels, plural of bill of parcels. Bills of particulars, plural of bill of particulars. Bills of quantities, plural of bill of quantities. Bills of rights, plural of bill of rights. Bills of sale, plural of bill of sale. Bill of sight, plural of bill of sight. Bills of store, plural of bill of store. Bills of victualling, plural of bill of victualling. Bills payable, the outstanding unpaid notes or acceptances made and issued by an individual or firm. Villa. Third person singular simple present indicative of bill up. Roaster. Diminutive of Billy. Roasticker. Someone who sticks up advertisements on billboards, walls, and similar surfaces. Billstickers. Plural of bill sticker. Billsticking. Synonym of billposting. Billund. A town in the municipality of Billund, southern Denmark, Denmark. Phillips. An English and Welsh surname originating as a patronymic, a variant of Phillips. Billy. A diminutive of the male given name William. Billy Barlow. A clown who performs in the streets. Billy Barlows. Plural of Billy Barlow. Billy Big Bollocks. A person, usually a man, with an inflated ego who arrogantly throws his weight around. Billy Ma. A double male given name. Billy Boy. A member of a Protestant street gang from Glasgow, active in the early 20th century. Billy Boys. Plural of Billy Boy. Billy Bunter. A fictional fat boy with round spectacles in Charles Hamilton's stories set at Greyfriars School. Billy Bunters. Plural of Billy Bunter. Billy Vines. Any of many species of daisy-like plants in the tribe Navali native to Australia and New Zealand. Billy Cart. A rudimentary child's cart, a soapbox car. Billy Carts. Plural of Billy Cart. Billy Quad. A short rounded truncheon used by policemen. Billy Clubs. Plural of Billy Club. Billy D. Colt 45, an American brand of malt liquor. Illela. A young male dancer, typically a ballet dancer. Illis. Plural of Billy Elliot. Billy Goat. A male goat. Billy Goatweed. Synonym of goatweed. Billy Goats. Plural of Billy Goat. Billy Jane. A compound female given name originating as a coinage. Billy No Mates. A person who has few or no friends. Billy Pie. A type of personnel basket for transferring people between vessels or other structures at sea or over water. Billy Pugs. Plural of Billy Pug. Billy the Kid. An outlaw gunslinger in the Wild West. Billy Tin. Synonym of Billiken. Billy Wet. A tropical tree of species Leptolobium panamens found in Central America and northernmost South America. Billy Wigglestick. William Shakespeare. Billy Williams Cabbage Patch. Twickenham Stadium, England. Billy Wicks. The Barn Owl, Tito Alba. Billy Yank. A soldier in the Union Army during the American Civil War. Billy Benand. An expletive, damn it. Billy Gan. Alternative spelling of Billiken. Billy Gans. Plural of Billy Can. Billy Cock. Alternative form of billycock. Billy Cox. Plural of Billy Cock. Billy Goat. Alternative spelling of Billy Goat. Billy Goats. Plural of Billy Goat. Alternative form of Billy-O. The greatest extent or degree of something, used in comparisons to indicate a superlative. Yellaba. Alternative form of Billy Bob. Yellaba. A flat-bottomed river barge or coasting vessel, used for trade along the east coast of England in the 19th century. Billyboys. Plural of Billyboy. Billiken. A lightweight pot for cooking or boiling water, used in camping. Billikens, plural of billiken. Billicart, alternative form of billy cart. Billicarts, plural of billicart. Billikai, a felt hat with a rounded crown, similar to a bowler. Billycocks, plural of billycock. Billeful, as much as a billy will hold. Billefuls, plural of billiful. Billygate, in 1980 controversy around the issue of President Jimmy Carter's brother, Billy Carter, legally representing the Libyan government as a foreign agent. Billinut, alternative spelling of billy goat. Villa goat weed, synonym of goatweed. Villa goat weed, synonym of goatweed. Villa goats, plural of billy goat. Villa goatweed, synonym of goatweed. Billyhood, rudderhood. Billy, similar to or resembling a person named Billy. Billijan, a female given name originating as a coinage. Billy, alternative form of billio. Billipot, a cooking pot. Billipots, plural of billipot. Billeste, synonym of billy club. Billistics, plural of billistic. Billowy, synonym of Japanese knotweed. Bilo, a surname. Malotol, having two lobes. Malobolide, a sesquiterpenoid lactone found in ginkgo leaves that has neuroprotective properties. Bilobolides, plural of biloboli. Bilobar, having or involving two lobes, such as two lobes of the liver or two lobes of the lung. Bilobarity, the condition of being bilobar. Bilobe, having two lobes. Bilobate, having two lobes. Bilobates, plural of bilobate. Bilo, a pair of lobes. Bilobectomes, plural of bilobectomy. Bilobectomy, removal of two lobes of the right lung middle plus right upper or lower. Bilobe, having two lobes. Bilobes, plural of bilobe. Malabal, an alkyl resorcinol and strong skin irritant found in ginkgo biloba fruits. Bilobular, involving or relating to two lobules. Bilobulate, synonym of bilobular. Bilobulated, having two lobules. Bilobulates, plural of bilobulate. Bilobulation, the condition of being bilobulate. Bilobulations, plural of bilobulation. Bilocal, describing a situation in which a married couple alternate their residence between that of the wife's and husband's group. Bilocality, the state or quality of being bilocal. Bilocally, in a bilocal manner. Bilocate, to have a presence in two places at the same time. Bilocated, simple past and past participle of bilocate. Bilocates, third person singular simple present indicative of bilocate. Bilocating, present participle and gerund of bilocate. Bilocation, the ability to be or fact of be in two places at once. Bilocational, of or pertaining to bilocation. Bilocations, plural of bilocation. Bilocellate, twice locellate, having two such compartments. Bilachi, dated form of balachi. Bilocular, having two locules or loculi chambers, cells, or compartments. Bilocular, having only two chambers, an atrium and a ventricle. Biloculate. Synonym of bilocular. Biloculin. Having two chambers or compartments. Malodau. A surname from French. Bilodaus. Plural of bilodau. Malodid. A transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Be Cyrillic letter 456L or De Cyrillic letter 456 De Bilodid. Bilogarithmic. Based on two logarithms, logarithmic in two directions. Biloursk. A city and reign of Crimea in southern Ukraine. Biloorivka. The name of a few settlements in the Ukraine. Biloma. An extrabiliary collection of bile within the abdomen. Bilomas. Plural of biloma. Bilophodont. Having teeth with two fused ridges of the type found one per tooth in lophodont teeth. Bilophodonty. The condition of being bilophodont. Bilopilia. A city, the administrative center of Bilopilia Urban Hamada, Sumy Rayon, Sumy Oblast, Ukraine, founded in 1672. Alloquio. Of pertaining to or possessing the ability to speak in two different voices, especially as a ventriloquist. Biloquialism. Biloquism. Biloquialis. Biloquis. Biloquialists. Plural of biloquialists. Biloquism. The ability to speak in two different voices, especially as a ventriloquist. Biloquist. A person having the ability to speak in two different voices, especially as a ventriloquist. Biloquists. Plural of biloquists. Biloquium. The ability to speak in two different voices, especially as a ventriloquist. Bilos. Plural of bilo. Bilosome. A neosome composed of bile salts. Bilosomes. Plural of bilosome. Bilata. A surname from Italian. Bilatas. Plural of bilata. Bilati. A surname from Italian. Bilates. Plural of bilati. Bio. Synonym of clauses given Hylobates clausii. Vilas. A transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Bez Cyrillic letter 456 L or OS Bilas. Biloxi. A member of a Native American people formerly inhabiting an area near the coast of the Gulf of Mexico in southeast Mississippi. Biloxian. A native or inhabitant of the city of Biloxi, Mississippi, USA. Biloxians. Plural of Biloxian. Biloxis. Plural of Biloxi. Bilozers. A city in Donetsk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. The. Plural of Bil. Bilsborough. A village in Myerscough and Bilsborough Parish, Wyreborough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5139. Villety. A village and civil parish served by Bilsby and Farlasthorpe Parish Council in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 4776. Bilsington. A village and civil parish in Ashford Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 0434. Bilski. A surname from Polish. Bilskirnir. The hall of the god Thor in Asgard, containing 540 rooms. Belstis. Plural of Bilski. Belsted. The sweet gum. Belstids. Plural of Bilsted. Bilsthor. A village and civil parish in Newark and Sherwood District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6460. Belston. A market town in the metropolitan borough of Wolverhampton, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SO 9596. Biltmore. The byname of the Biltmore estate and many things associated with it. Biltmore ash, an ash tree of species Fraxinus biltmorina, though sometimes treated as a variety of the white ash Fraxinus americana. Velton, a place name. Veltai, a South African food categorized by strips of lean meat cured by salting and drying, similar to American jerky. Veltimers, plural of bilton. Bilter, archaic form of biltong. Bilters, plural of bilton. Veltens, plural of bilton. Veltz, a surname from German. Veltzes, plural of bilts. Though, a Jewish movement for the agricultural settlement of the land of Israel. Malukhao, a barangay of Malvar, Batangas, Philippines. Malukistan, obsolete form of Balochistan. Vilwa, alternative form of Vilwa. Riley, a surname. Veliu, a surname from French. Ewet, plural of Biliu. Vnoe, a surname from Ukrainian. Velex, plural of Bilik. Ilenske, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Be Cyrillic letter 456 LEQNS Yerika Igaki BILYQNS letter 2B9KYJ. Biletsk, a city in Donetsk Oblast, in eastern Ukraine. Oleya, a surname from Armenian, variant of Bilazirian. The abbreviation of building information modeling. The a Barbadian. Bim, bum, bum. Retro art composition, composition stereotypical of the cover art of mid-20th century science fiction pulp magazines. Dewa, a city in West Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. Bimaculate, having two spots or similar marks. Bimaculated, alternative form of bimaculate. Bimagic, of a magic cube, remaining magic even if all its numbers are replaced by their kth power for 1 less or equal to k less or equal to 2. Bimagic square, a magic square that remains magic when all of its numbers are replaced by their squares. Bimagic squares, plural of bimagic square. Binagnan, a double magnon. Binagnans, plural of bimagnan. Bimegrumab, a monoclonal antibody used to treat muscle loss. Villa, alternative spelling of Bima. Bemas, plural of Bima. Bimalleola, involving the lateral malleolus and the medial malleolus. Bimanal, of or relating to the bimana. Bimane, the heterocycle pyrazole 1,2 pyrazole 1,7 dione that is the basis of several fluorescent dyes. Bimanas, having two hands rather than any other distal part of a phloem. Bimanual, involving or using both hands. Bimanuality, the condition of being bimanual. Bimanually, using both hands. Bima, a map that is also a comap. Benaps, plural of bima. Bimarginal, having two margins, typically one on each side. Bimarginally, in a bimarginal manner. Bimarginate, having a double margin. Bimaru, initialism of Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, the poorest and least developed regions in India. That, plural of Bhima. Vimestism, the condition of having two mammy or teats. Binastoi, relating to or connecting the two mastoid processes. Imethurial, consisting of of two different materials. Bimaternal, having two mothers. Bimatopros, a prostaglandin analog CH-NO4 used topically to reduce elevated intraocular pressure as in the treatment of open-angle glaucoma and promote the growth of longer and thicker eyelashes. It is marketed under the trademarks Lattice and Lumigan. Bimatrices, plural of bimatrix. Bimatrix, a matrix with two elements per cell. Bimaturism, a differing rate of maturity between male and female members of the same species. Bimax, clipping of binaxillary. Binaxillary, relating to both of the maxillae. Bimaximal, having two maxima. Bibash, the Paleo-Hispanic inhabitants of El Hierro. Bibashi, alternative spelling of bindashi. Bimbashis, plural of bimbashi. Bibet, a bimbo, a foolish, ditzy woman. Bimbets, plural of bimbet. An independent state of the Isibu people of Cameroon, annexed in 1884 by Germany and incorporated into the colony of Cameroon. The men of or relating to Bimbia. Bimbians, plural of Bimbian. Bimbo, a walk or journey with no particular haste. Bimbo box, any tree of species Eucalyptus populnea which is native to Australia and is valued for its hard wood. Bimbo, simple past and past participle of bimble. Bimbles, plural of bimble. Bimble, present participle and gerund of bimble. Bibo, initialism of buying management buyout. Bimbo, a city in the Central African Republic. Bimbo eruption, a scandal in which a woman publicly accuses a male politician of sexual misconduct. Bimbo eruptions, plural of bimbo eruption. Bimbocor, an aesthetic based around stereotypical feminine elements such as glitter and the color pink. Bimbodom, the realm or sphere of bimbos. Bimbos, plural of bimbo. Bimbost, like a bimbo, ditzy and foolish. Bimbofication, the act or process of making or becoming a bimbo. Bimbohood, the state of being a bimbo. Bimboification, alternative form of bimbofication. Bimboish, like a bimbo, ditzy and foolish. Bimboism, ditzy and foolish behavior. Bimbo, plural of bimbo. Bimbos, plural of bimbo. Bimbo, a male bimbo, a physically attractive man, typically feminine in appearance, who lacks intelligence. Bimbos, plural of bimboy. Bimebi, pronunciation spelling of by and by. Bimedia, involving two forms of media such as radio and television. Bimedio, being the sum of two lines commensurable only in powers such as the side and diagonal of a square. Bimediality, the use of two forms of media. Bimedian, a line that joins the midpoints of opposite sides of a quadrilateral or tetrahedron. Bimedians, plural of bimedian. Bimecizumab, a monoclonal antibody used to treat psoriasis. Bimellari, synonym of zorite. Bimellarites, plural of bimellari. Bimembral, having two members. Bimensal, happening every 2 months. Bimensual, occurring every 2 months. Bimental, of or relating to two minds. Monomorphic, isomorphic outside thin analytic sets. Bimesogenic, capable of forming two distinct mesophyses. Bimester, a period of 2 months. Bimesters, plural of bimester. Bimestral, occurring once every 2 months. Bimestrally, every 2 months. Bimetal, consisting of 2 metals. Bimetal strip, a circuit breaker or thermostat consisting of 2 metals fused together. Bimetal strips, plural of bimetal strip. Bimetallic, alternative form of bimetallic. Bimetallism, alternative form of bimetallism. Bimetallist, alternative form of bimetallist. Bimetallists, plural of bimetallists. Bimetallic, pertaining to the use of gold and silver to create legal currency. Bimetallic strip, a thin strip made from a sandwich of 2 different metals, the metals having different rates of expansion with temperature, so that an increase in temperature causes the strip to bend one way, and a decrease causes it to bend the other, used in various devices such as thermostats. Bimetallic strips, plural of bimetallic strip. Bimetallics, plural of bimetallic. Bimetallism, the use of a monetary standard based upon 2 different metals, traditionally gold and silver, usually in a fixed ratio of values. Bimetallisms, plural of bimetallism. Bimetallists, an advocate of bimetallism. Bimetallistic, relating to or supporting bimetallism. Bimetallists, plural of bimetallists. Bimetals, plural of bimetal. Bimeter, a type of nathodynamometer having an adjustable central bearing point. Bimeters, plural of bimeter. Bimethyl, synonym of dimethyl. Bimetric, describing any system that may be described using 2 metrics. Bimfer, alternative form of Bimpert. Bimferts, plural of Bimfert. Bimicroscope, a low magnification twin eyepiece microscope used to examine eyes, often with a slit lamp. Bimicroscopic, of or pertaining to the bimicroscope. Bimillenaries, plural of bimillenary. Bimillenary, relating to or happening every 2,000 years. Bimillennia, plural of bimillennium. Idolidel, the 2000th anniversary of an event or happening. Idolenials, plural of bimillennial. Bimillennium, synonym of bimillennial 2000th anniversary. Biomimetic, misspelling of biomimetic. Bimineralic, composed of 2 minerals. Bimini, ellipsis of the Bimini Islands, an island group of the Bahamas. Bimenes, plural of bimini. Bimillar, synonym of zorite. Bimillars, plural of bimillar. Bimmer, alternative form of bimmer. Bimmers, plural of bimmer. Bimmes, plural of bimmy. Billet, a Senate whip. Bimoclamol, a drug, 3-ZN2-hydroxy 3-piperidine 1-L-propoxy-pyridine 3-carboxymid chloride that induces heat shock proteins. Bimodal, having 2 modes or forms. Bimodalities, plural of bimodality. Bimodality, a bimodal condition. Bimodally, in a bimodal way. Bimode, of a train designed to be powered either by electricity or by a diesel generator on unelectrified track. Bimodular, having 2 modes of operation. Bimodule, an abelian group that is both a left and a right module, such that the left and right multiplications are compatible. Bimodules, plural of bimodule. Bimolecular, involving two molecules. Bimolecularity, the quality of being bimolecular. Bimolecularly, in bimolecular terms. Bimolecule, a complex formed from two different molecules. Bimolecules, plural of bimolecule. Bimonad, an opmonoidal monad. Bimonads, plural of bimonad. Bimonoid, a monoid that is also a comonoid. Bimonoidal, related to bimonoids. Bimonoidals, plural of bimonoidal. Bimonoids, plural of bimonoid. Bimonopole, a composite of two monopoles. Bimonopoles, plural of bimonopole. Bimonthlies, plural of bimonthly. Bimonthly, occurring once every 2 months. Bimoraic, having two mori, i.e. being composed of either two short vowels or one long vowel or a diphthong. Bimoracity, the property of having two mori. Bimoric, alternative form of bimoraic. Bimorph, a cantilever that consists of two active layers, piezoelectric and metal. Bimorpheme, a pair of morphemes that occur together. Bimorphemes, plural of bimorpheme. Bimorpheme, consisting of or relating to two morphemes. Bimorphic, related to a bimorphism. Bimorphism, a morphism which is both a monomorphism and an epimorphism. Bimorphisms, plural of bimorphism. Bimorphous, alternative form of bimorphic. Bimors, plural of bimorph. Bimotor, a twin-engine aircraft. Bimotor, twin-engine. Bimotors, plural of bimotor. Bimert, a foolish or idiotic person, a moron. Bimberts, plural of bimpert. Bems, plural of bim. Bishire, a nickname for Barbados. Bimucronate, having two mucros. Bimunicipal, of or pertaining to two municipalities. Bimuscular, having two adductor muscles. But, a surname from Chinese. Mindag, alternative spelling of bindag. Mindag, plural of binbag. Bin chicken, Australian white ibis threskier. Malacca. Bin chickens, plural of bin chicken. Bin day, a day in which bins, bags or boxes containing household or commercial waste or rubbish are collected or due to be collected by waste disposal officers, typically council employees called binmen or dustmen. Bin days, plural of bin day. Bin diving, synonym of dumpster diving. Bin fire, a fire set in a rubbish bin or trash can, often as an accident or as vandalism. Bin fires, plural of bin fire. Bin juice, fetid liquid that has accumulated in a rubbish bin. Bin liner, a disposable plastic bag used inside a permanent container to hold waste/garbage. Bin liners, plural of bin liner. Bin lorries, plural of bin lorry. Bin lorry, a special purpose vehicle for the collection of domestic and commercial waste. Bin man, A man with the job of collecting refuse from people's homes and transporting it to a refuse tip for processing. Bin man, plural of bin man. Bin night, the night immediately preceding bin day on which refuse may be put outside to be collected the next day. Bin nights, plural of bin night. Bin off, to throw away, dispose of, by extension to get rid of, put away. Bin a stick, a stick or rod on which strips of film can be hung during editing. Bin sticks, plural of bin stick. Bin store, a brick and mortar store selling only returned merchandise from e-commerce. Bin tibber, a form of industrial machine usually power-operated which mechanically lifts and inverts bins for the purpose of emptying them. Bin tippers, plural of bin tipper. The alternative form of by sometimes used before a vowel. Bin bag, alternative form of bin bag. Bin bags, plural of bin bag. Bena, a language spoken in New Guinea. Banabalian, a barangay of Bolinao, Pangasinan, Philippines. Inagungan, a sautéed pork dish of the Philippines, flavored with shrimp paste. Banayan, a barangay of Sipocot, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Banayan a barangay of Lopez, Quezon, Philippines. Banayan B, a barangay of Lopez, Quezon, Philippines. Banayan C, a barangay of Lopez, Quezon, Philippines. Benal, twofold, double. Banalan, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Banalbagan, a municipality of Negros Occidental, Philippines. Binalu, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Binalonan, a municipality of Pangasinan, Philippines. Buena, a city in Laguna, Philippines. Banang, any organic compound having an extended molecular structure of fused norbornanes and cyclobutanes, many of them are malrax. Bines, plural of binane. Binango, a form of chisel in which two angles keep the cutting edge or point close to its central axis. Binangles, plural of binango. Binangonan, a municipality of Rizal, Philippines. Binapacril, an ester derivative of dinosode, used as a miticide and fungicide. Binaphthalene, any of several isomeric aromatic hydrocarbons formed from two naphthalene groups joined by a single bond. Binaphthalenes, plural of binaphthalene. Binaphthol, any of several phenols derived from binaphthalene, but especially 1,1,2-naphthol used in asymmetric synthesis. Binaphthallate, any metallic salt of a binaphthol, especially one used in asymmetric synthesis. Binaphtalates, plural of binaphthallate. Binaphthals, plural of binaphthol. Binaphthoquinone, a dimer of a naphthoquinone. Binaphthoquinones, plural of binaphthoquinone. Binaphthyl, any of several isomeric aromatic hydrocarbons analogous to biphenyl, formed from two naphthalene residues linked by a single bond. Binaphthals, plural of binaphthyl. Binarchy, synonym of archy. Binary, falling into distinct binary categories. Binaries, plural of binary. Binarily, in a binary fashion. Binariness, the quality of being binary. Binarian, an element in the second level of associative composition algebra being a composition of two unarians. Binarians, plural of binarian. Binarization, alternative spelling of binarization. Binarizations. Plural of binarization. Binarize. Alternative spelling of binarize. Binarized. Simple past and past participle of binarize. Binarizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of binarize. Binarizing. Present participle and gerund of binarize. Binarism. A pair of opposites. A specific binary. Binarisms. Plural of binarism. Binarist. One who believes in binarism or in a binary. Binaristic. Exhibiting or advocating binarism. Binaristically. In a way marked by binarism in a binaristic manner. Binarists. Plural of binarists. Binarities. Plural of binarity. Binarity. The representation of something as a pair or set of binary oppositions. Binarization. Conversion of a picture to only black and white. Binarizations. Plural of binarization. Binarize. To represent in binary base 2 notation. Binarized. Represented in binary or in a two-level system. Binarizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of binarize. Binarizing. Present participle and gerund of binarize. Biocidia. A salt having two equivalents of arsenic acid to one of the base, a diarseniate. Binarseniates. Plural of binarseniate. Binary. Being one of two mutually exclusive states. Binary antonym. Complementary antonym. Binary antonyms. Plural of binary antonym. Binary arithmetic. Arithmetic using binary numbers. Binary arithmetics. Plural of binary arithmetic. Binary asteroid. A system of two asteroids orbiting their common barycenter. Binary asteroids. Plural of binary asteroid. Binary blob. A piece of software which is only available as a binary file as opposed to being open source, thus making the program very difficult to audit or modify. Binary blobs. Plural of binary blob. Binary chop. The use of binary search to eliminate a subset of values from a possible set. Binary chops. Plural of binary chop. Binary clone. A composite organism created from a combination of DNA from two separate genetic sources rather than one. Essentially, a binary clone is the naturally produced offspring via sexual reproduction via germ cells or else artificially produced offspring of two individuals that has been created without using germ cells. Binary clones. Plural of binary clone. Binary code. A code that uses the binary digits 1 and 0, usually in groups of 8, to represent characters, machine instructions, or other data. Binary codes. Plural of binary code. Binary compound. A chemical compound composed of only two elements. Binary compounds. Plural of binary compound. Binary decimal. A binary base 2 numeral. Binary decimals. Plural of binary decimal. Binary digit. Either of the characters 0 and 1 used in the binary numeral system. Binary digits. Plural of binary digit. Binary distribution. A distribution of software containing executable binaries without source code. Binary distributions. Plural of binary distribution. Binary file. A computer file that is not a text file consisting of data other than human readable text. Binary files, plural of binary file. Binary fission, the process whereby a cell divides asexually to produce two daughter cells. Binary function, a function of the type f:\v times v right arrow v, or more generally, a function of the type f:\u1 times u2 times u and right arrow v in which exactly two of the sets u letter 1d6 do are equal to v. Binary functions, plural of binary function. Binary index tree, synonym of Fenwick tree. Binary index trees, plural of binary index tree. Binary large object, a data type that allows storage of binary data, often of indeterminate length, used for example to embed multimedia within a database table. Binary large objects, plural of binary large object. Binary logarithm, the logarithm base 2. Binary logarithms, plural of binary logarithm. Binary name, the scientific name for an organism consisting of its genus and species. Binary names, plural of binary name. Binary noun, a type of plural-only noun denoting an object which consists of two parts joined together, for example scissors, pants, eyeglasses. Binary nouns, plural of binary noun. Binary number, a number represented by the binary digits 0 and 1. Binary numbers, plural of binary number. Binary numeral system, a system for representing numbers in which a radix of 2 is used. That is, each digit in a binary numeral may have either of two different values. Binary numeral systems, plural of binary numeral system. Binary operation, any operation taking two operands. Binary operations, plural of binary operation. Binary operator, a symbol representing binary operation, an operator taking two operands. Binary operators, plural of binary operator. Binary planet, synonym of double planet. Binary planets, plural of binary planet. Binary point, a symbol that separates the integer and fractional parts of a number in a binary representation. Binary points, plural of binary point. Binary pulsar, a binary star system where one of the stars is a pulsar. Binary pulsars, plural of binary pulsar. Binary quasar, a pair of quasars which gravitationally interact with each other, unlike a standard double quasar, which does not interact. Binary quasars, plural of binary quasar. Binary relation, a subset of the Cartesian product at times A. The set of ordered pairs A, B of elements of A. Binary relations, plural of binary relation. Binary search, a search for a value within a sorted array by repeatedly comparing the target value with the middle element. If they are unequal, the half in which the target cannot lie is eliminated and the comparison is repeated on the remaining half. Binary searches, plural of binary search. Binary star, a stellar system in which two stars orbit around their center of mass, double star. Binary star system, a binary star. Binary star systems, plural of binary star system. Binary stars, plural of binary star. Binary system, two gravitationally connected stars or other celestial objects which orbit around their center of mass. Binary systems, plural of binary system. Binary theory, a theory suggesting that all salts contain only two substances, either both simple or one simple and the other a compound playing the part of a simple body. Binary tree, a data structure in which each node has at most two children, each node but the root has one parent and there are no cycles. Binary trees, plural of binary tree. Binary weapon, a chemical weapon in which the toxic agent is stored as two separate precursors that are relatively harmless prior to being combined. Binary weapons. Plural of binary weapon. Binary coded decimal. A decimal number encoded in such a way that each decimal digit is represented by its own binary sequence, simplifying conversion between binary and decimal and allowing exact representation of decimal fractions. Binary coded decimals. Plural of binary coded decimal. Binary compatible. Able to run the same binary code intended to be run on another computer. Binary safe. Guaranteed not to corrupt or alter binary data. Binariness. Alternative form of binariness. Iasal. Relating to both sides of the nose. Binasbus. A barangay of Loc, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Binate. Double, growing in pairs or couples. Binated. Simple past and past participle of binate. Binately. In a binate manner. Binates. Third person singular simple present indicative of binate. Binating. Present participle and gerund of binate. Bination. In the Catholic Church, the offering up of the holy sacrifice of the Mass twice on the same day by the same celebrant. Binational. Relating to or involving two nations. Binationalism. The unity of two separate nations as a single nation. Binationalists. Related to binationalism. Binationalists. Plural of binationalists. Binationally. Of or in two nations. Binationals. Plural of binational. Binations. Plural of bination. Binaganan. A barangay of Tarlac City, Tarlac, Philippines. Binaural. Of, relating to, affecting, or designed for use with two ears. Binaurality. The condition of being binaural. Binaurally. In a binaural fashion, using or pertaining to both ears. Binauricular. Alternative form of biauricular. Bindat. Synonym of binliner. Binbags. Plural of binbag. Binbashi. A major in the Turkish army. Binbashis. Plural of binbashi. Bench. A surname. Bench. A city in Wallonia, Belgium. Bench lace. A kind of continuous bobbin lace generally made in strips 2 inches 5 cm wide and having a detailed pattern. Bench laces. Plural of bench lace. Banchaten. A kind of oak charcoal used in traditional Japanese cooking. Bincoombe. A small village and civil parish served by Winterbourne Farringdon Parish Council in Dorset, England, previously in West Dorset District OS Grid Ref SY 6884. Bin count. A count of the number of things in each element of an array. Bin counts. Plural of bin count. Bind. To tie, to confine by any ligature. Bind hand and foot. To tie up someone's hands and feet. Bind off. To end a column of stitches by trapping its final stitch in a way that prevents unraveling. Bind on equip. Describing a piece of equipment, armor, weapons, accessories that becomes bound to a player character when equipped by them. The player may sell, trade, give it to another character so long as they have not used it. After use, the player may only sell it to an in-game vendor or discard it, destroying the item. Used mainly on quest rewards and moderate to rare drops. Compared to bind on pickup. Bind on pickup. Describing an item that becomes bound to the player that loots it. The player cannot transfer it to another player. They may only sell it to an in-game vendor or discard it, destroying the item. problem used mainly on quest MacGuffins and rare drops. Compare to bind on equip. Bind over. To compel someone to do or abstain from a particular act. Bind rune. A type of ligature formed by 2 or more runes, most commonly with 2 or 3 runes sharing one or more common vertical strokes, or with several runes arranged vertically with their vertical strokes joined end to end. Bind runes. Plural of bind rune. Bind spell. A magical spell that prevents someone from doing something or taking some specified course of action. Bind spells. Plural of bind spell. Bind up. To wrap, as with bandages. Bind rune. Alternative spelling of bind rune. Bind runes. Plural of bind rune. Bind as. Independent and carefree, admirable, cool. Bindability. The condition of being bindable. Bindable. Capable of binding or of being bound. Bindallo. Dated form of vindaloo. Bindas. Alternative form of bindas. Binded. Bound. Simple past and past participle of bind. Bindy. A language element that is grammatically bound. Bindy is plural of bindy. Binder. A surname. Binder clip. A simple device for binding several sheets of paper, leaving the sheets intact. A strip of spring steel bent into the shape of an isosceles triangle with loops at the apex. Binder clips. Plural of binder clip. Binder's syndrome. Alternative form of binder's syndrome. Binder's syndrome. A rare syndrome of maxillofacial dysplasia. Bindaries. Plural of bindaries. Bindois. Without the use of a chemical binder. Binders. Plural of binder. Bindery. A workshop or factory where books are bound. Bindes. Second person singular simple present indicative of bind. Bind. Third person singular simple present indicative of bind. Bindhamite. An isometric hexactahedral mineral containing antimony, hydrogen, lead, and oxygen. Bindhigh. Alternative form of bindy. Bindeyes. Plural of bindhigh. Bindy. The holy and traditionally worn on the forehead of Hindu women. Bidye. Alternative form of bidyi. Bindies. An infestation of the bindyi plant. Bidye. Any of several weeds with unpleasant burrs. Bides. Plural of bindyi. Bindin. A protein involved in the process of sea urchin fertilization. Binding. Imposing stipulations or requirements that must be honored. Binding agent. Synonym of binder chemical or other substance, a material or substance that holds other materials together mechanically, chemically, or as an adhesive to form a cohesive whole. Binding agents. Plural of binding agent. Binding energies. Plural of binding energy. Binding energy. The energy needed to separate the constituent parts of an atom or nucleus, equivalent to the mass defect. Binding knot. A knot that may be used to keep an object or multiple loose objects together, using a string or a rope that passes at least once around them. Binding knots. Plural of binding knot. Binding number. The smallest possible ratio of the number of neighbors of a proper subset of vertices to the size of the subset. Binding numbers. Plural of binding number. Binding off. Present participle and gerund bind off. Binding on equip. Present participle and gerund bind on equip. Binding on pickup. Present participle and gerund bind on pickup. Binding over. Present participle and gerund bind over. Binding problem. The problem of how the brain's circuits encode the combination of decisions, actions, and perception. Binding problems. Plural of binding problem. Binding spell. A Wiccan ritual meant to stop someone from committing harm, usually performed either by tying up a puppet likeness or by inscribing their name on a candle. Binding spells. Plural of binding spell. Binding time. The point in time when symbolic references to data are converted into physical machine addresses. Binding times. Plural of binding time. Binding up. Present participle and gerund of bind up. Bindingless. Without a binding or bindings. Bindingly. In a binding manner. Bindingness. The state or quality of being gating. Bindings. Plural of binding. Bindins. Plural of bindin. Bindies. Plural of bindy. Bindle. Any given length of cord, rope, twine, etc. used to bind something. Bindle punk. A bindle stiff. Bindle punks. Plural of bindle punk. Bindle stiff. A hobo, misfit, criminal, wanderer, or drifting harvest worker. Bindle stiffs. Plural of bindle stiff. Bindles. Plural of bindle. Mindless. Not having the limitation of requiring textures to be bound by the CPU to a particular slot in a fixed-size table before the GPU can use them. Bindle stiff. A tramp hobo who carries a bedroll or a bundle of possessions. Bindle stiffs. Plural of bindle stiff. Bindosome. A component of the cell membrane of certain bacteria that bind sugars to proteins. Bindosomes. Plural of bindosome. Bintay. A municipality of Negros Oriental, Philippines. Bindrune. Alternative form of bindrune. Bindrunes. Plural of bindrune. Binds. Plural of bind. Binds off. Third person singular simple present indicative of bind off. Binds on equip. Third person singular simple present indicative of bind on equip. Binds on pickup. Third person singular simple present indicative of bind on pickup. Binds over. Third person singular simple present indicative of bind over. Binds up. Third person singular simple present indicative of bind up. Bindslove. A surname. Bindstone. A kind of calcareous rock where organisms such as algae encrust the elements during deposition and bind them together. Bindstones. Plural of bindstone. Binda. Packaged together in a box set. Binduyan. A barangay of the city of Puerto Princesa, Palawan, Philippines. Mindui. Any of several trailing vine-like plants in the family Convolvulaceae with funnel-shaped flowers. Bindweeds. Plural of bindweed. Bindy. A stinging burr of the bandia plant. Bidya. Alternative form of bidii. Bind. A climbing plant which climbs by its shoots growing in a helix around a support distinct from a vine, which climbs using tendrils or suckers. Bineage. Discharge of ammunition. Bietoline. A drug investigated as an antidepressant in the 1980s but never marketed. Binadama. A village in Mopti, Mali. Biagar. A surname. Binagars. Plural of binagar. Binegative. Negative towards bisexuality, biphobic. Binegativity. Negativity towards bisexual people, biphobia. Binang. A barangay of La Trinidad, Banked, Philippines. Biafric. Relating to both kidneys. Biner. Abbreviation of carabiner. Biners. Plural of biner. Binervate. Of leaves, wings, etc. having only two nerves or ribs. Binds. A surname. Biases. Plural of binds. a surname from French. Bination of or pertaining to Alfred Binet 1857–1911, French psychologist and inventor of an early intelligence test. Binet, a surname from French. Binets, plural of binet. Binfer, a surname. Binhol, enough to fill a bin. Binhols, plural of binful. The, a surname from Old English of Old English origin and unknown meaning. Bing chilling, relaxing, chilling. Bing chillings, plural of Bing chilling. Bang sut, a traditional Cantonese shop selling cold drinks and sometimes light meals found mainly in Hong Kong. Bang suts, plural of Bing sut. Bing-Neill syndrome, a rare neurological complication of Waldenström's macroglobulinemia involving the central nervous system. Bing-Amen, a surname. Bing-Amens, plural of Bing-Amen. Bing-Nauen, a municipality of Iloilo, Philippines. Veg, a short period of excessive consumption, especially of food, alcohol, narcotics, etc. Binge drinker, one who engages in binge drinking. Binge drinkers, plural of binge drinker. Binge drinking, the consumption of excessive amounts of alcohol in a short period of time. Then eat, to engage in binge eating. Binge eater, a person who suffers from binge eating. Binge eaters, plural of binge eater. Binge eating, the consumption of a large amount of food in a relatively short time, often as a symptom of bulimia. Binge eating disorder, recurrent binge eating, but without the purging associated with bulimia nervosa. Binge viewing, synonym of binge watching. Binge watch, alternative form of binge watch. Binge watch, simple past and past participle of binge watch. Binge watches, third person singular simple present indicative of binge watch. Binge watching, the viewing of numerous episodes of a television show in one sitting. Binge and purge, the cycle of binge eating and self-induced vomiting or use of laxatives characteristic of bulimia nervosa. Binge play, to play a game for an excessive period of time. Binge play, simple past and past participle of binge play. Binge playing, present participle and gerund of binge play. Binge plays, third person singular simple present indicative of binge play. Binge purge, synonym of binge and purge. Binge watch, to watch multiple episodes of a television program in a short period of time. Binge watchable, capable of or suitable for being binge watched. Binge watch, simple past and past participle of binge watch. Binge watcher, one who binge watches a television program. Binge watchers, plural of binge watcher. Binge watches, third person singular simple present indicative of binge watch. Binge watching, alternative form of binge watching. Binge worthy, worthy of being binged on, particularly TV series or foods. Bingeable, on which one can binge. Binge, simple past and past participle of bing. Bingeful, exhibiting or characteristic of binging. Vengefully, in a bingeful manner. Binging, present participle and gerund of binge. Bingings, plural of binging. Benze, synonym of Bingen am Rhein, a town in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Bingen am Rhein, a town on the river Rhine in Rhineland. Palatinate, Germany. Binger, a surname. Bingerbrook, a village in Bingen am Rhein, Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Bingers, plural of Binger. Binges, plural of binge. Binge watch, alternative form of binge watch. Binge watch, simple past and past participle of binge watch. Binge watches, third person singular simple present indicative of binge watch. Binge watching, present participle and gerund of binge watch. Bingeworthy, alternative spelling of bingeworthy. Bidham, a town and civil parish in Rushcliffe District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 700-3343. Bingham County, one of 44 counties in Idaho, United States. County seat, Blackfoot. Bingham Plastic, a viscoplastic material that behaves like a rigid solid when under low stress, but flows like a viscous fluid when under high stress, for example, toothpaste or mayonnaise. Bingham Plastics, plural of Bingham Plastic. Binhamite, a type of agate stone found in Minnesota. Binghams, plural of Bingham. Binghamton, a city, the county seat of Broome County, New York, United States, named after William Bingham. Binghai, an aboriginal person. Binghais, plural of Binghai. Vid, present participle and gerund of Bing. Bings, plural of Binging. Bindo, a surname from German. Bindolt, simple past and past participle of Bingle. Bingos, plural of Bingle. Angley, a market town and civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Bradford, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 108,389. They Terrier, synonym of Airedale Terrier. Bingleys, plural of Bingley. Bindling, present participle and gerund of Bingle. Synonym of Airedale Terrier. Bingleys, plural of Bingley. Bindling, present participle and gerund of Bingle. Bima, a surname. Binmans, plural of Bingman. Bindo, alternative letter case form of bingo. Bingdo, a male given name. Bingo bango, synonym of bish bash bosh indicating completion with efficiency. Bingo bango bongo, alternative form of bingo bango bongo. Bingo bango bongo, a golf game in which each round of play consists of points being awarded to the first player to land their ball on the green, the player whose ball is closest to the hole after all of the balls are on the green, and the first player to hit their ball into the hole. Bingo card, a card used in playing the game of bingo. Bingo wings, fatty, loose flaps of skin hanging from the upper arms. Bindod, druck. Bindodate, a 1990s scandal in British Columbia around the skimming of charity bingo funds to benefit the ruling New Democratic Party. Bingoing, present participle and gerund of bingo. Begaril, a province in eastern Turkey. Bingo-like, resembling or characteristic of the game of bingo. Bindos, plural of bingo. Binhot, used to express joy at having achieved or obtained something wonderful. Ves, third person singular simple present indicative of Bing. Vensu, a Korean shaved ice dessert with sweet toppings that may include chopped fruit, condensed milk, fruit syrup, and red azuki beans. Bensas, plural of bingsu. Bintuan, in China, a construction and corporation composed of soldiers, especially working-class ones. Bidi, of milk or butter, ropey, having gone bad or soured. Binduan, alternative form of binduan. Then Do I, a province of Vietnam. Vinh PH letter 1B0 letter 1 EDBC, a province of Vietnam. Vinh THU letter 1 EADN, a province of Vietnam. Vinh D stroke letter 1 ECBNH, a province of Vietnam. Vinh I, a district and new area in Tianjin, China. Vinh a habitational surname from Old English. Vietnams, plural of Benem. Vinh, Edo language of Nigeria. Vinidane, a municipality of Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Vinifibrate, an antilipidemic drug. Vinagura, an Aboriginal Australian people of the Pilbara region of Western Australia. Vinitino, a drug with the molecular formula CHBRF2N403 that inhibits mitogen-activated protein kinase MEK, and is approved for use in combination with encorafenib to treat certain melanomas. Vignettes, plural of vignetti. Vena, a surname. Venians, plural of Binion. Edu, a set of traditional Breton bagpipes. Vemias, plural of Veniu. Edo, plural of Veniu. Bit, a bit or binary digit. Binitarian, a proponent of binitarianism. Binitarianism, the belief, particularly among some Christian churches also called cults, denominations, or sects, that God is two persons, two individuals, or two aspects in one Godhead or God, these being God the Father and God the Son Jesus Christ. Binitarians, plural of binitarian. Bennets, plural of Bennett. Wenya, a surname. Mendai, a city in North Sumatra, Indonesia. Binjari, alternative form of Banjara. Binjaris, plural of Binjari. Binjaris, plural of Binjari. Binjari, alternative form of Banjara. A bench. Bes, simple past and past participle of bank. Vingi, a pet name. Vingi, simple past and past participle of binki. Vinvis, plural of binki. Vidki, present participle and gerund of bink. Venpi, a surname. Bankowski, a surname from Polish. Bankowskis, plural of Bankowski. Venice, a surname. Vingi, alternative form of Binky, a pet name. Vinky Naubar, the commandant of the artillery. Vedye, present participle and gerund of Binky. Vinlai. An island of Liu, Kinmen County, Taiwan. Vemai, a suburb of Coventry, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3777. Vine-like, resembling or characteristic of a bin. Vine-liner, alternative spelling of bin liner. Vine-liners, plural of vine-liner. Vinload, enough to fill a bin. Vinloads, plural of binload. Vinmali, a municipality of Pangasinan, Philippines. Vina, alternative spelling of bin man. Vima, plural of bin man. Vinemore, a surname. Ve, archaic spelling of bin, storage container for wine, etc. Veda, halbin. Vinol, suitable for storage in a bin. Renarkal, The wooden housing for a ship's compass with its corrector magnets and illuminating arrangements. The log and other equipment for measuring the ship's speed are also stowed there. Vehicle less. A sick list indicating those people excused from duty for health reasons. Binnacle lists. Plural of binnacle lists. Binnacles. Plural of binnacle. Ben. Simple past and past participle of been. Binned off. Simple past and past participle of been off. Vertical. The backwater portion of a stream or remnant of an old stream bed. Binnacles. Plural of binnacle. Winner. A surname from German. Rinner. Simple past and past participle of binner. Binnering. Present participle and gerund of binner. Betters. Plural of binner. Benny. A surname. Bennies. Plural of Benny. Bemme. A surname. Bemme. A female given name. Benes. Plural of Benny. Bene. A surname. Binning off. Present participle of bin off. Binnings. A surname. Benningses. Plural of Binnings. Binnington. A village in Willoughby Parish, Ryedale District, North Yorkshire, England. Binningtons. Plural of Binnington. Benai. A multifaceted variety of the mineral tennantite found in the Bin Valley, Switzerland. Ves. A surname. Bene. Niger Barbaliba barbus bini or barbus bini, a species of yellowfish found in the Nile. Deno. The superpartner of the gauge boson corresponding to weak hypercharge. Binosolate. Having two Akali. Binocle. A dioptric telescope fitted with two tubes joining so as to enable the viewing of an object with both eyes at once. A double-barreled field glass or opera glass. Binocles. Plural of binocle. Binocle sisox. Synonym of scissors glasses. Monarchs. Binoculars. Binocular. Using two eyes or viewpoints, especially using two eyes or viewpoints to ascertain distance. Binocular O. The Cyrillic letter A66B capital or letter A66B lowercase. Binocular OS. Plural of binocular O. Binocular vision. A vision system in which two eyes work together to produce a unified field of view which is wider and stereoscopic and in which objects can be more readily discerned. Binoculared. Sporting binoculars. Binocularities. Plural of binocularity. Binocularity. Binocular vision. Binocului. In a binocular manner, using two eyes. Binoculars. A handheld device consisting of a series of lenses and prisms used to magnify objects so that they can be better seen from a distance and looked at through both eyes. Binoculate. Having two eyes. Vinod. A male given name from Sanskrit. Binodal. Having two nodes. Binode. A double point of a surface whose tangent cone consists of two different planes. Binodes. Plural of binode. Binodini. A female given name from Sanskrit of Indian usage. Binoctangan. A barangay of Benito Solivan, Isabela, Philippines. Vinoi. Synonym of bimonoid. Benoids. Plural of benoi. Binocid. Synonym of Bukid Austronesian language. Binology. The ethically questionable practice of searching through the dustbins of celebrities and other public figures to obtain information for use in tabloid newspapers. Bitho. A compound word. Binome. Alternative form of binome. Binomen. A name having two parts. Binomenclature. The use of a binomial system as in taxonomy. Binomes. Plural of binome. I know how. Consisting of two terms or parts. Binomial coefficient. A coefficient of any of the terms in the expansion of the binomial x plus yn, defined by n choose k equals n/k, and read as n choose k. Binomial coefficients. Plural of binomial coefficient. Binomial distribution. The discrete probability distribution of the number of successes in a sequence of n independent trials, each of which yields success with probability p. Binomial distributions. Plural of binomial distribution. Binomial name. A scientific name at the rank of species with two terms, a generic name and a specific name. Binomial names. Plural of binomial name. Binomial nomenclature. The scientific system of naming each species of organism with a Latinized name in two parts. The first is the genus and is written with an initial capital letter. The second is some specific epithet that distinguishes the species within the genus. By convention, the whole name is typeset in italics. The genus part is often abbreviated to its initial letter, e.g., H. sapiens for Homo sapiens. Binomial series. The Maclaurin series expansion of the function f(x) equals 1 plus x alpha. For arbitrary complex alpha, the series sum sine k alpha choose kx letter 1d4f, where alpha choose k equals alpha alpha 1 alpha 2 alpha k plus 1/k. Binomial theorem. A formula giving the expansion of a binomial such as a plus b raised to any positive integer power, i.e. a plus bn. It's possible to expand the power into a sum of terms of the form ax letter 1d47y letter 1d9c, where the coefficient of each term is a positive integer. For example, binomialism. The use of a binomial system as in taxonomy. Binomialists. A proponent of binomialism. Binomialists. Plural of binomialists. Binomiality. That binomiality. In a binomial manner. Binomials. Plural of binomial. Binomina. Plural of binomen. Binominal. Consisting of two names. Binominal name. A scientific name at the rank of species with two terms, a generic name and a specific name. Binominal names. Plural of binominal name. Binominals. Plural of binominal. Binominous. Having two names. Binoms. Plural of binom. Binondo. A district of Manila, Metro Manila, Philippines. Banantoan. A barangay of Balangalang, late, Philippines. Bena. Abbreviation of Beta operator. Benabs. Plural of binup. Renares. A chemical compound with EUPAC name 2R3, 4, 5, R9, R10s, 11s, heptacyclo 8.4.0.02 12.03, 8.046, 6.059.0 1113 tetracane. Binormal. A line that is at right angles to both the normal and the tangent of a point on a curve and, together with them, forms three orthogonal axes. Binormally. In a binormal manner. Binormals. Plural of binormal. Binormative. Of, pertaining to or exhibiting binormativity. Binormativity. The adoption of limiting especially heterosexist-like values, beliefs, and norms into the bisexual community. Binos. Plural of bino. Binoscope. A type of binary telescope or long-distance binoculars typically used for amateur astronomy or artillery sighting. Binoscopes, plural of binoscope. Binospire, a piperazine drug, 8,2,2,3-dihydro-1,4-benzodioxin 2-L-methylamino-ethyl-8-testospiro 4.5-decane-7,9-dione having anxiolytic effects. Binotic, relating to both ears, binaural. Binabong, a barangay of Alang-Alang, Leyte, Philippines. Banas, banate. Binovular, alternative form of biovular. Binoxalate, hydrogenoxalate. Binoxalates, plural of binoxalate. Binoxide, archaic form of dioxide. Binoxides, plural of binoxide. Initialism of Butker Institute of Nuclear Physics. Plural of bin. Bins off, third person singular simple present indicative of bin off. Menzel, plural of binful. Binside, a location where grain is stored in bins. Binsites, plural of binsite. Binsize, the number of things in each element of an array. Binsizes, plural of binsize. Menstad, a village in the Isle of Wight, England. OS Grid Ref SZ 5792. Bensteds, plural of Bensted. Menstead, a place name. Bensteds, plural of Bensted. Benstock, a surname. Benstocks, plural of Benstock. Meinswanger, a surname. Einswangerian, of or relating to Ludwig Binswanger 1881-1966, Swiss psychologist. What? A woman, a girl. Beintanger, a hardwood tree of the genus Calophyllum. Beintangers, plural of Beintanger. Vente, a kind of potato produced in the Netherlands. Venditis, plural of Bentage. Methe, a village and civil parish in Stratford-on-Avon district, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1454. Bintry, binary tree. Bintaries, plural of bintry. Beths, plural of bint. Binsuk, a wax derived from soy, used in cosmetics and to groom the top knot of a secretary. Binchaloo, an Austronesian language of Borneo. Bincharong, a large species of civet, Arctictes bincharong, of southern Asia. Bincharongs, plural of Bincharong. Binuangan, a municipality of Misamis Oriental, Philippines. Binuclear, having two nuclei. Binuclei. Binuclearity, the condition of being binuclear. Binucleate, having two nuclei. Binucleated, binucleate. Binucleates, plural of binucleate. Binucleating, causing binucleation. Binucleation, the division of a nucleus without division of the cell's cytoplasm. Binucleations, plural of binucleation. Binuclei, plural of binucleus. Binuclei, having two nuclei. Binucleale, having two nucleali. Binuclealate, having two nucleali. Binucleophile, any compound that has two nucleophilic centers. Binucleophiles, plural of binucleophile. Binuclei, alternative form of dinucleotide. Binucleotides, plural of binucleotide. Binucleus, a binucleated cell. Binucid, vivid. Binotas, a barangay of Calag, Quezon, Philippines. Bimwood, The numerical width of a bin. Binwidths. Plural of binwidth. Venice, a surname. Yemena, a district, a former village in Yemena Jebet Ada, Haifa district, Israel. Yemena Jebet Ada, a town, a local council of Haifa district, Israel. Wenya, in Semitic languages, a kind of word stem into which vowels and affixes can be slotted, typically consisting of 3 letters. Adena, plural of binyan. Benyans, plural of binyan. Ide, a surname from Welsh. Ides, plural of binyan. Benju, a court-level city of Xianyang, Shaanxi, China. Binzu, alternative spelling of Binsuk. Bio, abbreviation of Viality. Alternative form of BioBio. Bio box, a room overlooking the theater from the back, from which projection, lighting and sound are controlled. Bio boxes, plural of biobox. Bio break, alternative form of bio break. Bio breaks, plural of bio break. Bioenergies, plural of bioenergy. Bioenergy, alternative form of bioenergy. Biofemale, born with a vulva and assumed to have 2 X chromosomes. Biofemales. Plural of biofemale. Biomale, born with organs exclusive to males such as a penis, testicles, etc., and having 1 Y chromosome and 1 X chromosome in each cell. Biomales, plural of biomale. Bioqueen, a cis female performance artist who performs in female drag at drag shows or acts like a drag queen. Bioqueens, plural of bioqueen. Bio, wife. Bioattack, alternative form of bioattack. Bioattacks, plural of bioattack. Bioavailable, alternative spelling of bioavailable. Bio-based, alternative form of bio-based. Biobio, alternative form of biobio. Alternative form of biobio. Biobreak, a visit to a bathroom or restroom in order to relieve oneself. Biobreaks, plural of biobreak. Biocapacities, plural of biocapacity. Biocapacity, alternative spelling of biocapacity. Biocode, a biochemical signal or marker, especially one used for security purposes. Biocoded, simple past and past participle of biocode. Biocodes, plural of biocode. Biocoding, present participle and gerund of biocode. Biocrude, alternative form of biocrude. Biodad, alternative form of biodad. Biodads, plural of biodad. Bioequivalence, alternative form of bioequivalence. Bioequivalent, alternative form of bioequivalent. Biofascism, alternative form of biofascism. Biofemale, alternative form of biofemale. Biofemales, plural of biofemale. Biogender, alternative form of biogender. Bioinformatics, alternative spelling of bioinformatics. Bioinspire, ideas inspired by mechanisms or laws operating in biological organisms, for example neural networks. Biomale, alternative form of biomale. Biomales, plural of biomale. Biomechanical, alternative form of biomechanical. Biomechanicals, plural of biomechanical. Bio-naive, alternative form of bio-naive. Bio-naive, alternative form of bio-naive. Bio-oil, any automotive oil that is synthesized as opposed to being petroleum-based. Bio-oils, plural of bio-oil. Biooxidation, oxidation caused by the presence of bacteria. Biophysicochemical, alternative form of biophysicochemical. Biopic, alternative form of biopic. Bioproduce, alternative form of bioproduce. Bioproduce, simple past and past participle of bioproduce. Bioproduces, third person singular simple present indicative of bioproduce. Bioproducing, present participle and gerund of bioproduce. Bioreceptive, alternative spelling of bioreceptive. Biosedimentary, alternative form of biosedimentary. Biosex, biological sex in individuals' anatomical sex at birth, which may not correlate to gender identity. Biosexes, plural of biosex. Bio-unavailable, not bioavailable. Bioweapon, alternative form of bioweapon. Bioweapons, plural of bioweapon. Bio, abbreviation of viality. Bioabsorb, to absorb using a biological substrate. Bioabsorbability, the condition of being bioabsorbable. Bioabsorbable, that can be absorbed through bioabsorption. Bioabsorption, the process whereby substances are absorbed by the tissues and organs of organisms. Bioaccessibility, plural of bioaccessibility. Bioaccessibility, the potential for a substance to interact with and be absorbed by an organism. Bioaccessible, able to come into contact with an organism and be absorbed by it. Bioaccumulate, to accumulate in a biological system over time. Bioaccumulated, simple past and past participle of bioaccumulate. Bioaccumulates, third person singular simple present indicative of bioaccumulate. Bioaccumulating, present participle and gerund of bioaccumulate. Bioaccumulation, the process by which substances accumulate in the tissues of living organisms, used especially of toxic substances that accumulate via a food chain. Bioaccumulations, plural of bioaccumulation. Bioaccumulative, that tends to accumulate in an organism when the organism's ability to remove it is insufficient. Bioaccumulativity, the state of being bioaccumulative. Bioaccumulator, a biological or biochemical accumulator. Bioaccumulators, plural of bioaccumulator. Bioaccumulatory, of a biological system having the capacity to accumulate chemical elements and compounds. Bioacoustic, pertaining to bioacoustics. Bioacoustical, relating to bioacoustics. Bioacoustically, in a bioacoustic way by means of or in terms of bioacoustics. Bioacoustician, an expert in bioacoustics. Bioacousticians, plural of bioacoustician. Bioacoustics, a cross-disciplinary science that combines biology and acoustics, investigating, for instance, the mechanisms of sound production and detection. Bioaction, a biological action or process. Bioactions, plural of bioaction. Bioactivable, Biochemically activable. Bioactivatable. That can be bioactivated. Bioactivate. To activate by means of bioactivation. Bioactivated. Simple past and past participle of bioactivate. Bioactivates. Third person singular simple present indicative of bioactivate. Bioactivating. That leads to bioactivation. Bioactivation. The metabolic activation of xenobiotic compounds into reactive toxic compounds. Bioactivator. A biological activator typically for composting. Bioactivators. Plural of bioactivator. Bioactive. Biologically active, having a biological effect. Bioactively. In a bioactive manner. Bioactives. Plural of bioactive. Bioactivities. Plural of bioactivity. Bioactivity. Biologic activity, such as biochemical or immunologic reactivity, the biologic effect, function or dysfunction, benefit or toxicity of a substance. Bioactuated. Actuated by means of bioactuation. Bioactuation. Biological or biochemical actuation typically by a muscle. Bioactuations. Plural of bioactuation. Bioactuator. A biological actuator, typically powered by a muscle. Bioactuators. Plural of bioactuator. Bioadaptation. Biological adaptation. Bioadaptations. Plural of bioadaptation. Bioadhesion. Biological adhesion. Bioadhesions. Plural of bioadhesion. Bioadhesive. Any of many gums or other naturally occurring polymers that act as adhesives. Bioadhesiveness. The condition of being bioadhesive. Bioadhesives. Plural of bioadhesive. Bioadsorb. To adsorb using a biological substrate. Bioadsorbent. A biological adsorbent. Bioadsorbents. Plural of bioadsorbent. Bioadsorption. Adsorption by a bioadsorbent. Bioadvected. Subject to bioadvection. Bioadvection. Biologically driven advection. Bioadvective. Relating to bioadvection. Bioaeration. A form of the activated sludge process in which air is blown through the raw sewage. Bioaerosol. An aerosol containing biologically active bacteria, spores, viruses, toxins, and other similar material. Bioaerosolization. The formation of a bioaerosol. Bioaerosolize. To form into a bioaerosol. Bioaerosolize. Simple past and past participle of bioaerosolize. Bioaerosols. Plural of bioaerosol. Bioaffinities. Plural of bioaffinity. Bioaffinity. Biological or biochemical affinity. Bioaffluent. Having a rich diversity of biota. Bioagent. A biological agent. Bioagents. Plural of bioagent. Bioaggressor. A biological aggressor, especially an aggressive pest. Bioaggressors. Plural of bioaggressor. Bioalcohol. Alcohol produced by fermentation of crops for use as a biofuel, especially bioethanol. Bioalcohols. Plural of bioalcohol. Bioaldehyde. Any aldehyde produced by fermentation or similar enzymatic activity. Bioaldehydes. Plural of bioaldehyde. Bioalkane. Any biologically derived alkane, especially one used as a biofuel. Bioalkanes. Plural of bioalkane. Bioalkylation. Any biochemical reaction in which an alkyl group is attached to a molecule or to a metal. Bioalkylations. Plural of bioalkylation. Bioelectrin. An active parasiticide related to electrin. Bioalloy. Any biocompatible alloy. Bioalloys. Plural of bioalloy. Bioamine. Any biochemically produced amine. Bioaminergic. That secrete bioamines. Bioamines. Plural of bioamine. Bioamperometric. Relating to bioamperometry. Bioamperometry. Amperometry using a biochemical reagent. Bioamplification. Synonym of biomagnification. Bioamplify. Simple past and past participle of bioamplify. Bioamplifier. Any device used to amplify biosignals. Bioamplifiers. Plural of bioamplifier. Bioamplify. Biomagnify. Bioanalyzer. Alternative form of bioanalyzer. Bioanalyzers. Plural of bioanalyzer. Bioanalyzes. Plural of bioanalysis. Bioanalysis. Biochemical analysis. Bioanalyst. One who carries out bioanalysis. Bioanalysts. Plural of bioanalysts. Bioanalyte. Any substance undergoing bioanalysis. Bioanalytes. Plural of bioanalyte. Bioanalytic. Relating to bioanalysis. Bioanalytical. Of or pertaining to analytical methods used in biotechnology. Bioanalytically. In terms of or by means of bioanalysis. Bioanalytics. The field of research in biotechnology concerned with analytical techniques. Bioanalyze. To analyze by means of a bioanalyzer. Bioanalyze. Simple past and past participle of bioanalyze. Bioanalyzer. Any of various devices used to analyze the nucleic acids, proteins, sugars, etc. of a biological sample. Bioanalyzers. Plural of bioanalyzer. Bioanode. A biological or biochemical anode. Bioanodes. Plural of bioanode. Bioanthropological. Of or relating to bioanthropology. Bioanthropologically. In terms of or by means of bioanthropology. Bioanthropologists. Any anthropologist whose specialty is their anthropology. Bioanthropologists. Plural of bioanthropologists. Bioanthropology. Biological anthropology. Bioantimutagenic. Describing any natural product that has antimutagenic properties. Bioapatite. A form of calcium phosphate that is the major component in the mineralized part of vertebrate bone teeth and in case of fish, scales. Bioappetites. Plural of bioappetite. Bioapplication. A biological application. Bioapplications. Plural of bioapplication. Bioarchaeological. Relating to bioarchaeology. Bioarchaeologically. In a bioarchaeological manner. Bioarchaeologist. Alternative form of bioarchaeologist. Bioarchaeologists. Plural of bioarchaeologists. Bioarchaeology. Zooarchaeology. Bioarchaeometric. Relating to bioarchaeometry. Bioarchaeometry. The application of archaeometry to the archaeology. Bioarchaeological. Alternative form of bioarchaeological. Bioarchaeologist. One who studies bioarchaeology. Bioarchaeologists, plural of bioarchaeologists. Bioarchaeology, alternative form of bioarchaeology. Bioarchitecture, the design and construction of buildings in an ecologically friendly manner. Bioarchitectures, plural of bioarchitecture. Bioarchives, plural of bioarchive. Bioarray, an array of biological or biochemical components or cells. Bioarrays, plural of bioarray. Bioart, art that incorporates or mimics biological forms. Bioartificial, describing any artificial device that has biological components. Bioassay, the analysis of the biological activity of a substance with reference to a standard preparation using a culture of living cells or a living creature. Bioassayable, suitable for bioassay. Bioassay, subjected to bioassay. Bioassaying, present participle and gerund of bioassay. Bioassays, plural of bioassay. Bioassemblies, plural of bioassembly. Bioassembly, the assembly of biological tissue. Bioassessment, the assessment of the biological situation in a particular environment. Bioassessments, plural of bioassessment. Bioassimilability, the property of being assimilable. Bioassimilable, that can be assimilated by a biological system. Bioassimilated, biologically or biochemically assimilated. Bioassimilation, biological or biochemical assimilation. Bioassociated, biologically associated. Bioassociation, biological association. Bioastronautic, bioastronautical. Bioastronautical, of or pertaining to bioastronautics. Bioastronautics, the study of the biological, behavioral, and medical aspects of astronautics. Bioastronomer, synonym of astrobiologist. Bioastronomers, plural of bioastronomer. Bioastronomical, relating to bioastronomy. Bioastronomy, synonym of astrobiology. Bioattack, an attack against a large number of people using bioweapons. Bioattacks, plural of bioattack. Bioaugment, to carry out bioaugmentation. Bioaugmentation, the use of microorganisms to help decompose pollutants. Bioaugmentative, relating to or employing bioaugmentation. Bioaugmented, simple past and past participle of bioaugment. Bioaugmenting, present participle and gerund of bioaugment. Bioaugments, third person singular simple present indicative of bioaugment. Bioautogram, the visual result of bioautography. Bioautograms, plural of bioautogram. Bioautographic, relating to bioautography. Bioautographically, by means of bioautography. Bioautography, a form of chromatography employing a biological detection method. Bioavailabilities, plural of Bioavailability. Bioavailability, the extent to which a substance is molecularly available to cells and tissues in a living organism, which depends on factors such as solubility, pH level, and presence of enzymes and cofactors. For example, even if one's ingestion of vitamin B is average/typical, one might nonetheless have B deficiency if one has poor metabolism of this particular vitamin. Bioavailable. Able to be absorbed by a living organism. Bioavailability. Misspelling of bioavailability. Biobag. A biodegradable bin liner. Biobags. Plural of biobag. Bioball. A water-soluble sphere sludge ball containing a known number of microorganisms. Bioballistic. Relating to bioballistics. Bioballistics. Synonym of biolistics. Bioballs. Plural of bioball. Biobank. Any of several types of repository of biological material, for example seeds or information, e.g. data. Biobanked. Simple past and past participle of biobank. Biobanker. A scientist who works in a biobank. Biobankers. Plural of biobanker. Biobanking. The storage of biological specimens in a biobank. Biobanks. Plural of biobank. Biobarcode. A nanoparticle containing specific antibodies that can be used to uniquely identify proteins and nucleic acids. Biobarcodes. Plural of biobarcode. A barrier that prevents the passage of biological contaminants. Biobarriers. Plural of biobarrier. Biobase. Based on biological material. Biobatteries. Plural of biobattery. Biobattery. An energy storage device powered by organic compounds such as glucose. Biobed. A pit of soil used in agriculture to capture pesticide residue and break it down. Biobeds. Plural of biobed. Biobehavioral. Pertaining to the biological causes of behavior. Biobehavioral. Alternative form of biobehavioral. Biobelt. An astronaut's belt with electrodes for monitoring heart rate, blood pressure, etc. Biobelts. Plural of biobelt. Biobetter. A medication developed by modifying an approved biological drug to enhance its properties, for example, improved efficacy, higher selectivity, or lower toxicity. Biobetters. Plural of biobetter. Biobibliographer. The author of bibliography. Biobibliographers. Plural of biobibliographer. Biobibliographic. Biobibliographical. Biobibliographical. Of or relating to at biobibliography. Biobibliographies. Plural of biobibliography. Biobibliography. A bibliography that also contains a short biography of the authors. Biovital. A region in Chile. Bioobjective. Involving two objectives. Bioblast. Archaic form of bioplast. Bioblasts. Plural of bioblasts. Biobleach. To biochemically bleach. Biobleach. Simple past and past participle of biobleach. Biobleaches. Third person singular simple present indicative of biobleach. Biobleaching. The bleaching of paper using biological agents such as enzymes. Bioblitz. An intense biological survey that attempts to record all the living species within a designated area. Bioblitzes. Plural of bioblitz. Bioborg. A biologically based cyborg. Bioborgs. Plural of bioborg. Biobot. A robot that is partly or wholly biological in nature, as for example an assemblage of plant cells or animal cells that can perform tasks such as moving and reacting. Biobots. Plural of biobot. Bioboy. A cisgender boy or man. Bioboys. Plural of bioboy. Biobrake. Alternative form of biobrake. Biobrakes. Plural of biobrake. Biobreeding rat. A kind of inbred rat used in medical research that spontaneously develops autoimmune type 1 diabetes. Biobreeding rats. Plural of biobreeding rat. Biobrick. A length of DNA sequence used with others to build synthetic biological circuits. Biobricks. Plural of biobrick. Bioburden. A measure of an object's contamination with microorganisms. Bioburdens. Plural of bioburden. Biobutanol. Butanol, obtained via the pyrolysis of biomass for use as a biofuel. Biocalcarnite. Any calcarnite that contains fossils. Biocalcarnites. Plural of biocalcarnite. Biocalcification. The biochemical production and subsequent accumulation of calcium carbonate to form hard tissue. Biocalcify. Simple past and past participle of biocalcify. Biocalcifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of biocalcify. Biocalcify. To calcify biologically or biochemically. Biocalcifying. Causing biocalcification. Biocalorimetry. The measurement of the energetics of biological and biochemical processes. Biocapacities. Plural of biocapacity. Biocapacity. The capacity of an ecosystem to provide resources and absorb wastes. Biocapital. Biological process is regarded as an economic commodity. Biocapitalism. The commodification of biological processes. Biocapsule. A biological capsule, a capsule used in a biological context. Biocapsules. Plural of biocapsule. Biocarbon. Carbon produced from biomass. Biocarcinogen. A carcinogenic organism. Biocarcinogenic. Relating to a biocarcinogen. Biocarcinogens. Plural of biocarcinogen. Biocarrier. A plastic former of an intricate shape that holds biological agents in water purification plants. Biocarriers. Plural of biocarrier. Biocartilage. Synthetic cartilage made from biological material. Biocatalyze. Alternative form of biocatalyzed. Biocatalysis. Plural of biocatalysis. Biocatalysis. Catalysis using biological catalysts, especially enzymes, whether protein enzymes or RNA-1 ribozymes. Biocatalysts. A biochemical catalyst, such as an enzyme, either a protein enzyme or a ribozyme or a biomolecular condensate that has biocatalytic ability. Biocatalysts. Plural of biocatalysts. Biocatalytic. Relating to or employing biocatalysis. Biocatalytical. Alternative form of biocatalytic. Biocatalytically. In a biocatalytic manner by means of a biocatalyst. Biocatalysator. Enzyme. Biocatalyzators. Plural of biocatalysator. Biocatalyze. Biochemically catalyzed by an enzyme. Biocathode. A biochemical, typically microbial cathode. Biocathodes. Plural of biocathode. Biocathodic. Relating to a biocathode. Biocenic. Pertaining to, for example, bordering on, connecting, or dividing two oceans. Biocellate. Having two ochelli, or eye-like spots. Biocellular. Relating to or composed of biological cells. Biocementation. Cementation by the deposition of calcium carbonate by microbes. Biocenologies. Plural of biocenology. Biocenology. A branch of ecology involving the study of the interactions between biological communities. Biocenometer. A bottomless cube or cylinder used to trap and then count small animals, insects, etc. Biocenometers. Plural of biocenometer. Biocenoses. Plural of biocenosis. Biocenosis. A group of interacting animals and/or plants that form a particular ecosystem. Biocenotic. Relating to a biocenosis. Biocenter. Any of a number of institutions, often attached to a university, that are centers for biotechnology research and development. Biocenters. Plural of biocenter. Biocentric. Supporting or pertaining to biocentrism. Biocentrism. An ethical viewpoint that extends inherent value to all non-human life, regardless of its sentience. Biocentrist. One who holds the ethical viewpoint of biocentrism. Biocentrists. Plural of biocentrists. Bioceramic. Any of several ceramic materials having a similar composition to the minerals of bone used in bone implants. Bioceramics. Plural of bioceramic. Alternative form of bioch. Biochamber. A biologically secure chamber typically attached to a microscope in which dangerous organisms are contained. Biochambers. Plural of biochamber. Biochanin. Any of a particular group of naturally occurring flavonoids. Biochanin A. An O-methylated isoflavone found in alfalfa sprouts, peanuts, chickpeas, and other legumes. Biochanins. Plural of biochanin. Biochar. Charcoal that is used as a soil conditioner. Biocharacter. A defining characteristic of an organism or group of organisms. Biocharacteristic. Synonym of biocharacter. Biocharacteristics. Plural of biocharacteristic. Biocharacterization. Biological characterization. Biocharacterizations. Plural of biocharacterization. Biocharacters. Plural of biocharacter. Biochars. Plural of biochar. Biochem. Biochemistry science or industry. Biochemical. Of or relating to biochemistry. Biochemical oxygen demand. The amount of oxygen needed by aerobic microorganisms to decompose all the organic matter in a sample of water used as a measure of pollution. Biochemical oxygen demands. Plural of biochemical oxygen demand. Biochemical pregnancies. Plural of biochemical pregnancy. Biochemical pregnancy. Synonym of chemical pregnancy. Biochemically. With reference to biochemistry. Biochemicals. Plural of biochemical. Biochemiluminescence. Biochemical luminescence. Biochemiluminescent. Relating to biochemiluminescence. Biochemist. A chemist whose specialty is biochemistry. Biochemistries. Plural of biochemistry. Biochemistry. The chemistry of those compounds that occur in living organisms and the processes that occur in their metabolism and catabolism. Biochemists. Plural of biochemists. Biochemomechanical. Biochemical and chemomechanical. Biochemotherapies. Plural of biochemotherapy. Biochemotherapy. Chemotherapy combined with administration of a biochemical material such as an interleukin. Biochemy. Biochemistry. Bioches. Plural of viac. Biochild. A biological child. Biochildren, plural of biochild. Biochip, a microchip made from biological macromolecules, especially DNA rather than a semiconductor. Biochipped, simple past and past participle of biochip. Biochipping, present participle and gerund. Biochip. Biochips, plural of biochip. Biochirality, the chirality of biological molecules, especially the study of the genesis of such chirality. Biochore, a group of similar biotopes. Biochores, plural of biochore. Biochromatic, pertaining to color produced by processes in living organisms. Biochrome, any pigment produced by a living organism. Biochromes, plural of biochrome. Biocry, the length of time represented by a biozone. Biochronographic, relating to the display of biological timescales. Biochronologic, of or pertaining to biochronology. Biochronological, of or pertaining to biochronology. Biochronologically, in terms of or by means of biochronology. Biochronologies, plural of biochronology. Biochronology, the dating of rocks by analysis of their fossil content. Biochronometer, biological clock. Biochronometers, plural of biochronometer. Biochronometries, plural of biochronometry. Biochronometry, the scientific study of biological timekeeping, including the measurement of biological rhythms, life cycles, and time-dependent physiological processes in living organisms, such as circadian and circannual rhythms. Biochronostratigraphic, relating to biochronostratigraphy. Biochrons, plural of biochron. Biocidal, able to kill living organisms, especially microorganisms. Biocide, any action or substance that can destroy living organisms. Biocides, plural of biocide. Biocircuit, a biological circuit composed of neurons. Biocircuits, plural of biocircuit. Biocitizenship, the role of a person's rights and choices that affect health in the context of the society in which they are a citizen. Biocitizenships, plural of biocitizenship. Bioclass, a fossil fragment used to date a rock stratum. Bioclastic, describing a sedimentary rock that is composed of the remains of small organisms. Bioclasts, plural of bioclass. Bioclaustration, a form of symbiosis in which a soft-bodied organism lives entirely within a harder-bodied one. Bioclaustrations, plural of bioclaustration. Biocoin, kept free from biological contaminants. Biocleavable, biochemically cleavable. Biocline, any of a system of bioclimatic variables. Bioclimate, a climate as it influences and is influenced by biological organisms. Bioclimates, plural of bioclimate. Bioclimatic, of or pertaining to the relationship between living things and climate. Bioclimatical, alternative form of bioclimatic. Bioclimatically, in a bioclimatic manner. Bioclimatics, the study of bioclimatic relationships. Bioclimatological, relating to bioclimatology. Bioclimatologist, one who studies bioclimatology. Bioclimatologists, plural of bioclimatologists. Bioclimatology, the interdisciplinary field of science that studies the interactions between the biosphere and the Earth's atmosphere on time scales of the order of seasons or longer in opposition to biometeorology. Bioclimate, synonym of bioclimate. Bioclimes, plural of biocline. Bioclimasequence, a bioclimatic sequence of ecosystems. Bioclimasequences, plural of bioclimasequence. Bioclimes, plural of bioclime. Bioclinical, biological or biochemical and clinical. Bioclock, biological clock. Bioclocks, plural of bioclock. Bioclonal, misspelling of biclonal. Bioplutter, radar or sonar interference caused by living organisms such as fish. Biocoated, having a biocoating. Biocoating, a biocatalytic coating. Biocoatings, plural of biocoating. Biocode, a unified code for taxonomic nomenclature first proposed in 1997. Biocode, a unified taxonomic system such as the Biocode. Biocoded, simple past and past participle of biocode. Biocodes, plural of biocode. Biocoding, present participle and gerund of biocode. Biocoenological, of or relating to biocoenology. The study of biocoenoses. Biocoenologically, in a biocoenological manner, in a manner relating to biocoenology, the study of biocoenoses. Biocoenology, the study of biocoenoses. Biocoenose, a living collection of life forms that are found together, interacting as a community within an ecosystem. Biocoenoses, plural of biocoenose. Biocoenosis, a community of interacting organisms that form a natural ecological unit. Biocoenotic, relating to biocoenosis. Biocognition, biocognitive cognition. Biocognitive, relating to a model of psychiatry that acknowledges the physiological basis for the mind's existence, but identifies cognition as an irreducible and independent realm in which disorder may occur. Biotoph, coke produced from biomass. Biocollection, a collection of biological material. Biocollections, plural of biocollection. Biocolloid, a biological colloid. Biocolloidal, relating to or composed of biocolloids. Biocolloids, plural of biocolloid. Biocolloidal, pertaining to biocolonization, pertaining to or involving colonizing peoples by making them reliant on the colonizer's biomedical or bioengineered agricultural resources. Biocolonialism, exploitation or misappropriation of the biological resources, particularly plants and fungi of indigenous peoples. Biocolonialists, engaging in, characteristic of, or related to biocolonialism. Biocoloniality, the quality of being the nature or totality of that which is of colonial. Biocolonization, colonization typically of a surface by biological organisms. Biocolorant, alternative form of biocolorant. Biocolorants, plural of biocolorant. Biocolorant, a biologically created colorant. Biocolorants, plural of biocolorant. Biocombinatorial, of or pertaining to biocombinatorics. Biocombinatorially, in a biocombinatorial manner. Biocombinatorics, the use of recombinational techniques to generate families of similar biological macromolecules. Biocommerce, Any commercial activity based on biology or biotechnology. Biocommodities, plural of biocommodity. Biocommodity, any biological commodity such as biofuel. Biocommunication, the field of medical art and illustration. Biocommunications, plural of biocommunication. Biocommunities, plural of biocommunity. Biocommunity, a biological community and ecology. Biocompatibility, misspelling of biocompatibility. Biocompanies, plural of biocompany. Biocompany, a biotechnology company. Biocomparable, synonym of biosimilar. Biocomparables, plural of biocomparable. Biocompartment, a biological compartment. Biocompartmental, relating to a biocompartment. Biocompartments, plural of biocompartment. Biocompass, a biological compass. Biocompasses, plural of biocompass. Biocompatibilities, plural of biocompatibility. Biocompatibility, the ability of a material to perform with appropriate husbands in a specific situation. Biocompatibilization, biological/biochemical compatibilization. Biocompatible, compatible with biological tissue. Biocompendium, a compendium of biological and/or or biochemical data. Biocompendiums, plural of biocompendium. Biocompiler, the analog of a compiler in synthetic biology. Biocompilers, plural of biocompiler. Biocomplex, a biological or biochemical complex. Biocomplexes, plural of biocomplexes. Biocomplexity, the study of complex structures and behaviors that arise from nonlinear interactions of active biological agents, which may range in scale from molecules to cells to organisms. Biocompliant, not causing health complications when used in surgical implantations. Biocomponent, any component having a biological origin. Biocomponents, plural of biocomponent. Biocomposite, a composite material comprising a resin matrix and a bolster to reinforce natural fibers, wherein either the resin or the bolster is of biological origin. Biocomposites, plural of biocomposite. Biocompound, any chemical compound of biological origin. Biocompounds, plural of biocompound. Biocomputation, the use of biocomputers. Biocomputational, of or pertaining to biocomputation. Biocomputationally, in a biocomputational manner. Biocomputer, any of several proposed systems using DNA, proteins, or other biological materials to perform data processing in synthetic biology. Biocomputers, plural of biocomputer. Biocomputing, the design and construction of computers containing biological components. Bioconcentrate, to produce bioconcentration. Bioconcentrated, simple past and past participle of bioconcentrate. Bioconcentrates, third person singular simple present indicative of bioconcentrate. Bioconcentrating, present participle and gerund of bioconcentrate. Bioconcentration, any process that leads to a higher concentration of a substance in an organism than in its environment. Bioconcentrations, plural of bioconcentration. Bioconcrete, a mixture of concrete and bacteria for use as a self-mending road material. Bioconcretion, hardened biological materials. Bioconcretions, plural of bioconcretion. Biocondensate, a biological or biochemical condensate. Biocondensates, plural of biocondensate. Bioconductor, an open-source software project for the analysis and comprehension of genomic data. Bioconfinement, confinement in order to achieve biocontainment. Bioconformatics, the study and engineering of protein folding, especially alternatively folded forms or conformers. Bioconjugate, any substance formed by bioconjugation. Bioconjugated, joined by means of bioconjugation. Bioconjugates, plural of bioconjugate. Bioconjugation, any reaction that forms a stable covalent link between two biomolecules. Bioconjugations, plural of bioconjugation. Bioconnectivity, connectivity between ecosystems. Bioconservatism, a stance of skepticism regarding radical technological changes that challenge traditional notions of what it means to be human, including human uniqueness, physiological and genetic determinism, etc. Bioconservative, characterized by bioconservatism. Bioconservatives, plural of bioconservative. Bioconstituent, a biological or biochemical constituent. Bioconstituents, plural of bioconstituent. Bioconstruction, the construction of an architectural element by a group of living organisms. Bioconstructions, plural of bioconstruction. Bioconstructor, any organism that builds a structure that survives the death of the organism. Bioconstructors, plural of bioconstructor. Biocontainment, any of several techniques used to ensure that biohazards are contained within a laboratory and not allowed to escape into the environment. Biocontaminant, a biological or biochemical contaminant. Biocontaminants, plural of biocontaminant. Biocontaminate, to contaminate biologically or biochemically. Biocontaminated, simple past and past participle of biocontaminate. Biocontamination, contamination with biological material or agents. Biocontrol, the biological control of pests by the use of organisms that are natural predators, parasites, or pathogens. Biocontrolling, present participle and gerund of biocontrol. Biocontrols, plural of biocontrol. Bioconvection, the motion of large numbers of small organisms in a fluid, especially free-swimming zooplankton in water. Bioconvective, of or pertaining to bioconvection. Bioconversion, the conversion of biological material into usable products, but especially the conversion of biomass into biofuel. Bioconversions, plural of bioconversion. Bioconvert, to subject to bioconversion. Bioconverted, simple past and past participle of bioconvert. Bioconverting, present participle and gerund of bioconvert. Bioconverts, third person singular simple present indicative of bioconvert. Biocorrelation, biostratigraphic correlation. Biocorrelations, plural of biocorrelation. Biocorrelative, relating to biocorrelation. Biocorrosion, biological or biochemical corrosion typically by microorganisms. Biocorrosive, relating to or causing biocorrosion. Biocosmetic, a cosmetic produced using biotechnology. Biocosmetics, plural of biocosmetic. Biocosmic, relating to life force and the cosmos. Biogramation, synonym of rhizomation. Biogramations, plural of biocrimination. Biocrime. Any crime in which the weapon is biological or biochemical. Biocrimes. Plural of biocrime. Biocriminological. Relating to biocriminology. Biocriminology. The subdiscipline of criminology that investigates biological and genetic factors and their relation to criminal behaviors. Biocritical. Relating to biocriticism. Biocriticism. Biographical criticism. Biocrude. Synonym of biooil. Biocrudes. Plural of biocrude. Biocrust. Biological soil crust. Biocrusted. Having a biocrust. Biocrusting. The formation of a biocrust. Biocrusts. Plural of biocrusts. Biocryptography. The use of biometrics to generate cryptographic keys. Biocrystal. A crystal produced by biological means. Biocrystallization. The formation of crystals from organic macromolecules by living organisms. Biocrystallize. To biologically transform into a crystalline state. Biocrystallize. Simple past and past participle of biocrystallize. Biocrystallizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of biocrystallize. Biocrystallizing. Present participle and gerund of biocrystallize. Biocrystallographic. Of or pertaining to biocrystallography. Biocrystallography. Crystallography of biocrystals. Biocrystals. Plural of biocrystal. Bioctahedral. Having two octahedral units. Biocahedron. An octahedron with two units. Biocylar. In which the optical components are shared by both of the viewer's eyes. Biocultural. Relating to a bioculture. Bioculturally. In terms of a bioculture. Bioculture. The combination of biological and cultural factors that affect human behavior. Biocultures. Plural of bioculture. Biocuration. The organization, representation, and making accessible of biological data to both humans and computers. Biocurator. A scientist whose specialty is biocuration. Biocurators. Plural of biocurator. Biocybernetic. Of or pertaining to biocybernetics. Biocyberneticist. One who studies or works in the field of biocybernetics. Biocyberneticists. Plural of biocyberneticists. Biocybernetics. The application of cybernetics to biological science. Biocycle. Any cyclic biological process. Biocycles. Plural of biocycle. Biocytin. An organic compound having the chemical formula CHN4O4S, formed by covalent bonding between biotin and a lysine residue. Biocytins. Plural of biocytin. Biodad. Synonym of biofather. Biodads. Plural of biodad. Biodata. Biographical data. Biodatas. Plural of biodata. Biodebridement. Debridement of a wound by means of living organisms, specifically maggots, which eat the necrotic tissue. Biodebris. Biological debris typically on a reusable medical device. Biodebromination. Biochemical debromination. Biodebrominations. Plural of biodebromination. Biodecay. Biological or biochemical decay. Biodecays. Plural of biodecay. Biodecolorization. Decolorization by means of a biological organism. Biodecolorization. Plural of biodecolorization. Biodecontaminant. A biological decontaminant. Biodecontaminants. Plural of biodecontaminant. Biodecontamination. Biological decontamination. Biodecontaminations. Plural of biodecontamination. Biodefense. Alternative spelling of biodefense. Biodefenses. Plural of biodefense. Biodefense. Any defensive measure taken against an attack using bacteria, viruses, or toxins. Biodefenses. Plural of biodefense. Biodeficient. Having a poor diversity of biota. Biodegeneration. Biological or biochemical degeneration. Biodegradability. Plural of biodegradability. Biodegradability. The capacity of a material to decompose over time as a result of biological activity, especially to be broken down by microorganisms. Biodegradable. Capable of being decomposed by biological activity, especially by microorganisms. Biodegradables. Plural of biodegradable. Biodegradably. In a biodegradable manner. Biodegradation. The decomposition of any material by microorganisms. Biodegradations. Plural of biodegradation. Biodegradative. Causing or relating to biodegradation. Biodegradatory. That causes biodegradation. Biodegrade. To decompose as a result of biological action, especially by microorganisms. Biodegraded. Simple past and past participle of biodegrade. Biodegrader. Any organism that takes part in biodegradation. Biodegraders. Plural of biodegrader. Biodegrades. Third person singular simple present indicative of biodegrade. Biodegrading. Present participle and gerund of biodegrade. Biodeme. Synonym of deme. Biodemes. Plural of biodeme. Biodemographer. A demographer whose specialty is biodemography. Biodemographers. Plural of biodemographer. Biodemographic. Of or relating to biodemography. Biodemographical. Biodemographic. Biodemography. A branch of human demography concerned with understanding the complementary biological and demographic determinants of and interactions between the birth and death processes that shape individuals and populations. Biodeposit. A deposit of biological origin. Biodeposited. Simple past and past participle of biodeposit. Biodeposition. Deposition of biogenic material on the bottom of a body of water, usually in the forms of feces and pseudofeces. Biodeposits. Plural of biodeposit. Bioderived. Derived from biological sources. Bioder. Synonym of biodiesel. Biodesign. The design of biological systems. Biodestructible. Capable of being destroyed by natural biological processes. Biodesulfurization. Desulfurization by means of living organisms. Biodesulfurizations. Plural of biodesulfurization. Biodetection. Biological or biochemical detection, typically of cancer. Biodetector. Synonym of biosensor. Biodetectors. Plural of biodetector. Biodeteriorate. To undergo biodeterioration. Biodeteriorated. Simple past and past participle of biodeteriorate. Biodeterioration. Any undesirable change in the properties of a material, a construction, or a process caused by the vital activities of organisms. Biodeteriorations, plural of biodeterioration. Biodeteriorative, that leads to biodeterioration. Biodeterminism, the idea that individual characteristics are determined at conception by those of the parents. Biodetoxification, the removal of toxic components of biofuel. Biodetoxifier, a biological detoxifier. Biodetoxifiers, plural of biodetoxifier. Biodetrital, relating to biological detritus. Biodetritus, biological detritus, dead organic matter. Biodevice, any device constructed from biological components. Biodevices, plural of biodevice. Biodiagnosis, biochemical diagnosis. Biodiagnostic, biochemically diagnostic. Biodiagnostics, biochemical diagnostics. Biodiesel, fuel for diesel engines made from renewable organic raw materials as opposed to fossil hydrocarbons. Biodiesels, plural of biodiesel. Biodiffuser, a biological diffuser. Biodiffusers, plural of biodiffuser. Biodiffusion, biological diffusion. Biodiffusive, relating to biodiffusion. Biodigester, a device that carries out biodigestion. Biodigesters, plural of biodigester. Biodigestibility, quality or degree of digestible. Biodigestion, biological/biochemical digestion, typically anaerobic. Biodigital, relating to the interfacing of biological organisms and digital systems. Biodigitality, the quality of being biodigital. Biodigitally, in a biodigital manner or context. Biodilution, a decrease in concentration of especially a pollutant with a corresponding increase in the trophic level in a body of water. Biodiscoveries, plural of biodiscovery. Biodiscovery, biological or biochemical discovery. Biodispersion, biological or biochemical dispersion, typically of marine pollution. Biodisponibilities, plural of biodisponibility. Biodisponibility, synonym of bioavailability. Biodistance, a measure of the biological relatedness of historical or prehistoric groups of humans. Biodistances, plural of biodistance. Biodistinctive, biologically distinctive. Biodistinctiveness, the condition of being biodistinctive. Biodistributed, distributed throughout a biological system or organ. Biodistribution, the distribution, static and dynamic, of compounds within a biological system or within an organism. Biodistributions, plural of biodistribution. Biodiverse, biotically diverse, having a high degree of biodiversity. Biodiversely, in a biodiverse manner. Biodiversification, the process of establishing and developing biodiversity. Biodiversify, simple past and past participle of biodiversify. Biodiversifies, third person singular simple present indicative of biodiversify. Biodiversify, to make biodiverse. Biodiversifying, present participle and gerund of biodiversify. Biodiversities, plural of biodiversity. Biodiversity, the diversity, number and variety of species of plant and animal life within a region. Biodiversity hotspot, a place with a significant level of biodiversity, particularly if the flora and fauna are threatened with loss of their habitat. Biodiversity hotspots, plural of biodiversity hotspot. Biodiversity says, a measurable conservation outcome that has been designed to compensate for negative impacts on biodiversity that cannot be avoided or minimized. Biodoc, a documentary film about a person. Biodocs, plural of biodoc. Biodomain, a biological domain. Biodomains, plural of biodomain. Biodome, a closed ecosystem housed in a dome-like structure. Biodomes, plural of biodome. Biodosimeter, a dosimeter used in biodosimetry. Biodosimeters, plural of biodosimeter. Biodosimetric, relating to biodosimetry. Biodosimetry, the measurement of biological response as an estimate of radiation dose. Biodot, a small circle containing a liquid crystal whose color indicates the temperature of the skin on which it placed. Changes in temperature may be related to stress. Biodots, plural of biodot. Biodrama, a biographical drama. Biodramas, plural of biodrama. Biodrilling, the formation of deep root channels that help soil structure. Bioduplication, the adoption of biological processes for the purpose of material synthesis. Biodurability, biological or biochemical durability, the ability to persist in the natural environment. Biodynamic, of or relating to the effects of motion on living things. Biodynamical, alternative form of biodynamic. Biodynamically, in a biodynamic manner. Biodynamics, biodynamic agricultural practices similar to organic farming. Bioecologic, alternative form of bioecological. Bioecological, relating to bioecology. Bioecologically, in terms of bioecology. Bioecologies, plural of bioecology. Bioecologist, one who studies bioecology. Bioecologists, plural of bioecologists. Bioecology, the specifically biological aspects of ecology. Bioeconomic, relating to bioeconomics or a bioeconomy. Bioeconomical, synonym of bioeconomic. Bioeconomics, the study of the dynamics of living resources using economic models. Bioeconomies, plural of bioeconomy. Bioeconomists, one who studies bioeconomics. Bioeconomists, plural of bioeconomists. Bioeconomy, an economy based on biotechnology. Bioeffect, a biological effect. Bioeffective, biologically effective. Bioeffectiveness, biological effectiveness. Bioeffector, a biological effector. Bioeffectors, plural of bioeffector. Bioeffects, plural of bioeffect. Bioefficacies, plural of bioefficacy. Bioefficacy, the efficacy of a material at a logical environment. Bioelastic, describing the interaction between elastic and biological properties in a material. Bioelasticity, the condition of being bioelastic. Bioelastomer, a biological elastomer. Bioelastomeric, relating to bioelastomers. Bioelastomers, plural of bioelastomer. Bioelectric, of or pertaining to bioelectricity. Bioelectrical, pertaining to bioelectricity. Bioelectrically, in a bioelectrical way. Bioelectricity, any form of electricity generated within an organism, especially by a muscle or nerve. Bioelectrics, biological electrics. Bioelectrocatalysis, plural of bioelectro. Catalysis. Bioelectrocatalysis. Biochemical electrocatalysis, the biological catalysis of electrochemical processes. Bioelectrocatalyst. A catalyst used in bioelectrocatalysis. Bioelectrocatalysts. Plural of bioelectrocatalysts. Bioelectrocatalytic. Relating to bioelectrocatalysis. Bioelectrochemical. Relating to biochemistry and electricity. Bioelectrochemically. In a bioelectrochemical manner. Bioelectrochemist. One who studies bioelectrochemistry. Bioelectrochemistry. A branch of electrochemistry and biophysical chemistry concerned with topics such as cell electron-proton transport, cell membrane potentials, and electrode reactions of redox enzymes. Bioelectrochemists. Plural of bioelectrochemists. Bioelectrode. A biochemical electrode. Bioelectrodes. Plural of bioelectrode. Bioelectrogenesis. Biological or biochemical electrogenesis. Bioelectromagnetic. Relating to bioelectromagnetics. Bioelectromagnetics. The study of the effects of electromagnetic radiation, normally with the exception of visible light, upon biological systems and organisms. Bioelectromagnetism. Electromagnetic radiation as it operates upon biological systems and organisms. Bioelectronic. Of or pertaining to bioelectronics. Bioelectronics. The application of electronics in the field of biology. Bioelement. Any chemical element that is found naturally in living organisms. Bioelemental. Relating to elements of biochemical origin. Bioelements. Plural of bioelement. Bioelimination. The removal of a substance, especially from aqueous solution, by biochemical activity. Bioeliminations. Plural of bioelimination. Bioemulsifier. Biological emulsifier. Bioemulsifiers. Plural of bioemulsifier. Bioencapsulated. Biologically encapsulated. Bioencapsulation. Biological encapsulation. Bioincrustation. Incrustation with biological material. Bioincrustations. Plural of bioincrustation. Bioencrusted. Encrusted with biological material. Bioenergetic. Of or pertaining to bioenergetics. Bioenergetical. Alternative form of bioenergetic. Bioenergetically. With regard to bioenergetics. Bioenergetics. The study of the energy transformations that take place in living organisms. Bioenergies. Plural of bioenergy. Bioenergize. Biologically or biochemically energize. Bioenergy. Energy produced from a biological resource such as biomass as biofuel. Bioengineer. A biologist or engineer whose specialty is bioengineering. Bioengineer. Produced or modified by bioengineering. Bioengineering. The applications of the principles of engineering to any of the biological or medical sciences. Bioengineers. Plural of bioengineer. Bioenhance. To biologically or biochemically enhance. Bioenhance. Simple past and past participle of bioenhance. Bioenhancer. Any naturally occurring compound, especially in food, that increases drug bioavailability. Bioenhancers, plural of bioenhancer. Bioenrichment, biological or biochemical enrichment. Bioenrichments, plural of bioenrichment. Bioentities, plural of bioentity. Bioentity, a biological entity of any kind. Bioentrepreneur, an entrepreneur in the field of biotechnology. Bioentrepreneurs, plural of bioentrepreneur. Bioenvironment, a biological environment or ecosystem. Bioenvironmental, of or pertaining to the interactions between the environment and living organisms. Bioenvironmentally, in bioenvironmental terms. Bioenvironments, plural of bioenvironment. Bioequivalence, a measure of the equivalence of multiple formulations of a drug in terms of bioavailability. Bioequivalences, plural of bioequivalence. Bioequivalencies, plural of bioequivalency. Bioequivalency, bioequivalence. Bioequivalent, describing the equivalence of multiple formulations of a drug in terms of bioavailability. Bioequivalence, plural of bioequivalent. Bioerodible, alternative form of bioerodible. Bioerode, to cause to undergo bioerosion. Bioeroded, simple past and past participle of bioerode. Bioeroder, any organism that carries out bioerosion. Bioeroders, plural of bioeroder. Bioerodes, third person singular simple present indicative of bioerode. Bioerodible, biologically or biochemically erodible. Bioeroding, present participle and gerund of bioerode. Bioerosion, the erosion of undersea rock or coral reefs by mollusks and other organisms. Bioerosional, relating to bioerosion. Bioerosive, relating to or causing bioerosion. Bioerror, a mistake of biological science that endangers humankind. Bioessential, essential for life. Bioessentialism, the philosophy that biology plays a larger role in determining human psychology or development than social, economic, or environmental factors. Bioessentialists, espousing characteristic of or related to bioessentialism. Bioethanol, ethanol produced by fermentation of crops for use as a biofuel. Bioethanols, plural of bioethanol. Bioethic, a principle or system of bioethics. Bioethical, of or pertaining to bioethics. Bioethically, in a bioethical sense. Bioethicist, an expert in bioethics. Bioethicists, plural of bioethicists. Bioethics, the branch of ethics that studies the implications of biological and biomedical advances. Bioevaluation, biological or biochemical evaluation. Bioevaluations, plural of bioevaluation. Bioevent, a biological event, especially one that leaves evidence in rock strata. Bioevents, plural of bioevent. Bioevolution, the evolution of biological organisms. Bioevolutionary, relating to the evolution of biological organisms. Bioexcluded, prevented from entering an animal, plant, or fungus from the outside environment. Bioexclusion, the exclusion of a pathogen or disease from a group of organisms, a part of biosecurity. Bioexcretable, excretable by bioorganisms. Bioexperience, having received biological treatment in the past. Bioexpression, Biological expression of a gene. Bioexpressions. Plural of bioexpression. Biofabric. Any synthetic fabric made from a renewable plant source rather than from petroleum. Biofabricate. To fabricate by means of biofabrication. Biofabricated. Simple past and past participle of biofabricate. Biofabricates. Third person singular simple present indicative of biofabricate. Biofabricating. Present participle and gerund of biofabricate. Biofabrication. The manufacture of things from biological materials. Biofabrics. Plural of biofabric. Biofacies. A body of rock with characteristic biological features, such as certain kinds of fossil. Biofact. A biological artifact, not altered by human hands, for example a seed or an uncarved wooden roof beam. Biofactor. Any material that has a significant biochemical function. Biofactories. Plural of biofactory. Biofactors. Plural of biofactor. Biofactory. Any system that produces commercially useful amounts of biologically active compounds. Biofacts. Plural of biofact. Biofacture. To produce something using biological methods. Biofamilies. Plural of biofamily. Biofamily. Biological family. Biofarming. Alternative form of biofarming. Biofascism. Fascism with biomedical, bioessentialist, or eugenicist elements. Biofascist. Espousing, characteristic of, or relating to biofascism. Biofascists. Plural of biofascists. Biofather. A biological father, especially one who does not act as a father. Biofathers. Plural of biofather. Biofeature. A biological feature. Biofeatures. Plural of biofeature. Biofeedback. A technique of gaining greater awareness of the many physiological functions of one's own body by using electronic or other instruments and with the goal of being able to manipulate the body's systems at will. Biofeedbacks. Plural of biofeedback. Biofeedstock. Biological feedstock for the production of biofuel. Biofeedstocks. Plural of biofeedstock. Biofemale. Alternative form of biofemale. Biofemales. Plural of biofemale. Biofeminism. The view that women are biologically superior to men. Biofermentation. Synonym of fermentation, especially that of waste biological material. Biofermentations. Plural of biofermentation. Biofermentative. Relating to, causing, or caused by biofermentation. Biofermenter. A vessel used for biofermentation. Biofermenters. Plural of biofermenter. Biofermentor. Alternative form of biofermenter. Biofermentors. Plural of biofermentor. Biofertilization. Alternative form of biofertilization. Biofertilizer. Alternative form of biofertilizer. Biofertilizers. Plural of biofertilizer. Biofertilization. Biological fertilization. Biofertilize. To fertilize using a biofertilizer. Biofertilize. Simple past and past participle of biofertilize. Biofertilizer. Any fertilizer of biological origin. Biofertilizers. Plural of biofertilizer. Biofertilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of biofertilize. Biofertilizing. Present participle and gerund of biofertilize. Biofiber. Any fiber including dietary fiber manufactured from plant material. Biofibers. Plural of biofiber. Biofiber. Alternative form of biofiber. Biofibers. Plural of biofiber. Biofibrous. Consisting of or relating to biofiber. Biofidelic. Exhibiting biofidelity, faithfully modeling a biological system. Biofidelity. The degree of faithfulness of a model to the real biological system it is based on. Biofield. A supposed field of energy or life force that surrounds or permeates a living thing. Biofields. Plural of biofield. Biofilament. A biological filament. Biofilaments. Plural of biofilament. Biofilm. A thin film of mucus created by and containing a colony of bacteria and other microorganisms. Biofilmed. Having a biofilm. Biofilms. Plural of biofilm. Biofilter. Any device for carrying out biofiltration. Biofilter. Simple past and past participle of biofilter. Biofiltering. Present participle and gerund of biofilter. Biofilters. Plural of biofilter. Biofiltration. A technique for pollution control using living material to capture and biologically degrade process pollutants. Biofitness. Biological fitness, the ability to produce offspring. Biofix. A biological event or indicator of a developmental event, usually in the life of an insect pest, that initiates the beginning of growing degree calculations. Biofixes. Plural of biofix. Bioflavanol. A naturally occurring flavanol. Bioflavanols. Plural of bioflavanol. Bioflavone. Any flavone of biological origin. Bioflavones. Plural of bioflavone. Bioflavonoid. Flavonoid. Bioflavonoids. Plural of bioflavonoid. Bioflick. A biographical film. Bioflex. Plural of bioflick. Biofloc. A bioflocculation system. Bioflocculant. A biological or biochemical flocculant. Bioflocculants. Plural of bioflocculant. Bioflocculate. To flocculate biological material, typically algae, by means of a bioflocculant. Bioflocculating. Present participle and gerund of bioflocculate. Bioflocculation. The flocculation of biological organisms such as bacteria and algae. Bioflocs. Plural of biofloc. Bioflotation. Flotation of minerals by means of biosurfactants. Biofluid. Any biological fluid. Biofluidynamics. The study of fluid dynamics within biological systems. Biofluidic. Of or pertaining to biofluid. Biofluidics. The study of biofluids. Biofluids. Plural of biofluid. Biofluoresce. To exhibit biofluorescence. Biofluoresced. Simple past and past participle of biofluoresce. Biofluorescence. The emission of previously absorbed light by fluorescent proteins in a living organism. Biofluorescent. Exhibiting biofluorescence. Biofluorescently. In a biofluorescent manner. Biofluoresces. Third person singular simple present indicative of biofluoresce. Biofluorescing. Present participle and gerund of biofluoresce. Biofoam. A biochemical foam. Biofoams. plural of biofoam. Biofoil. A packaging foil made from biological material rather than plastic. Biofoils, plural of biofoil. Bioforensic, relating to bioforensics. Bioforensics, forensic biology or bioinformatics. Bioform, a life form. Bioforms, plural of bioform. Bioformulation, a biopharmaceutical formulation. Bioformulations, plural of bioformulation. Biofortification, the process of increasing the nutritional content of the edible portion of plant foods to levels that consistently exceed the average content observed. Biofortifications, plural of biofortification. Biofortify, modified or prepared by biofortification. Biofortifies, third person singular simple present indicative of biofortify. Biofortify, to modify or prepare by using biofortification. Biofortifying, present participle and gerund of biofortify. Biofoul, to foul typically a wetted surface biologically. Biofoulant, any biological foulant, such as barnacles on a ship. Biofoulants, plural of biofoulant. Biofouled, simple past and past participle of biofoul. Biofouler, any material that causes biofouling. Biofoulers, plural of biofouler. Biofouling, the accumulation of living organisms, bacteria, fungi, protozoa, algae, and invertebrates on a wetted surface. Biofoulings, plural of biofouling. Biofouls, third person singular simple present indicative of biofoul. Biofraction, a biological fraction. Biofractions, plural of biofraction. Biofragmentable, biologically fragmentable. Biofragmental, misspelling of biofragmentable. Biofragmentation, biochemical enzymatic fragmentation, typically of a polymer. Biofraud, fraud in the context of biotechnology or a biological study. Biofreezer, a freezer designed to store biological samples. Biofreezers, plural of biofreezer. Biofrequencies, plural of biofrequency. Biofrequency, a supposed vibrational frequency associated with energy in the body. Biofriendly, environmentally friendly. Biofuel, any fuel that is obtained from a renewable biological resource, especially from biomass. Biofueled, powered by biofuel. Biofueled, alternative form of biofuel. Biofuels, plural of biofuel. Biofumigant, any fumigant of biological origin. Biofumigants, plural of biofumigant. Biofumigation, fumigation using a biofumigant. Biofunction, biological function. Biofunctional, having a biological function. Biofunctionalization, alternative spelling of biofunctionalization. Biofunctionalizations, plural of biofunctionalization. Biofunctionalized, alternative spelling of biofunctionalized. Biofunctionality, the functionality of the material. Biofunctionalization, the modification of a material, especially a nanomaterial, to add biological function. Biofunctionalizations, plural of biofunctionalization. Biofunctionalize, to modify a material, especially a nanomaterial, to add biological function. Biofunctionalize, describing a material especially a nanomaterial that has been modified to add biological function. Biofunctionalizing. Present participle and gerund of biofunctionalize. Biofunctionally. In a biofunctional manner. Biofunctions. Plural of biofunction. Biofungicidal. Of or pertaining to biofungicides. Biofungicide. Any naturally occurring rather than synthetic fungicide. Biofungicides. Plural of biofungicide. Aerography. Abbreviation of aerographical. Biogas. A mixture of methane and carbon dioxide produced by anaerobic digestion of organic waste matter used as a fuel. Biogases. Plural of biogas. Biogasification. Gasification to produce biogas. Biogasoline. Gasoline produced from biomass. Biogases. Plural of biogas. Biogel. Any gel of biological origin. Biogels. Plural of biogel. Biogen. Bioplasm. Biogender. Biological gender. Biogenders. Plural of biogender. Biogenealogical. Relating to persons' biology and genealogy. Biogeneration. Biochemical generation. Biogeneric. A copy of a drug created through biotechnology. Biogenerics. Plural of biogeneric. Biogenesis. Plural of biogenesis. Biogenesis. The principle that living organisms are produced only from other living organisms. Biogenesis. A proponent of the principle of biogenesis. Biogenicists. Plural of biogenesis. Biogenetic. Of or pertaining to biogenesis. Biogenetical. Biogenetic. Biogenetically. In a biogenetic manner. Biogenetics. Genetic engineering. Biogenic. Produced by living organisms or by a biological process. Biogenically. In a biogenic manner. Biogenicity. The quality of being biogenic. Biogenesis. Biogenicist, a believer in the theory of biogenesis. Biogenists. Plural of biogenes. Biogenotoxicology. Biogenic toxicology. Biogenes. Biogenic. Produced by living things. Biogens. Plural of biogen. Biogeny. Biogenesis. Biogeological. Biogeological and archaeological. Biogeosynology. The study of the complex biological systems and how they affect the environment. Biogeosynosis. Synonym of ecosystem. Biogeochemical. Of or pertaining to biogeochemistry. Biogeochemical cycle. The movement and transformation of chemical elements and compounds through the atmosphere, biosphere, and crust. Biogeochemical cycles. Plural of biogeochemical cycle. Biogeochemically. With regard to biogeochemistry. Biogeochemicals. Plural of biogeochemical. Biogeochemist. A scholar in the field of biogeochemistry. Biogeochemistry. The scientific study of biological, geological, and chemical processes in the natural environment and especially of their mutual relationships. Biogeochemists. Plural of biogeochemists. Biogeoclimate. A geographic area having a specific pattern of vegetation and soil as a result of a broadly homogeneous macroclimate. Biogeoclimates. Plural of biogeoclimate. Biogeoclimatic. Relating to a biogeoclimate. Biogeoclimatology. A study of the interrelationships between geology and climate. Biogeochronosis. Alternative form of biogeochronosis. Biogeocycle. A biogeochemical cycle. Biogeocycles. Plural of biogeocycle. Biogeocycling. The action of a biogeocycle. Biogeodynamics. The study of the interplay of biological and geological systems. Biogeoenvironmental. Biogeological and environmental. Biogeographer. A person engaged in biogeography. Biogeographers. Plural of biogeographer. Biogeography. Of or pertaining to biogeography, the study of the geographical arrangement of plants and animals. Biogeographical. Of or pertaining to biogeography. Biogeographically. In a biogeographic manner. Biogeographies. Plural of biogeography. Biogeography. The study of the geographical distribution of living things. Biogeological. Relating to biogeology. Biogeologists. One who studies biogeology. Biogeologists. Plural of biogeologists. Biogeology. The interdisciplinary study of the interactions between the Earth's biosphere and the lithosphere, which incorporates both biology and geology. Biogeomorphy. Relating to biogeomorphology. Biogeomorphical. Alternative form of biogeomorphic. Biogeomorphologic. Alternative form of biogeomorphological. Biogeomorphological. Relating to biogeomorphology. Biogeomorphology. The study of the interaction of organisms and landform. Biogeophysical. Of or pertaining to the composite of biological, geological, and physical processes operating in an area. Biogeophysics. Biophysics and geophysics. Biogeoprinting. Fingerprinting, in this case, identifying the geographic origin of a material via any of its biological components, typically pollen. Biogeoscience. An interdisciplinary field of study integrating geoscience and biology. Biogeosciences. Plural of biogeoscience. Biogeoscientist. A scholar or researcher in biogeoscience. Biogeoscientists. Plural of biogeoscientists. Biogeotechnological. Relating to biogeotechnology. Biogeotechnologies. Plural of biogeotechnology. Biogeotechnology. Biotechnology applied to solve geological problems. Biogerontology. Of or related to biogerontology. Biogerontological. Of or pertaining to biogerontology. Biogerontologist. A physician who specializes in biogerontology. Biogerontologists. Plural of biogerontologists. Biogerontology. A subfield of gerontology that studies the biological processes of aging. Biogester. Synonym of biodigester. Biogesters. Plural of biogester. Synonym of biodigesters. Biogirl. A cisgender girl or woman. Biogirls. Plural of biogirl. Bioblasts. Bioactive glass. Bioblasses. Plural of bioglass. Bioglycoconjugate. A biological glycoconjugate. Bioglycoconjugates. Plural of bioglycoconjugate. Bioglyph. Any structure of biological origin on a bedding plane. Bioglyphs. Plural of bioglyph. Bionosis. The investigation of life. Biograd na moru. a town in Croatia. Ajvac, a biographical essay. Biographical, biographical, biograph, simple past and past participle of biograph. Biography, one at whom a biography is written, the subject of a biography. Biography is plural of biography. Biograph, the writer of a biography, a professional writer of biographies. Biographers, plural of biographer. Biographat, a short biography. Biographats, plural of biographat. Biographic, biographical, biographical, of or relating to an account of a person's life. Biographically, in the form of a biography. Biography, simple past and past participle of biography. Biographies, plural of biography. Biography, present participle and gerund of biograph. Biographize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of biographize. Biographize, simple past and past participle of biographize. Biographizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of biographize. Biographizing, present participle and gerund of biographize. Biographism, a biographical approach, a tendency to describe in biographical terms. Biographisms, plural of biographism. Biographist, at biographer. Biographists, plural of biographist. Biographize, to wait the Biographize, simple past and past participle of biographize. Biographizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of biographize. Biographizing, present participle and gerund of biographize. Biograph, plural of biograph. Biograph, a person's life story, especially one published. Biography, present participle and gerund of biography. Biogroup, a group of species typically of bacteria that have a distinct biochemistry. Biogroups, plural of biogroup. As, plural of bi. Bio-guided, biologically or biochemically guided. Biohack, an instance of biohacking. Biohack, simple past and past participle of biohack. Biohacker, a person that engages in biohacking. Biohackers, plural of biohacker. Biohacking, the manipulation of biological functioning through, among others, genetics, nutrition, and implants for the sake of health or fun, or even maliciously. Biohacks, plural of biohack. Biohalogenation, biochemical halogenation. Biohalogenations, plural of biohalogenation. Biohardware, biological hardware, the physical brain, etc. on which biosoftware runs. Biohazard, a biological hazard, a source of risk due to some biological factors such as bacteria or human waste. Biohazard symbol, a symbol that is universally recognized as a warning against substances that pose a threat to the health of living organisms, primarily that of humans. Biohazard symbols, plural of biohazard symbol. Biohazardous, constituting a biohazard. Biohazards, plural of biohazard. Bioheat, biodiesel when used for heating. Bioherbicidal, of or pertaining to bioherbicide. Bioherbicide. A biocide that is a herbicide. Bioherbicides. Plural of bioherbicide. Bioheritage. A biological heritage, typically in the form of biodiversity. Bioheritages. Plural of bioheritage. Bioherm. A mass of rock constructed from the remains of marine organisms such as coral or algae, especially in a mound or dome shape. Biohermal. Relating to bioherm. Bioherms. Plural of bioherm. Biohistorical. Relating to biohistory. Biohistory. The history of life and its development. Biochemicality. The condition of all biochemical compounds being homochiral. Biohomopolymer. A biological homopolymer. Biohomopolymers. Plural of biohomopolymer. Biohood. A fume hood when used in the biological sciences. Biohoods. Plural of biohood. Biohumoral. Relating to biological fluids. Biohybrid. A hybrid vehicle that can use biofuel. Biohybrids. Plural of biohybrid. Biohydrocarbon. A hydrocarbon produced by living organisms. Biohydrogel. A biological hydrogel. Biohydrogels. Plural of biohydrogel. Biohydrogen. Hydrogen. Produced biologically mostly by bacteria as a biofuel. Biohydrogenate. To hydrogenate typically unsaturated fatty acids biochemically using enzymes. Biohydrogenated. Simple past and past participle of biohydrogenate. Biohydrogenates. Third person singular simple present indicative of biohydrogenate. Biohydrogenating. Present participle and gerund of biohydrogenate. Biohydrogenation. Biochemical enzymatic hydrogenation. Biohydrogenations. Plural of biohydrogenation. Biohydrogeneration. Biological hydrogeneration. Biohydrometallurgical. Of or relating to biohydrometallurgy. Biohydrometallurgy. A subfield of hydrometallurgy that includes aspects of biotechnology used, for example, in microbial mining, oil recovery, bioleaching, and water treatment. Biohydroxylation. Biochemical hydroxylation, typically of hydrocarbons. Biohydroxylations. Plural of biohydroxylation. Myli. Plural of bios. Bioidentical. Identical to that which is naturally produced by the body. Bioidenticals. Plural of bioidentical. Bioidentification. Biometric identification. Bioidentifications. Plural of bioidentification. Bioidentities. Plural of bioidentity. Bioidentity. Identity based on bioidentification. Bioillumination. Illumination by means of bioluminescence. Bioimage. An image made by bioimaging. Bioimager. A system that carries out bioimaging. Bioimagers. Plural of bioimager. Bioimages. Plural of bioimage. Bioimaging. The imaging of biological materials, especially by the use of microscopy. Bioimmunoassay. Biochemical immunoassay enhanced with hormones or enzymes. Bioimmunoassays. Plural of bioimmunoassay. Bioimmuration. The imprint of one organism in the fossilized skeleton of another organism. Bioimmurations. Plural of bioimmuration. Bioimmure. to imprint in the fossilized skeleton of another organism. Bioimmured, simple past and past participle of bioimmure. Bioimmures, third-person singular simple present indicative of bioimmure. Bioimmuring, present participle and gerund of bioimmure. Bioimpedance, the response of a living organism to an applied electric current. Bioimpedance, misspelling of bioimpedance. Bioimpedantiometric, relating to the measurement of bioimpedance. Bioimpedantiometry, bioelectrical impedance analysis. Bioimplant, a dental implant made from biological material. Bioimplants, plural of bioimplant. Bioimprinting, biological imprinting. Bioinactivation, the metabolic conversion of a xenobiotic substance to a less toxic derivative. Bioinactivations, plural of bioinactivation. Bioinactive, not bioactive. Bioinclusion, a biological inclusion in, for example, amber. Bioinclusions, plural of bioinclusion. Bioincompatibility, the condition of being bioincompatible. Bioincompatible, not biocompatible. Bioincorporate, to cause or to undergo bioincorporation. Bioincorporated, simple past and past participle of bioincorporate. Bioincorporates, third-person singular simple present indicative of bioincorporate. Bioincorporating, present participle and gerund of bioincorporate. Bioincorporation, biochemical incorporation. Bioincubator, a center for new biotechnology companies. Bioincubators, plural of bioincubator. Bioindication, the action of a bioindicator. Bioindications, plural of bioindication. Bioindicative, biologically indicative. Bioindicator, any species that acts as a biological indicator of the health of an environment. Bioindicators, plural of bioindicator. Bioindividual, of or relating to bioindividuality. Bioindividuality, individuality with regard to and driven by biological differences between individual organisms, usually with reference to humans as regards optimization of nutrition or pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics. Such interindividual differences come from both nature and nurture, including natural genomic variations between individuals and environmental differences, varying exposure levels, varying experiences. Bioinduced, biochemically induced. Bioindustrial, relating to a bioindustry. Bioindustries, plural of bioindustry. Bioindustry, any of the industries associated with that analogy. Bioinert, biologically inert. Bioinertness, the condition of being bioinert. Bioinfiltration, infiltration of water through a biological medium, typically through a rain garden. Bioinformatic, of or pertaining to bioinformatics. Bioinformatical, of or pertaining to bioinformatics. Bioinformatically, by means of or in terms of bioinformatics. Bioinformatician, a practitioner of bioinformatics. Bioinformaticians, plural of bioinformatician. Bioinformaticists, a bioinformatician. Bioinformaticists, plural of bioinformaticists. Bioinformatics, a field of science in which biology, computer science, and information technology merge into a single discipline to analyze biological information using computers and statistical techniques. Bioinformation, biological information. Bioinformational, relating to bioinformation. Bioinformative, that provides bioinformation. Bioingredient, any bioactive ingredient in a functional food. Bioingredients, plural of bioingredient. Bioink, a material containing cells used in 3D printing. Bioinks, plural of bioink. Bioinoculant, a biological, typically microbial inoculant. Bioinoculants, plural of bioinoculant. Bioinoculation, the use of a biological, typically microbial inoculant. Bioinoculations, plural of bioinoculation. Bioinorganic, describing the influence of inorganic compounds, especially metals, on biological processes or the metabolism and biosynthesis of inorganic materials such as silica. Bioinorganics, plural of bioinorganic. Bioinsecticidal, relating to a bioinsecticide. Bioinsecticide, any naturally occurring rather than synthetic insecticide. Bioinsecticides, plural of bioinsecticide. Bioinsecurity, lack of biosecurity. Bioinspiration, inspiration from biological organisms as in design, etc. Bioinspirational, relating to bioinspiration. Bioinspirationalists, an engineer who uses bioinspiration. Bioinspirationalists, plural of bioinspirationalists. Bioinspire, alternative spelling of bioinspire. Bioinstructive, that provides instructions to biological cells. Bioinstrument, any device attached to the body that is used in bioinstrumentation. Bioinstrumentation, the use of sensors attached to or embedded in the body to remotely monitor physiological function. Bioinstruments, plural of bioinstrument. Biointegration, complete fusion between artificial and biological materials, as in, for example, orthopedic implants. Biointensive, pertaining to sustainable methods of maximizing yields while increasing biodiversity. Biointeraction, a biological interaction. Biointeractions, plural of biointeraction. Biointerface, a biological interface. Biointerfaces, plural of biointerface. Biointerference, biological interference. Bioinvade, to take part in a bioinvasion. Bioinvaded, simple past and past participle of bioinvade. Bioinvader, any bioinvasive organism. Bioinvaders, plural of bioinvader. Bioinvading, present participle and gerund of bioinvade. Bioinvasion, the rapid expansion of a species into regions where it did not previously exist, often as a result of human agency. Bioinvasions, plural of bioinvasion. Bioinvasive, carrying out bioinvasion. Bioinventories, plural of bioinventory. Bioinventory, an inventory of the plants and animals in a location. Bioirrigate, to carry out bioirrigation. Bioirrigated, biologically irrigated. Bioirrigates, third person singular simple present indicative of bioirrigate. Bioirrigating, that produces bioirrigation. Bioirrigation, irrigation. Bioirrigator, any organism that causes bioirrigation. Bioirrigators, plural of bioirrigator. Bioisoster, any compound derived from another by the replacement of a group of atoms by another broadly similar group, for example the replacement of a methyl by an ethyl group. Bioisosters, plural of bioisoster. Bioisosteric, of or pertaining to bioisosters. Bioisosterically, by means of bioisosters. Bioisosterism, the relationship between bioisosters, substituents or groups with similar physical or chemical properties that impart similar biological properties to a chemical compound. Bioisosterisms, plural of bioisosterism. Biojector, a type of gas-powered injector. Biojectors, plural of biojector. Biojet, an aviation fuel combining traditional kerosene-based fuel with biodiesel. Biokarst, a type of karst that is formed by the biological erosion of limestone. Biokarstic, relating to a biokarst. Biokarstification, the formation of a biokarst. Biokerosene, a biofuel that may be substituted for kerosene aviation fuel. Biokerosenes, plural of biokerosene. Biokid, a biological child. Biokids, plural of biokid. Biokinematic, alternative form of biokinetic. Biokinesiology, the study of biokinesis. Biokinesis, kinematic, alternative form of biokinetic. Biokinesiology, the study of biokinesis. Biokinesis, a political theory concerning the movement of populations as a basis for power. Biokinetic, relating to biokinetics. Biokinesis, a person working in the field of biokinetics. Biokinesis, plural of biokinesis. Biokinetics, the study of movements of or within organisms. Bioko, a volcanic island in Equatorial Guinea located off the coast of Cameroon in the Bight of Biafra. Bioko drill, Mandrillus leucophaeus ponsis, a subspecies of the drill, an old world monkey endemic to the island of Bioko. Bioko drills, plural of Bioko drill. Abbreviation of biology. Biology. Bella, a census-designated place in Fresno County, California, United States. Biolab, a biolaboratory. Biolabel, a nanoparticle or similar used in biolabeling. Biolabeling, the labeling for subsequent tracking of individual cells, often by the use of nanoparticles. Biolabeling, alternative form of biolabeling. Biolabels, plural of biolabel. Biolaboratories, plural of biolaboratory. Biolaboratory, a laboratory where biology is studied. Biolabs, plural of biolab. Biolaminated, formed of layers of biological material. Biolarvicidal, relating to biolarvicides. Biolarvicide, a larvicide derived from or consisting of organisms, such as Bacillus thuringiensis israelensis or Agmonellum quadruplicatum. Biolarvicides, plural of biolarvicide. Biolaser, a laser produced in biological materials. Biolasing, production of a laser beam in biological materials. Biolayer, a layer of biological material. Biolayers, plural of biolayer. Bioleach, biologically or biochemically leached. Bioleaching, the dissolution of metals from their ores by the use of microorganisms such as bacteria. Biolegitimacy, legitimacy afforded to a form of life by the state, medical professionals, etc. Biolet, a six-line poem whose rhyme scheme is a BBABA. Biolets, plural of biolet. Bioligand, any biochemical ligand. Bioligands, plural of bioligand. Biolinguistic, of or pertaining to the field of biolinguistics, the biological study of language. Biolinguistically, in terms of biolinguistics. Biolinguistics, study of the biology and evolution of language. Biolipid, any lipid that has biological activity. Biolipids, plural of biolipid. Bioliquid, any liquid biofuel made from biomass. Bioliquids, plural of bioliquid. Biolistic, of or pertaining to biolistics. Biolistically, by means of biolistics. Biolistics, the introduction of DNA into a plant or animal cell by coating it onto the surface of a pellet and firing it into the tissue at high velocity. Biolith, a rock or other geological feature formed by living organisms. Biolithic, of or pertaining to bioliths. Biolithite, any carbonate rock formed from the skeletons of ancient organisms. Biolithites, plural of biolithite. Bioliths, plural of biolith. Bioload, the nitrogen processing demand placed upon the filters of an aquarium by uneaten food, decomposing inhabitants, and other waste. Bioloads, plural of bioload. Biolocomotion, the locomotion of living organisms and the study of this. Biology, the jargon used by biologists. Biolager, a device used in biologging. Biologers, plural of biolager. Biologging, the logging tracking of individual animals by means of attached tags. Biologic, biological, pertaining to biology or to a living organism. Biologic time, alternative form of biological time. Biological, or relating to biology. Biological anthropology, the branch of anthropology that studies the evolution and the ecology of human beings. Biological Big Bang, the Cambrian explosion, the rapid appearance, around 541 million years ago, of most major animal phyla. Biological clock, any of several mechanisms that regulate the periodicity of biological functions, such as the circadian rhythm. Biological clocks, plural of biological clock. Biological control, control of pests using natural predators, parasites, pathogens, or other organisms that harm the pest species. Biological controls, plural of biological control. Biological determinism, the hypothesis that biological factors such as an organism's genes as opposed to social or environmental factors determine the majority of psychological and behavioral traits. Biological determinists, related to or advocating biological determinism. Biological fuel cell, synonym of microbial fuel cell. Biological fuel cells, plural of biological fuel cell. Biological immortality, the phenomenon in which some organisms such as hydra or jellyfish do not age. Biological imperative, the drive of living organisms to procreate. Biological imperatives, plural of biological imperative. Biological life, synonym of life cycle. Biological lives, plural of biological life. Biological oxygen demand, synonym of biochemical oxygen demand. Biological oxygen demands, plural of biological oxygen demand. Biological passport, an electronic record of the biological profile of a professional athlete over a period of time used to gauge the likelihood of illicit drug use. Biological passports, plural of biological passport. Biological psychologies, plural of biological psychology. Biological psychologist, a type of psychologist who explores the application of the principles of biology to the study of mental processes and behaviors. Biological psychologists, plural of biological psychologists. Biological psychology, the application of the principles of biology to the study of mental processes and behavior. Biological pump, the collection of biological ocean processes that regulate the uptake, storage, and release of carbon. Biological pumps, plural of biological pump. Biological sex, synonym of birth sex, sex assigned to a person when born. Biological sexes, plural of biological sex. Biological time, the time or amount of time of various real and synchronized biological processes. Biological times, plural of biological time. Biological warfare, the use of any harmful organism such as a bacterium or virus as a weapon of war. Biological weapon, a biological pathogen or toxin designed or used for warfare. Biological weapons, plural of biological weapon. Biologicality, biologicalness. Biologicalness, the state or quality of being biological. Biologicals, biological products such as antitoxins or vaccines used to induce immunity. Biologics, plural of biologic. Biologies, plural of biology. Biologism, the use or emphasis of biological principles or methods in explaining human, especially social, behavior. Biologisms, plural of biologism. Biologist, a student of biology, one versed in the science of biology. Biologistic, of or relating to biological determinism. Biologistical, alternative form of biologistic. Biologistically, in terms of biological determinism. Biologistical, alternative form of biologistic. Biologistically, in terms of biological determinism. Biologists, plural of biologists. Biologization, assimilation into a biological framework. Biologizations, plural of biologization. Biologize, to make biological, to assimilate into a biological framework or context. Biologize, simple past and past participle of biologize. Biologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of biologize. Biologizing, present participle and gerund of biologize. Biology, the study of all life or living matter. Biolubricant, any biological lubricant. Biolubricants, plural of biolubricant. Biolubrication, biological lubrication especially at a joint between bones. Bioluminance, the luminance of a bioluminescent organism. Bioluminesce, to luminesce shine through bioluminescence. Bioluminesce, simple past and past participle of bioluminesce. Bioluminescence, the emission of light by a living organism such as a firefly. Bioluminescences, plural of bioluminescence. Bioluminescent, exhibiting bioluminescence. Bioluminescently, in a bioluminescent way. Bioluminesces, third person singular simple present indicative of bioluminous. Bioluminescing, present participle of bioluminesce. Bioluminescent, misspelling of bioluminescent. Bioluminometer. A luminometer used in bioluminometry. Bioluminometers. Plural of bioluminometer. Bioluminometric. Misspelling of bioluminometric. Bioluminometric. Relating to bioluminometry. Bioluminometry. The luminometric determination of ATP as a means of assaying active cells. BioLung. An artificial lung that uses tiny hollow fibers to mimic the structure of a human lung. Biolungs. Plural of biolung. Biolysis. The decomposition of tissue and the subsequent death of the organism. Biolytic. Of, or relating to the destruction of life. Biolytical. Alternative form of biolytic. Biomachine. A biological organism or group of organisms that functions like or is treated as a machine. Biomachines. Plural of biomachine. Biomacromolecular. Relating to a biomacromolecule. Biomacromolecule. Any macromolecule such as protein, nucleic acid, or polysaccharide of biological origin. Biomacromolecules. Plural of biomacromolecule. Biomagnet. Small, biocompatible magnet that is implanted just beneath the skin subdermally and coated with a material that is safe for the body, such as medical-grade silicone or titanium. Biomagnetic. Relating to biomagnetism. Biomagnetism. The production or detection of a magnetic field by a living organism. Biomagnetite. A structure containing magnetite in the brains of some birds that helps them to navigate using the Earth's magnetic field. Biomagnetites. Plural of biomagnetite. Biomagnetometer. A magnetometer that is used to map somatosensory cortical locations in an organism's brain. Biomagnetometers. Plural of biomagnetometer. Biomagnification. The process in an ecosystem in which a higher concentration of a substance in an organism is obtained higher up the food chain. Biomagnifications. Plural of biomagnification. Biomagnify. Simple past and past participle of biomagnify. Biomagnifier. An organism that is involved in biomagnification. Biomagnifiers. Plural of biomagnifier. Biomagnifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of biomagnify. Biomagnify. To concentrate or become concentrated by biomagnification. Biomagnifying. Present participle and gerund of biomagnify. Biomale. Alternative form of biomale. Biomales. Plural of biomale. Bioman. A cisgender man. Biomanagement. The management of biological life in a region. Biomanipulation. The deliberate alteration of an ecosystem by adding or removing species, especially predators. Biomanipulations. Plural of biomanipulation. Biomantle. The upper part of a soil, subject to bioturbation. Biomantles. Plural of biomantle. Biomantling. Bioturbation of the upper part of the soil. Biomanufacture. Manufacture aided by biological methods. Biomanufacture. Simple past and past participle of biomanufacture. Biomanufacturer. A manufacturer in the field of biomanufacturing. Biomanufacturers. Plural of biomanufacturer. Biomanufactures. Plural of biomanufacture. Biomanufacturing. The manufacturing component of the biotechnology industry. Biomapping. The mapping of any biological characteristic. Biomark. To function as a biomarker, indicating a biological state or disease condition. Biomark. Simple past and past participle of biomark. Biomarker. A substance used as an indicator of a biological state, most commonly disease. Biomarkers. Plural of biomarker. Biomarking. The use of a biomarker. Biomarks. Third person singular simple present indicative of biomark. Biomass. The total mass of a living thing or a part thereof such as a cell. Biomasses. Plural of biomass. Biomath. A clogging layer of typically densely packed decaying organic matter which impedes the downward flow of water. Biomaterial. A non-viable, biocompatible material used in a medical device intended to interact with biological systems or to evaluate, treat, augment, or replace any tissue, organ, or function of the body. Biomaterials. Plural of biomaterial. Biomathematical. Having to do with biomathematics. Biomathematically. In biomathematical terms. Biomathematician. One who studies biomathematics. Biomathematicians. Plural of biomathematician. Biomathematics. The application of mathematics to the study of biological systems and processes. Biomatrices. Plural of biomatrix. Biomatrix. A biological or biochemical matrix set of interacting systems. Biomatrixes. Plural of biomatrix. Biomats. Plural of biomats. Biomatter. Biological matter. Biombo. A region of Guinea-Bissau. Biome. Any major regional biological community such as that of forest or desert. Biomeasure. A biological measure. Biomeasures. Plural of biomeasure. Biomechanic. Alternative form of biomechanical. Biomechanical. Of or pertaining to biomechanics. Biomechanically. With regard to biomechanics. Biomechanician. A mechanician whose specialty is biomechanics. Biomechanicians. Plural of biomechanician. Biomechanics. The branch of biophysics that deals with the mechanics of the human or animal body, especially concerned with muscles and the skeleton. Biomechanism. Biological mechanism. Biomechanisms. Plural of biomechanism. Biomechanist. One who studies or works in biomechanics. Biomechanistic. Relating to biomechanics. Biomechanists. Plural of biomechanists. Biomechanoid. A robot in the form of an animal. Biomechanoids. Plural of biomechanoid. Biomechanopharmacology. Biomechanical pharmacology. Biomechatronic. Relating to biomechatronics. Biomechatronics. An interdisciplinary science that aims to integrate mechanical elements, electronics, and parts of biological organisms. Biomedia. Plural of biomedium. Biomediator. A biological or biochemical mediator. Biomediators. Plural of biomediator. Biomedical. Of or pertaining to biomedicine. Biomedicalization. Alternative form of biomedicalization. Biomedicalizations. Plural of biomedicalization. Biomedicalization. The act or process of making something biomedical, a shift to a viewpoint based on biomedicine. Biomedicalizations. Plural of biomedicalization. Biomedicalize. To make something a biomedical issue. Biomedicalize. Simple past and past participle of biomedicalize. Biomedicalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of biomedicalize. Biomedicalizing. Present participle and gerund of biomedicalize. Biomedically. In a biomedical manner or context. Biomedicals. Plural of biomedical. Biomedicinal. Of or pertaining to biomedicine. Biomedicinally. In terms of or by means of biomedicine. Biomedicine. The application of biology and physiology to clinical medicine. Biomedicines. Plural of biomedicine. Biomedium. In wastewater treatment, a piece of non-toxic extruded plastic that serves as a substrate for bacteria which biodegrade the waste in the water, resulting in clean effluent. Biomelanin. Melanin extracted from a biological source such as chicken feathers for use in sunscreens, etc. Biomembrane. Any biological membrane, but especially that of a cell. Biomembranes. Plural of biomembrane. Bioman. Plural of bioman. Biomass. Plural of biome. Biomesh. A mesh made from biological materials. Biomeshes. Plural of biomesh. Biometabolite. Any metabolite found in a biological situation. Biometabolites. Plural of biometabolite. Biomsol. Any metal that has a biochemical function. Biometallic. Of or pertaining to biomsols, usually the principal ones. Calcium, sodium, potassium, magnesium, and copper. Biometallurgy. The processing of metals by microorganisms. Biomethals. Plural of biomethal. Biometamorphic. That has a biological form and is metamorphic. Biometeorologic. Relating to biometeorology. Biometeorological. Relating to biometeorology. Biometeorologically. In terms of biometeorology. Biometeorologist. One who studies biometeorology. Biometeorologist. Plural of biometeorologists. Biometeorology. The study of the relationship between atmospheric conditions, the weather, and living organisms. Biometer. A device that is used to detect the presence of life by detecting and measuring minute amounts of evolved carbon dioxide. Biometers. Plural of biometer. Biomethanation. Biological or biochemical methanation. Biometanations. Plural of biomethanation. Biomethane. A biogas composed mostly of methane. Biomethanization. The anaerobic decomposition of organic matter to produce methane. Biomethylate. To perform biomethylation upon. Biomethylated. Simple past and past participle of biomethylate. Biomethylates. Third person singular simple present indicative of biomethylate. Biomethylating. Present participle and gerund of biomethylate. Biomethylation. Any bioalkylation reaction in which a methyl group is attached. Biomethylations. Plural of biomethylation. Biometric. Of, relating to, or using biometrics. Biometric passport. A combined paper and electronic identity document that uses biometrics to authenticate the citizenship of travelers. Biometric passports. Plural of biometric passport. Biometrical. Of or pertaining to biometrics. Biometrically. In a biometric way, through use of biometrics. Biometrician. One who practices biometrics. Biometricians. Plural of biometrician. Biometricist. One who studies biometry. Biometricists. Plural of biometricists. Biometrics. the automated measurement of biological data. Biometries, plural of biometry. Biometrists, one who studies biometry. Biometrists, plural of biometrists. Biometrological, relating to biometrology. Biometrology, measurement and data activities that provide quantitative characterization of biology. Biochemistry, the measurement of biological data. Biomicrate, a form of limestone consisting of bioclasts in a micrite matrix. Biomicrites, plural of biomicrite. Biomicritic, relating to or containing biomicrite. Biomicrofluidics, the study of biological microfluids. Biomicrometeorological, relating to biomicrometeorology. Biomicrometeorology, the study of small-scale weather systems that have a biological cause typically caused by large expanses of trees. Biomicroreactor, a biochemical microreactor. Biomicroreactors, plural of biomicroreactor. Biomicroscope, a microscope designed for examining the tissue of a living organism. Biomicroscopes, plural of biomicroscope. Biomicroscopic, relating to biomicroscopy. Biomicroscopically, in terms of or by means of biomicroscopy. Biomicroscopy, the microscopic examination of biological tissue. Biomicrospirae, a form of biomicrite in which the micrite has recrystallized to microspar. Biomicrospirites, plural of biomicrospirite. Biomicrospiridae, a form of biospiridite having very small grains. Biomicrospiridites, plural of biomicrospiridite. Biomicrodite, a form of biomicrite composed of very small fragments. Biomicrodites, plural of biomicrodite. Biomimesis, synonym of biomimicry. Biomimetic, of, related to, or produced by biomimetics. Biomimetical, alternative form of biomimetic. Biomimetically, in a biomimetic manner. Biomimetics, the study of the structure and function of living things as models for the creation of materials or products by reverse engineering. Biomimetism, biomimetics. Biomimic, synonym of biomimetic. Biomimical, alternative form of biomimic. Biomimicking, that exhibits biomimetic properties. Biomimicry, the imitation of biological designs or processes in engineering, biomimetics. Biomimics, plural of biomimic. Biomineral, a mineral produced by the activity of living things. Biomineralisate, any material formed by biomineralization. Biomineralisates, plural of biomineralisate. Biomineralization, alternative spelling of biomineralization. Biomineralize, alternative form of biomineralize. Biomineralize, simple past and past participle of biomineralize. Biomineralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of biomineralize. Biomineralizing, present participle and gerund of biomineralize. Biomineralization, the formation of hard mineral deposits within a living organism, especially the process whereby bone and similar structural material is formed. Biomineralizations, plural of biomineralization. Biomineralize, to mineralize within a biological organism, for example to form bone in vertebrates or silica skeleton in diatoms. Biomineralize, Simple past and past participle of biomineralize. Biomineralizer. Any organism involved in biomineralization. Biomineralizers. Plural of biomineralizer. Biomineralizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of biomineralize. Biomineralizing. Present participle and gerund of biomineralize. Biomineralogy. The study of biominerals and of biomineralization. Biominerals. Plural of biomineral. Biomining. The use of microorganisms to extract ions from ores. Biomixing. The contribution to the mixing of soils or waters by the action of living organisms. Biomixture. A mixture of biochemicals. Biomixtures. Plural of biomixture. System, typically an ecosystem. Biomodeling. Alternative form of biomodeling. Biomodeler. A person who constructs biomodels. Biomodelers. Plural of biomodeler. Biomodeling. The modeling of biological systems, especially of ecosystems. Biomodels. Plural of biomodel. Biomodification. The process of modifying a biological organism using either genetic or mechanical means. Plural of biomodel. Biomodification. The process of modifying a biological organism using either genetic or mechanical means. Biomodifications. Plural of biomodification. Biomodify. Having undergone biomodification. Biomodify. To modify by means of biomodification. Biomodifying. Present participle and gerund of biomodify. Biomodulation. Biological or biochemical modulation. Biomodulations. Plural of biomodulation. Biomodulator. Any material that modifies a biological response. Biomodulators. Plural of biomodulator. Biomodulatory. Relating to biomodulation or a biomodulator. Biomolecular. Relating to biomolecules, especially macromolecules. Biomolecular condensate. Any of a class of membraneless organelles and organelle subdomains that carry out specialized functions within a cell. Many contain proteins and RNAs. Biomolecular condensates. Plural of biomolecular condensate. Biomolecularly. In a biomolecular manner, by means of biomolecules. Biomolecule. Molecules such as amino acids, sugars, nucleic acids, proteins, polysaccharides, DNA, and RNA that occur naturally in living organisms. Any such molecule, even if created outside a living thing, as for example in a test tube or bioreactor. Biomolecules. Plural of biomolecule. Biomom. Synonym of biomother. Biomoms. Plural of biomom. Biomonitor. Any organism that provides quantitative information on the quality of its environment. Biomonitoring. The monitoring of the organisms that live in a particular environment in order to assess the continuing quality of the ecosystem. Biomonitorings. Plural of biomonitoring. Biomonitorization. Synonym of biomonitoring. Biomonitors. Plural of biomonitor. Biomonomer. The monomer of a biopolymer. Biomonomers. Plural of biomonomer. Biomorph. Any non-representational form based on the shape or appearance of a living organism. Biomorphic. Having the appearance of a biomorph, representing a living organism rather than an artistic or pragmatic ideal. Biomorphically. In a biomorphic way. Biomorphism. A surrealist art movement of the 20th century that focuses on the power of natural life and uses organic shapes with shapeless and vaguely spherical hints of the forms of biology. Biomorphodynamics. Biological morphodynamics. Biomorphological. Relating to biomorphology. Biomorphology. The morphology of living organisms. Biomorphs. Plural of biomorph. Biomother. Biological mother, especially one who does not act as a mother. Biomothers. Plural of biomother. Biomotif. Any biochemical structural unit, typically a protein that may be used to construct nanomachines. Biomotifs. Plural of biomotif. Biomotion. Motion from a living organism. Biomultiplier. Any organism, typically a plant, that accumulate toxins from the environment. Biomultipliers. Plural of biomultiplier. Biomusic. A form of music based on the sounds of nature. Biomusical. A biographic musical. Biomusicals. Plural of biomusical. Biomusicology. Study of music from a biological point of view. Biomythographic. Of or relating to biomythography. Biomythographical. Of or relating to biomythography. Biomythographies. Plural of biomythography. Biomythography. A biography with mythic elements. Biomythology. Study of mythological themes in biological research. The initialism of believe it or not. The a cyborg or treatment in the past. Bionaive. Alternative form of bionaive. Bionanocomposite. A biological nanocomposite. Bionanocomposites. Plural of bionanocomposite. Bionanoelectronics. Nanobioelectronics. Bionano-interaction. A biological or biochemical nano-interaction. Bionano-interactions. Plural of bionano-interaction. Bionanomachine. A biological nanomachine. Bionanomachines. Plural of bionanomachine. Bionanomaterial. Any nanomaterial of biological origin. Bionanomaterials. Plural of bionanomaterial. Bionanomechanics. Nanobiomechanics. Bionanoparticle. A biological nanoparticle. Bionanoparticles. Plural of bionanoparticle. Bionanoscience. A science/technology that incorporates aspects of biology and nanoscience/nanotechnology. Bionanosciences. Plural of bionanoscience. Bionanosensing. Nanosensing using bionanosensors. Bionanosensor. A biological or biochemical nanosensor. Bionanosensors. Plural of bionanosensor. Bionanosystem. A biological nanosystem. Bionanosystems. Plural of bionanosystem. Bionanotechnological. Of or relating to bionanotechnology. Bionanotechnologically. In a bionanotechnological manner. Bionanotechnologies. Plural of bionanotechnology. Bionanotechnology. The biological application of nanotechnology. Biondi. A surname from Italian. Biondianoside. A particular steroid glycoside. Biondies. Plural of biondi. Biondo. A surname. Biondolillo. A surname from Italian. Biondolillos. Plural of biondolillo. Biondos. Plural of biondo. Bionecroses. Plural of bionecrosis. Bionecrosis. Necrobiosis. Bionequiaceous, belonging to the family the Nequiaceae of wood-eating fungi. Bioneedle, a small hollow needle made from sugar used to deliver a vaccine. Bioneedles, plural of bioneedle. Pioneer, a biological pioneer and inventor of environmental solutions and biotechnology, a crafter of creative solutions to environmental and sociocultural problems. Pioneer, simple past and past participle of pioneer. Pioneering, present participle and gerund of pioneer. Pioneers, plural of pioneer. Bionematicide, relating to bionematicide. Bionematicide, a nematicide of biological origin. Bionematicides, plural of bionematicide. Bioneogenesis, the neogenesis of biochemically active compounds. Bioenergy, alternative form of bioenergy. Bionetwork, any biological, biochemical, or ecological network. Bionetworks, plural of bionetwork. Bioneural, composed of or employing biological rather than synthetic neurons. Bioneutralization, biological or biochemical neutralization in any of several contexts. Bioneutralize, to neutralize biologically or biochemically. Bioneutralize, simple past and past participle of bioneutralize. Bioneutralizing, present participle and gerund of bioneutralize. Ionian, of or relating to Wilfred Bion 1897–1979, influential British psychoanalyst. Ionic, related to bionics. Ionic ear, a cochlear implant. Ionic ears, plural of bionic ear. Ionic way, in an ionic manner. Ionics, the design of engineering systems, especially electronic ones, based on that of biological systems. Bionomenclature, the nomenclature used in the field of biology. Bionomic, relating to bionomics. Bionomical, alternative form of bionomic. Bionomically, in a bionomic manner. Bionomics, the study of an organism and its relation to its environment, ecology. Bionomies, plural of bionomy. Bionomist, one who studies bionomy, a physiologist. Bionomists, plural of bionomists. Bionomy, physiology. Plural of via. A living organism. Biotech, relating to an individual organism. Plural of viant. Bionuclear, relating to biological weapons and nuclear weapons. Bionuclear, relating to bionucleonics. Bionucleonics, any biological application of nuclear technology. Bionucleophile, a biochemical nucleophile. Bionucleophiles, plural of bionucleophile. Bionumerical, biological and numerical. Bionem, proper name of a living being. Bionems, plural of bionem. Biooil, alternative spelling of biooil. Biooil, plural of biooil. Bio-oncology, the use of biological drugs in oncology. Biooptic, alternative form of biooptical. Biooptical, relating to biooptics. Biooptics, the optics of biological organisms. Bioorgan, a synthetic organ of the body manufactured from biological material. Bioorganic, of or relating to the role of organic compounds in biological processes. Bioorganism. A biological organism. Bioorganisms. Plural of bioorganism. Bio-organometallic. Of or relating to the role of organometallic compounds in biological processes. Bioorgans. Plural of bioorgan. Bio-orthogonal. Describing biochemical research techniques for selectively labeling biomolecules that are independent of the detailed structure of the host molecule. Bioorthogonality. The quality of being orthogonal. Bio-orthogonally. In a bio-orthogonal manner. Biooxidant. A biochemical oxidant. Biooxidants. Plural of biooxidant. Biooxidation. Biological or biochemical oxidation. Biooxidations. Plural of biooxidation. Biopacemaker. A biological pacemaker. Biopacemakers. Plural of biopacemaker. Biopanning. A technique used to filter out selected target peptides or antibodies. Biopannings. Plural of biopanning. Bioparent. Biological parent. Bioparental. Of or relating to one's biological parents. Bioparents. Plural of bioparent. Biopark. Any place where biological organisms are exhibited to the public, such as a zoo, botanical garden, or aquarium. Bioparks. Plural of biopark. Bioparticle. A particle of biological material. Bioparticles. Plural of bioparticle. Biopatent. A patent in the field of biology or genetics. Biopatents. Plural of biopatent. Biopath. A person with the telepathic ability to manipulate the physiology, for example heart rate, breathing or brain waves and voluntary motor functions of other people or organisms. Biopathies. Plural of biopathy. Biopathogen. Any biological pathogen. Biopathogens. Plural of biopathogen. Biopathologic. Alternative form of biopathological. Biopathological. Relating to biopathology. Biopathology. The pathology study of the diseases of organs, tumors, and similar biological structures. Biopathogenism. A biopathological mechanism. Biopathogenisms. Plural of biopathogenism. Biopaths. Plural of biopath. Biopathway. A biological pathway, the route taken by a substance through the bioenvironment. Biopathways. Plural of biopathway. Biopathy. In the orgone theory of Wilhelm Reich, a disturbance in the energy flow of the plasmatic system, nervous and vascular systems of an organism held to cause various maladies. Biopattern. A of biopatterns. Biopatterns. Plural of biopattern. Biopedagogies. Plural of biopedagogy. Biopedagogy. The teaching of various aspects of biology. Bioperturbation. The mixing or disturbance of soil by living organisms as opposed to disturbance of other media such as sediment or leaf litter. Biopelagic. Describing the biological content of the open seas, especially the sediment that drifts down from dead organisms. Biopellet. A biodegradable pellet used to deliver a material slowly over time, typically in an aquarium. Biopellets. Plural of biopellet. Biopelmicrite. A limestone similar to biopelsperite. Biopelmicrites, plural of biopelmicrite. Biopelspirite, a limestone similar to biosparite. Biopelspirites, plural of biopelspirite. Biopeptide, any peptide of biological origin. Biopeptides, plural of biopeptide. Bioperiodicity, biological periodicity. Biopersistence, misspelling of biopersistence. Biopersistence, the property of being biopersistent. Biopersistent, tending to remain inside a biological organism rather than being expelled or broken down. Bioperspective, a biological perspective. Bioperspectives, plural of bioperspective. Biopesticidal, of or pertaining to biopesticides. Biopesticide, any naturally occurring rather than synthetic pesticide. Biopesticides, plural of biopesticide. Biopetroleum, any form of petroleum or a similar substitute made biologically, especially from algae. Biophage, any organism that derives its nourishment from another living organism. Biophages, plural of biophage. Biophagus, that feeds on living creatures. Biophagy, the property of being a biophage, a living organism that feeds on other living organisms. Biopharma, the biopharmaceutical industry. Biopharmaceutic, relating to biopharmaceutics. Biopharmaceutical, any drug produced using biotechnology. Biopharmaceutically, in a biopharmaceutical manner. Biopharmaceuticals, plural of biopharmaceutical. Biopharmaceutics, the study of the chemical and physical properties of drugs and the relationship between these dosage and activity. Biopharmacological, relating to biopharmacology. Biopharmacology, the pharmacology of drugs produced using biotechnology. Biofarming, the field of growing usually genetically altered plants for medicinal uses. Biophase, the effect site of a drug. Biophases, plural of biophase. Biophasic, relating to a biophase. Biophenol, a phenol or polyphenol of biological origin. Biophenolic, relating to biophenols. Biophenolics, plural of biophenolic. Biophenols, plural of biophenol. Biophenotypic, misspelling of biphenotypic. Biophilately, the collection or study of postage stamps and other philatelic material thematically related to biology, animals, plants, etc. Biophilia, hypochondria. Biophilic, of or pertaining to biophilia. Biophilosopher, one who studies biophilosophy. Biophilosophers, plural of biophilosopher. Biophilosophical, relating to biophilosophy. Biophilosophically, in terms of biophilosophy. Biophilosophy, a branch of philosophy dealing with epistemological, metaphysical, and ethical issues in the biological and biomedical sciences. Biophilus, exhibiting or relating to biophilia. Biophobia, aversion to nature. Biophobic, relating to or exhibiting. Biophobia, having a dislike of nature. Biophonic, relating to biophony. Biophonies, plural of biophony. Biophony, the cumulative non-human sounds produced by living organisms in a given biome. Biophore, a supposed supramolecular unit of heredity. Biophore, alternative spelling of biophore. Biophores, plural of biophore. Biophores, plural of biophore. Biophosphonate, misspelling of bisphosphonate. Biophosphorescence, the emission of visible light from a living organism after stimulation by light. Biophotolysis, plural of biophotolysis. Biophotolysis, the photolysis of a biochemical compound, but especially the production of hydrogen by the action of light on algae or any other organism. Biophotolysis, plural of biophotolysis. Biophotometer, any photometer designed for use in biochemical analysis. Biophotometers, plural of biophotometer. Biophotometric, relating to biophotometry. Biophotometry, photometry by means of a biophotometer. Biophoton, a low-energy photon emitted from a biological source but not by bioluminescence. Biophotonic, of or pertaining to biophotonics. Biophotonically, by means or in terms of biophotonics. Biophotonics, the study of the interaction of individual photons with biological structures. Biophotons, plural of biophoton. Biophotofoam, an instrument combining a cinematograph and a phonograph so that the moving figures on the screen are accompanied by the appropriate sounds, an early kind of film projector. Biophotophones, plural of biophotophone. Biophotoreactor, a vessel, usually of glass, in which a biochemical product is manufactured by illumination of a colony of an organism such as algae. Biophotoreactors, plural of biophotoreactor. Biophotorecorder, a recording biophotometer. Biophotorecorders, plural of biophotorecorder. Biophotosensitizer, a biochemical photosensitizer. Biophotosensitizers, plural of biophotosensitizer. Biophotovoltaic, describing electricity generated by biological or biochemical photovoltaic reactions, typically as a byproduct of photosynthesis. Biophysical, of or pertaining to a combination of biology and physics. Biophysically, with regard to biophysics. Biophysicists, a biologist or physicist whose specialty is biophysics. Biophysicists, plural of biophysicists. Biophysics chemical, biophysical and biochemical. Biophysics, the interdisciplinary science that applies theories and methods of the physical sciences to questions of biology. Biophysiochemical, biophysiological and chemical. Biophysiography, relating to biophysiography. Biophysiographical, relating to biophysiography. Biophysiography, the branch of biology that deals with the natural history of living organisms, descriptive biology. Biophysiology, alternative form of biophysiological. Biophysiological, relating to biophysiology. Biophysiologically, in a biophysiological manner. Biophysiologist, one who studies biophysiology. Biophysiologists, plural of biophysiologists. Biophysiology, biological physiology. Biophyte, any plant that obtains nourishment from the bodies of insects or other once-living organisms. Biophytes, plural of biophyte. Biopic, a motion picture based on the life or lives of a real, rather than fictional, person or people. Biopics, plural of biopic. Biopigment, biological pigment. Biopigments, plural of biopigment. Biopile, a pile of excavated soil somewhat like a compost heap mixed with certain additives as a means of bioremediation. Biopiles, plural of biopile. Biopiracy, the appropriation of indigenous biomedical knowledge, especially by patenting naturally occurring substances. Biopirate, one who engages in biopiracy. Biopirates, plural of biopirate. Biopiratic, of or relating to biopiracy. Biopiratical, of or relating to biopiracy. Biopixel, any of an organized array of colloidal bacteria. Biopixels, plural of biopixel. Bioplague, a biologically engineered plague. Bioplagues, plural of bioplague. Bioplasm, any living matter, but especially germinal or forming matter, matter possessing reproductive vitality. Protoplasm, especially in its relation to living processes and development. Bioplasma, a short laser pulse of biological origin. Bioplasmas, plural of bioplasma. Bioplasmic, pertaining to or consisting of bioplasm. Bioplasms, plural of bioplasm. Bioplasm, synonym of bioplasm. Bioplast, a mass or cell of bioplasm that is a unit of living matter, an independently existing mass of living matter. Bioplastic, of or relating to bioplasts and bioplasm. Bioplastics, plural of bioplastic. Bioplasts, plural of bioplasts. Bioplay, a biographical play. Bioplays, plural of bioplay. Bioplot, a biological plot graphical representation. Bioplots, plural of bioplot. Biopoiesis, the formation of life from self-replicating but not living molecules. Biopoetics, a form of literary criticism that takes into account biopsychological processes. Biopoiesis, abiogenesis. Biopolishing, the use of enzymes to remove protruding cellulose fibers from the surface of a fabric. Biopolitical, of or pertaining to biopolitics. Biopolitically, in a biopolitical way. Biopolitician, a proponent of biopolitics. Biopoliticians, plural of biopolitician. Biopolitics, the interdisciplinary studies relating biology and political science. Biopollution, pollution of a biological environment. Biopalyelectrolyte, any palyelectrolyte of biological origin. Biopalyelectrolytes, plural of biopalyelectrolyte. Biopolyester, a polyester produced by a biological organism, typically by a microorganism. Biopolyesters, plural of biopolyester. Biopolymer, any macromolecule of a living organism that is formed from the polymerization of smaller entities, a polymer that occurs in a living organism or results from life. Biopolymeric, relating to biopolymers. Biopolymerization, polymerization to form biopolymers. Biopolymerizations, plural of biopolymerization. Biopolymers, plural of biopolymer. Biopolysaccharide, a biological naturally occurring polysaccharide. Biopolysaccharides, plural of biopolysaccharide. Biopore, a hole drilled into the surface of the ground, intended to prevent flooding. Biopores, plural of biopore. Biopotencies, plural of biopotency. Biopotency, a measure of the ability of a material such as a hormone or vitamin to have a specified biochemical function. Biopotent, biologically or biochemically potent. Biopotential, a biologically or biochemically generated potential voltage. Biopotentiality, the condition of being biopotential. Biopotentials, plural of biopotential. Biopower, the sum of the various techniques used by modern nation-states to control non-individual subjects but their entire populations, as contrasted with traditional modes of power based on the threat of death from a sovereign. Biopowerful, exhibiting or relating to biopower. Bioprecarity, biological precarity. Bioprecipitate, a biological precipitate. Bioprecipitates, plural of bioprecipitate. Bioprecipitation, precipitation, rainfall produced by biological organisms, typically bacteria. Bioprecursor, the precursor of a biochemical compound, especially when the basis of a prodrug. Bioprecursors, plural of bioprecursor. Biopre, bodily fat, emphasizing its function of keeping warm and providing flotation, similar to a wetsuit made of neoprene. Biopreneur, an entrepreneur who operates a business in the field of biotechnology. Biopreneurs, plural of biopreneur. Biopreparation, any medical preparation, pesticide, etc. derived from a living organism or its products. Biopreparations, plural of biopreparation. Biopreservation, the use of natural or controlled microbiota or antimicrobials as a way of preserving food and extending its shelf life. Biopreservative, any organism, typically a bacterium or yeast, used in biopreservation. Biopreservatives, plural of biopreservative. Biopreserved, preserved by biopreservation. Biopriming, the treatment of seed with beneficial organisms as an alternative to treatment with pesticides prior to sowing. Bioprint, to 3D print a biological structure, a tissue, an organ, etc., using a bioprinter. Bioprintability, the condition of being bioprintable. Bioprintable, suitable for bioprinting. Bioprinted, simple past and past participle of bioprint. Bioprinter, a device that performs bioprinting. Bioprinters, plural of bioprinter. Bioprinting, the construction of a biological structure by computer-aided, automatic, layer-by-layer deposition, transfer, and patterning of small amounts of biological material. Bioprintings, plural of bioprinting. Bioprobe, a biological or biochemical probe. Bioprobes, plural of bioprobe. Bioprocess, any technological process that uses living cells or their components. Bioprocess, simple past and past participle of bioprocess. Bioprocesses, plural of bioprocess. Bioprocessing, the processing of something using a biological agent. Bioprocessor, a miniaturized bioreactor capable of culturing mammalian, insect, and microbial cells. Bioprocessors, plural of bioprocessor. Bioproduce, to produce by biosynthesis. Bioproduce, simple past and past participle of bioproduce. Bioproduces, third person singular simple present indicative of bioproduce. Bioproducing, present participle and gerund of bioproduce. Bioproduct, any commercial product produced using biotechnology. Bioproduction, the production of therapeutic drugs within living systems. Bioproductive, biologically productive. Bioproductivities, plural of bioproductivity. Bioproductivity, the productivity of a biological process at a specified organizational scale. Bioproducts, plural of bioproduct. Bioprogram, a hypothetical program in the brain responsible for the construction of a language from words and thus explaining the structural similarities of unrelated creoles. Bioprogram, rare form of bioprogram. Bioprograms, plural of bioprogram. Bioprograms, plural of bioprogram. Bioproject, a biological project. Bioprojects, plural of bioproject. Biopropane, propane produced by biomass gasification. Bioproperties, plural of bioproperty. Bioproperty, any biological or biochemical property. Biopropulsion, biological propulsion. Bioprospect, to search for natural products that might have a commercial application. Bioprospected, simple past and past participle of bioprospect. Bioprospecting, the methodical search for novel pharmaceutical and other products from plants and microorganisms. Bioprospection, synonym of bioprospecting. Bioprospector, one who engages in bioprospecting. Bioprospectors, plural of bioprospector. Bioprostheses, plural of bioprosthesis. Bioprosthesis, a prosthesis made from biological, rather than synthetic, material. Bioprosthetic, relating to a bioprosthesis. Bioprosthetics, plural of bioprosthetic. Bioprotectant, a biological or biochemical protectant. Bioprotectants, plural of bioprotectant. Bioprotection, biological protection. Bioprotective, biologically of biochemically protective. Bioprotein, an animal feed rich in protein produced as a byproduct of an industrial process such as fermentation. Bioproteins, plural of bioprotein. Bioprotonic, relating to bioprotonics. Bioprotonics, biological/biochemical protonics. Bioprovince, a biozone that is a subdivision of a bioregion. Bioprovinces, plural of bioprovince. Biopsy, relating to a biopsy. Biopsy, simple past and past participle of biopsy. Biopsies, plural of biopsy. Biopsy, the removal and examination of a sample of tissue, cells, or bodily fluid from a living body for diagnostic purposes. Biopsy, biopsychology. Biopsychology, related to biopsychology. Biopsychology, a practitioner of biopsychology. Biopsychology, plural of biopsychologist. Biopsychology, a form of psychiatry that ascribes disorders to strictly biological factors. Biopsychic, relating to psychic phenomena in their relation to the living organism or to the general phenomena of life. Biopsychical, alternative form of biopsychic. Biopsychological, of or pertaining to biopsychology. Biopsychologically, in a biopsychological manner. Biopsychologist, a specialist in biopsychology. Biopsychologists, plural of biopsychologists. Biopsychology, biological psychology. Biopsychosocial, having biological, psychological, and social characteristics. Biopsychosocially, in a biopsychosocial manner or context. Biopsychosociocultural, biopsychosocial and cultural. Biopsychospiritual, relating to biology, spirituality, and the mind. Biopsy, Present participle and gerund of biopsy. Bioterin, a coenzyme produced within the body, an oxidized degradation product of tetrahydrobiopterin. Defects in bioterin synthesis or regeneration can cause a form of hyperphenylalaninemia, and bioterin deficiency has been associated with dystonia and rabies. Bioterins, plural of bioterin. Biotic, related to biopsy. Biotecal, relating to biotics. Biotikin, a form of idoloscope serving as both camera and projector. Biotikins, plural of biotikin. Biotics, a biotic telescope used to improve distance vision. Biotome, a pincer-shaped cutting and grasping instrument used in medicine for taking biopsy specimens. Biotomes, plural of biotome. Biopulverization, pulverization of a biological sample prior to analysis or an experiment. Biopump, a pump used to obtain samples of air or water for biological analysis or testing. Biopumps, plural of biopump. Biopunk, a hobbyist who experiments with DNA and other aspects of genetics. Biopunks, plural of biopunk. Biopurification, biological purification typically of a water supply. Biopyrrole, any of the rock-forming minerals pyroxene, amphibole, and mica. Biopyrroles, plural of biopyrrole. Biopyrin, an oxidative metabolite of bilirubin that is a marker of oxidative stress. Biopyrins, plural of biopyrin. Bioquantification, biochemical quantification. Bioquercetin, a bioavailable form of quercetin. Bioradiation, the biological effects of radiation. Biorational, of a pesticide or herbicide, having relatively low toxicity and causing relatively little damage to the environment. Biorationally, in a biorational manner. Biorationals, plural of biorational. Biobital, relating to both orbits of the eyes. Biodenal, of the second order. Biodenals, plural of biodenal. Bioreabsorbable, biologically reabsorbable. Bioreactants, biological or biochemical reactants. Bioreaction, a biological reaction. Bioreactions, plural of bioreaction. Bioreactive, biologically or biochemically reactive. Bioreactivities, plural of bioreactivity. Bioreactivity, the condition or the asset of be reactive. Bioreactor, a vat or pressure vessel containing microorganisms or biochemically active substances used for biotechnological processes such as fermentation, waste recycling, or making drugs. Bioreactors, plural of bioreactor. Bioreading, a measurement of the presence and properties of a living thing. Bioreadings, plural of bioreading. Bioreagent, any reagent, especially an enzyme of biological origin. Bioreagents, plural of bioreagent. Biorealistic, biological and realistic. Biorealistically, in a biorealistic manner. Biorecalcitrant, not easily biodegradable. Bioreceptive, designed to encourage the surface growth of plants and plant-like organisms such as mosses and lichens. Bioreceptivity, the condition of being bioreceptive. Bioreceptor, any compound such as a protein that binds to a particular specific compound when part of a biosensor. Bioreceptors, plural of bioreceptor. Biorecognition, biological recognition of specific chemical compounds, especially as part of the immune system. Biorecovery, the use of biological agents, typically microorganisms, to recover metals from low-grade ores. Biorecycling, biological or biochemical recycling. Bioreduce, to biologically or biochemically reduce. Bioreduce, simple past and past participle of bioreduce. Bioreduces, third person singular simple present indicative of bioreduce. Bioreducible, biochemically reducible, typically via disulfide links. Bioreductant, a biological/biochemical reductant. Bioreductants, plural of bioreductant. Bioreduction, biological/biochemical reduction. Bioreductions, plural of bioreduction. Bioreductive, that undergoes bioreduction in order to form an active drug. Bioreductively, in a bioreductive manner. Biorefined, processed in a biorefinery. Biorefinement, synonym of biorefinery. Biorefineries, plural of biorefinery. Biorefinery, the co-production of a range of biologically based products, food, feed, materials, chemicals, and energy, fuels, power, heat from biomass. Biorefining, the refining of biomass products in a biorefinery. Biorefractory, biologically or biochemically refractory. Bioregeneration, the regeneration of a biological system. Bioregenerative, relating to bioregeneration. Bioregion, a region defined by natural characteristics such as flora and fauna and topographic features such as watersheds. Bioregional, of or pertaining to a bioregion. Bioregionalization, alternative form of bioregionalization. Bioregionalizations, plural of bioregionalization. Bioregionalism, the belief that naturally defined regions, bioregions, or ecoregions should be the basis of political or cultural identity. Bioregionalisms, plural of bioregionalism. Bioregionalists, a proponent of bioregionalism. Bioregionalists, plural of bioregionalists. Bioregionalization, the specification of the bioregions of an area. Bioregionalizations, plural of bioregionalization. Bioregionally, in terms of bioregions. Bioregions, plural of bioregion. Bioregulation, any biological process that regulates something. Bioregulator, any substance that regulates a biological process. Bioregulators, plural of bioregulator. Bioregulatory, that regulates a biological system. Biorelevance, biological relevance. Biorelevant, biologically relevant. Bioremedial, relating to bioremediation. Bioremediate, to remove or neutralize contaminants from soil, etc. by means of biological agents. Bioremediate, simple past and past participle of bioremediate. Bioremediates, third person singular simple present indicative of bioremediate. Bioremediating, that cause bioremediation. Bioremediation, the use of biological organisms, usually microorganisms, to remove contaminants, especially from polluted water. Bioremediations, plural of bioremediation. Bioremediative, relating to bioremediation. Bioremediator, any organism used in bioremediation. Bioremediators, plural of bioremediator. Bioremediatory, that produces bioremediation. Bioremoval. Biological or biochemical removal typically of pollutants. Biorenewability. The property of being renewable. Biorenewable. Able to be renewed via biological means produced by biological organisms. Biorenewables. Plural of biorenewable. Bioreplicate. A biological replicate. Bioreplicated. Simple past and past participle of bioreplicate. Bioreplicates. Plural of bioreplicate. Bioreplication. The artificial recreation of biological structures and their use to replicate biological functions. Bioreporter. A genetically engineered microbial cell designed to produce a measurable signal in response to a specific chemical or physical agent in their environment. Bioreporters. Plural of bioreporter. Biorepositories. Plural of biorepository. Biorepository. A long-term storage and conservation facility for biological specimens. Biorepresentative. Biologically representative. Bioresearch. Research in any of the biological sciences. Bioresearcher. A researcher involved in bioresearch. Bioresearchers. Plural of bioresearcher. Bioresearches. Plural of bioresearch. Bioreserve. Nature reserve. Bioreserves. Plural of bioreserve. Bioresilience. The ability of a whole species or an individual of a species to adapt to change. Bioresistant. Biochemically resistant. Bioresmephrine. A synthetic pyrethroid pesticide. Bioresonance. A pseudoscientific medical practice that purports to diagnose and treat illness using electromagnetic waves. Bioresorbability. The property of being irresorbable. Bioresorbable. That can be broken down and absorbed by the body and thus does not need to be removed manually. Bioresorption. Biochemical or biophysical resorption. Bioresource. Any resource of biological origin. Bioresources. Plural of bioresource. Bioresponse. A biological or biochemical response. Bioresponses. Plural of bioresponse. Bioresponsive. That generates a bioresponse. Bioresponsively. In a bioresponsive manner. Bioresponsiveness. The condition of being bioresponsive. Bioresuspension. Resuspension of particulate matter by biological activity. Bioretention. Retention removal of groundwater contaminants. Bioretentions. Plural of bioretention. Bioretrosynthesis. Biochemical retrosynthesis. Bioreversible. Biologically or biochemically reversible. Biorevitalization. Biological revitalization. A non-human animal cyborg. Bioorganizational. Of, relating to, or produced by two different organizations. Areas. Plural of VR. Biobiological. Relating to biobiology. Biobiology. The study of the deformation and flow of biological materials, especially biological fluids. Biorhythm. Any cyclic biological or physiological pattern or activity. Biorhythmic. Of or pertaining to biorhythms. Biorhythmically. In a biorhythmic way. Biorhythmicity. The condition of being biorhythmic. Biorhythmics. The study of biorhythms. Biorhythms. Plural of biorhythm. Biorient. To undergo bioorientation. Bioorientable. orientable in two different ways. Biorientation, the orientation of chromosomes to opposite poles of the bipolar spindle before cell division. Biorientations, plural of biorientation. Bioriented, oriented by biorientation. Biorienting, present participle and gerund of biorient. Biorients, third person singular simple present indicative of biorient. Birobot, a biological organism that has been created and designed by artificial means. Biorobotic, relating to biorobots or biorobotics. Biorobotics, the design and manufacture of biorobots. Biorobots, plural of biorobot. Bioroid, a cybernetic or fully biological organism created by artificial means. Bioroids, plural of bioroid. Biorthogonal, describing a pair of topological vector spaces that are in duality with a pair of indexed subsets in a specific manner. Biorthogonalization, alternative form of biorthogonalization. Biorthogonalize, alternative form of biorthogonalize. Biorthogonality, the quality of being orthogonal. Biorthogonalization, conversion to biorthogonal form. Biorthogonalizations, plural of biorthogonalization. Biorthogonalize, to convert to biorthogonal form. Biorthonormal, orthonormal and having elements that are each orthogonal to all but exactly one element in the other set. Biorthonormality, the condition of being biorthonormal. BIOS, acronym of Basic Input/Output System. BIOS, plural of bio. Biosafe, not causing harm to biological organisms. Biosafety, protection from potential harm from biological agents, such as infectious microbes or modified genes. Biosample, a reference sample of biological material. Biosampled, simple past and past participle of biosample. Biosamples, plural of biosample. Biosampling, the collection and documentation of biosamples. Biosatellite, an artificial satellite that is designed to carry humans or other organisms. Biosatellites, plural of biosatellite. Bioscaffold, a naturally derived or artificial structure implanted in the body on which tissue grows in the form of a missing or damaged organ, etc. The process being called tissue engineering. Bioscaffolding, the construction of a bioscaffold. Bioscaffolds, plural of bioscaffold. Bioscan, a biological scan. Bioscans, plural of bioscan. Bioscavenger, a biochemical scavenger. Bioscavengers, plural of bioscavenger. Bioscavenging, scavenging by a bioscavenger. Bioscience, any of several sciences that deal with living organisms. Biosciences, plural of bioscience. Bioscientific, relating to bioscience. Bioscientifically, in a bioscientific manner. Bioscientist, a scientist who specializes in any of the biosciences. Bioscientists, plural of bioscientists. Bioscope, an early form of movie projector. Bioscopes, plural of bioscope. Bioscopy, of or relating to the bioscope early movie projector. Bioscopies, plural of bioscopy. Bioscopy, the examination of a body to determine if it is alive or dead. Bioscreening, Biometric screening. BioC, any carbohydrate having 2 carbon atoms, in reality glycolaldehyde. Biosealant, a biological or biochemical sealant. Biosealants, plural of biosealant. Biosecure, secure from biological contamination. Biosecurity, the protection of plants and animals against harm from disease or from human exploitation. Biosediment, sediment composed of or containing organic material. Biosedimentary, pertaining to biosedimentation. Biosedimentation, the sedimentation of organic material to form biosediment. Biosediments, plural of biosediment. Biosegmentation, the segmentation of a biological image. Bioselect, to carry out bioselection. Bioselected, simple past and past participle of bioselect. Bioselection, biological selection. Bioselector, any material that takes part in bioselection. Bioselectors, plural of bioselector. Biosemantic, of or pertaining to biosemantics. Biosemantics, a theory that aims to produce a constitutive account of intentionality. Biosemiosis, semiosis in and between biological organisms. Biosemiotic, relating to biosemiotics. Biosemiotically, in terms of biosemiotics. Biosemiotics, a growing field that studies the production, action, and interpretation of signs in the biological realm. Biosensing, the use of nanoscale or microscale biological sensors. Biosensor, any device that detects, records, or transmits physiological data, especially data concerning the presence of chemical compounds analytes. Biosensoric, relating to a biosensor. Biosensorics, the design, manufacture, and use of biosensors. Biosensoristic, relating to biosensors. Biosensors, plural of biosensor. Biosensory, pertaining to the sensory abilities of a biological organism. Biosentinel, any organism that is the first to respond to a change in the environment, typically the presence of a pollutant. Biosentinels, plural of biosentinel. Bioseparation, the separation of the products of a biochemical reaction without damaging the organisms concerned. Bioseparations, plural of bioseparation. Biosequence, a sequence of biological data. Biosequences, plural of biosequence. Biosequester, to sequester typically carbon dioxide by means of biosequestration. Biosequester, simple past and past participle of biosequester. Biosequestering, present participle and gerund of biosequester. Biosequestration, storage and removal of carbon from the atmosphere by conversion of carbon dioxide into biomass, generally by photosynthetic plants or bacteria. Bioseries, any series of evolutionary changes in a particular inherited characteristic. Bioserotype, a microbiological serotype. Bioserotype, simple past and past participle of bioserotype. Bioserotypes, plural of bioserotype. Bioservice, a biological or biochemical service, a company that provides such a service. Bioservices, plural of bioservice. Bioses, plural of bios. Bioses, plural of biose. Biocestin, the living particulate matter suspended in bodies of water such as lakes and seas. Biocestins, plural of biocestin. Biosex, alternative form of biosex. Bioship, a spaceship that is partially or wholly composed of biological material. Bioships, plural of bioship. Biocell, a biological sibling. Biosibling, a biological sibling. Biosiblings, plural of biosibling. Biosebs, plural of biosib. Biocide, any glycoside of a biocide. Biocides, plural of biocide. Biosign, any measurable phenomenon indicating the presence of life, a biosignature or vital sign. Biosignal, any signal usually electrical in nature of biological origin. Biosignaling, biological or biochemical signaling. Biosignals, plural of biosignal. Biosignature, any measurable phenomenon that indicates the presence or probable presence of life. Biosignatures. Plural of biosignature. Biosigns, plural of biosign. Biosilica, biogenic silica. Biosiliceous, relating to or composed of biosilica. Biosilicification, biological or biochemical silicification. Biosilicifications, plural of biosilicification. Biosilification, misspelling of biosilicification. Biosimilar, a variant of a biopharmaceutical that is marketed following the expiry of the original patent. Biosimilarities, plural of biosimilarity. Biosimilarity, similarity of one biological substance to another, particularly with respect to a substance used for medicinal purposes. Biosimilars, plural of biosimilar. Biosimulation, the computer simulation of a biological system. Biosimulations, plural of biosimulation. Biosys, life, vitality. Biosketch, a short piece of writing that summarizes an individual's experience and qualifications. Biosketches, plural of biosketch. Biosludge, sludge consisting of biological materials. Biosludges, plural of biosludge. Biosocial, of or pertaining to both biological and social features. Biosocialities, plural of biosociality. Biosociality, the role and status of humans and their social connections in relation to biological status. Biosocially, in a biosocial context. Biosociodemography, biological and sociodemography. Biosociodiversity, biosocial diversity. Biosociological, relating to biosociology. Biosociology, synonym of sociobiology. Biosoftware, biological or biochemical software. Biosolarization, the fumigation of soil by means of compost and solarization. Biosolarize, to fumigate soil by means of biosolarization. Biosolarize, simple past and past participle of biosolarize. Biosolid, a byproduct of domestic and commercial sewage and wastewater treatment. Biosolids, plural of biosolid. Biosolvent, any solvent manufactured via a biochemical process. Biosolvents, plural of biosolvent. Biosun, a biological sun. Biosomar, echolocation in animals. Biosuns, plural of biosun. Biosor, to adsorb biologically. Biosorbate, material that has been biosorbed. Biosorbates. Plural of biosorbate. Biosorb. Simple past and past participle of biosor. Biosorbent. A biological adsorbent. Biosorbents. Plural of biosorbent. Biosorbing. Present participle and gerundive biosor. Biosorbs. Third person singular simple present indicative of biosor. Biosorption. Bioabsorption. Biosorptions. Plural of biosorption. Biosorptive. Relation to biosorption. Biosorting. The sorting of soil particles of different sizes resulting from bioturbation. Biosource. A biological source of some material. Biosource. Having a biological or biochemical source. Biosources. Plural of biosource. Biosovereignty. Sovereignty over a person's body. Biosphaerite. A limestone composed of less than 25% oolites and less than 25% intraclasts. Biosphaerites. Plural of biosphaerite. Biosphaeridae. A limestone made from the shells of ancient gastropods. Biosphaeridites. Plural of biosphaeridae. Biospecies. A biological species usually defined by the biological species concept or strictly on a neological basis. Biospecific. Whose properties or activities vary according to the specific biological molecule that it interacts with. Biospecifically. In a biospecific manner. Biospecimen. A specimen of biological material, such as urine, blood, tissue, cells, DNA, RNA, and protein to be stored in a biorepository for future research. Biospecimens. Plural of biospecimen. Biospeckle. The speckled appearance of a biological surface due to interference when illuminated with a laser. Biospeckles. Plural of biospeckle. Biospectrometry. The spectrometry of living organisms. Biospectrophotometer. A spectrophotometer designed for use with biological materials. Biospectrophotometers. Plural of biospectrophotometer. Biospectroscopy. The spectroscopy of living organisms. Biospeleological. Relating to biospeleology. Biospeleologist. A person whose expertise is biospeleology. Biospeleologists. Plural of biospeleologists. Biospeleology. The biology of organisms that live in caves. Biospeleologists. Misspelling of biospeleologist. Biosphere. The part of the Earth and its atmosphere capable of supporting life. Biospherian. Alternative form of biospherian. Biospherians. Plural of biospherian. Biospheres. Plural of biosphere. Biospheria. An inhabitant of a biosphere. Biospherians. Plural of biospherian. Biospheric. Of or relating to the biosphere or to biospherics. Biospherical. Alternative form of biospheric. Biospherics. The study of biospheres. Biospin. To spin a fiber biologically. Biospinnable. That can be biospun. Biospinning. Present participle and gerund of biospin. Biostabilization. Alternative form of biostabilization. Biostabilities. Plural of biostability. Biostability. The quality or degree of being biostable. Biostabilization. Biological stabilization. Biostabilizations. Plural of biostabilization. Biostabilizing. that confers biostability. Biostability, remaining chemically stable within the body. Biostasis, the ability of an organism to tolerate environmental changes without actively adapting to them. Biostat, a container in which organisms are kept in a controlled environment. Biostatic, that inhibits the growth or multiplication of an organism, especially of a microorganism. Biostatical, biostatic, biostatically, in a biostatic manner. Biostatics, the science of the structure and function of organic bodies. Biostatistic, a biological statistic. Biostatistical, pertaining to biostatistics. Biostatistically, in terms of or with regard to biostatistics. Biostatistician, person making or doing research on biostatistics. Biostatisticians, plural of biostatistician. Biostatistics, the application of statistics to the study and analysis of biological and medical data. Biostats, plural of biostat. Biosteel, a fibrous material having a structure similar to spider silk produced from the milk of transgenic goats. Biostereometric, relating to biostereometrics. Biostereometrics, biological stereometrics. Biostimulant, any material of biological origin that enhances plant growth or development when applied to the soil. Biostimulants, plural of biostimulant. Biostimulate, to stimulate biologically. Biostimulated, simple past and past participle of biostimulate. Biostimulates, third person singular simple present indicative of biostimulate. Biostimulating, present participle and gerund of biostimulate. Biostimulation, the stimulation of a system's existing bacteria such that they can have a remedial action. Biostimulations, plural of biostimulation. Biostimulative, causing biostimulation. Biostimulator, something that biostimulates. Biostimulators, plural of biostimulator. Biostimulatory, that provides biostimulation. Biostitute, a biologist who lies for money. Biostitutes, plural of biostitute. Biostratification, stratification caused by biological processes. Biostratigrapher, an expert in biostratigraphy. Biostratigraphers, plural of biostratigrapher. Biostratigraphic, of or pertaining to biostratigraphy. Biostratigraphical, of or pertaining to biostratigraphy. Biostratigraphic. Biostratigraphically, with regard to biostratigraphy. Biostratigraphy, the study of the stratigraphic distribution of fossils. Biostratonomic, relating to biostratonomy. Biostratonomically, with reference to biostratonomy. Biostratonomy, the study of the processes that take place following the death of an organism. Biostromal, relating to a biostrom. Biostrom, a horizontally bedded stratum of fossilized remains of sedentary organisms. Biostromes, plural of biostrom. Biostructural, relating to biostructures. Biostructure, biological structure. Biostructures, plural of biostructure. Biostudies, plural of biostudy. Biostudy, a biological academic study. Biosuit, a protective suit that enhances or monitors the wearer's biological functions. Biosuited, wearing a biosuit. Biosuits, plural of biosuit. Biosulfur. Biologically produced elemental sulfur. Biosulfur. Alternative spelling of biosulfur. Biosurfactant. Any surfactant of biological origin. Biosurfactants. Plural of biosurfactant. Biosurgery. The medicinal use of maggots to clean wounds and promote healing. Biosurveillance. The monitoring of the biological environment, as for example, to forestall disease. Biosusceptometry. Biological susceptometry. Biosuspension. Suspension of particulate matter by biological activity. Biosustainability. The quality of being that is sustainable. Biosustainable. Biochemically sustainable. Bioswale. A type of biofilter designed to remove silt and pollution from surface runoff, consisting of a swallowed drainage course with gently sloped sides and filled with vegetation, compost, and sand or riprap. Bioswales. Plural of bioswale. Biosyntheses. Plural of biosynthesis. Biosynthesis. The synthesis of organic compounds within a living organism, especially the synthesis of large compounds from small ones. Biosynthesize. Alternative spelling of biosynthesize. Biosynthesized. Simple past and past participle of biosynthesize. Biosynthesizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of biosynthesize. Biosynthesizing. Present participle and gerund of biosynthesize. Biosynthesize. To form through biosynthesis. Biosynthesized. Simple past and past participle of biosynthesize. Biosynthesizer. A biochemical synthesizer device or system. Biosynthesizers. Plural of biosynthesizer. Biosynthesizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of biosynthesize. Biosynthesizing. Present participle and gerund of biosynthesize. Biosynthetic. Of or pertaining to biosynthesis. Biosynthetically. In terms of, or by means of, biosynthesis. Biosystem. Any system of mutually interacting biological organisms. Biosystematic. Of or pertaining to biosystematics. Biosystematics. Taxonomy based upon statistical data of the evolution of organisms. Biosystematist. One who works with biosystematics. Biosystematists. Plural of biosystematists. Biosystemity. Biosystematics. Biosystems. Plural of biosystem. Alternative form of it. A surname from French. Nombre. A dimensionless number used in heat transfer calculations, giving a simple index of the ratio of the heat transfer resistances inside of and at the surface of a body. Numbers. Plural of number. Respiration. An abnormal breathing pattern produced by damage to the brainstem, consisting of regular deep inspirations followed by irregular periods of apnea with abrupt transitions between the two phases. Respirations. Plural of respiration. Biota. The living organisms of a region. Biotag. A small radio or optical telemetry transmitter used in wildlife ecology. Biotagged. Simple past and past participle of biotag. Biotagging. Present participle and gerund of biotag. Biotags. Plural of biotag. Biotarget. A biological or biochemical target. Biotargets. Plural of biotargets. Biotas. Plural of biota. Biotaxis. the movement of organisms in response to an external stimulus. Biotaxonomic, relating to biotaxonomy. Biotaxonomy, biological taxonomy. Biotaxy, the classification of living organisms according to their structural character, taxonomy. Alternative spelling of biotch. Bioches, plural of vish. Biotel, a surname from French. Biotech, biotechnology. Biotechnic, relating to biotechnics. Biotechnical, of or pertaining to biotechnology. Biotechnician, a technician who works in a biological or biochemical laboratory. Biotechnicians, plural of biotechnician. Biotechnics, the application of biotechnology. Biotechnique, any technique used in biotechnology. Biotechniques, plural of biotechnique. Biotechnological, of or pertaining to biotechnology. Biotechnologically, with reference to or by means of biotechnology. Biotechnologies, plural of biotechnology. Biotechnologist, a technologist who works in the field of biotechnology. Biotechnologists. Plural of biotechnologists. Biotechnology, the use of living organisms, especially microorganisms, in industrial, agricultural, medical, and other technological applications. Biotex, plural of biotech. Biotectural, relating to biotecture. Biotecture, any of several types of architecture that use forms influenced by biological structures. Biotectures, plural of biotecture. Biotelemetric, relating to biotelemetry. Biotelemetry, the use of telemetry to monitor, measure, and record physiological data of an organism. Biotemperature, the mean value of daily mean temperature above 0 degrees C, divided by 365. Biotemperatures, plural of biotemperature. Biotemplate, a biological template. Biotemplates, plural of biotemplate. Biotemporal, of or relating to time-based relationships in biological phenomena, such as life cycles and gestation periods. Biotemporally, in a biotemporal manner. Bioterror, synonym of bioterrorism. Bioterrorism, terrorism that involves biological weapons or other biological agents. Bioterrorists, a terrorist employing biological weapons. Bioterroristic, of or pertaining to bioterrorism and bioterrorists. Bioterrorists, plural of bioterrorists. Biotests, to determine the strength of biological activity of a substance. Biotested, simple past and past participle of biotests. Biotesting, present participle and gerund of biotests. Biotests, third person singular simple present indicative of biotests. Biotheological, of or relating to biotheology. Biotheology, the synthetic application of understanding of biology to the understanding of God, synthesizing modern biology and traditional religious doctrines. Biotherapeutic, a therapeutic material produced using biological means, including recombinant DNA technology. Biotherapeutical, alternative form of biotherapeutic. Biotherapeutics, the field encompassing therapeutic materials produced using biological means, including recombinant DNA technology. Biotherapic, synonym of biotherapeutic. Biotherapies, plural of biotherapy. Biotherapists. Someone who practices biotherapy, someone who specializes in biotherapy. Biotherapists. Plural of biotherapists. Biotherapy. Any of several unrelated therapies that use natural biological processes, especially those that use parts of the immune system. Biothermal. Of or pertaining to heat generated by biological processes. Biovisiometer. An instrument used to measure the threshold of vibration perception. Biovisiometers. Plural of biovisiometer. Biovisiometric. Relating to biovisiometry. Biovisiometry. The measurement of the vibrational threshold, typically in patients with peripheral neuropathy. Biothickener. A biological thickener. Biothickeners. Plural of biothickener. Bithiol. Any biochemical thiol. Bithiols. Plural of biothiol. Biothreat. A threat from biological weapons. Biothreats. Plural of biothreat. Of, pertaining to, or produced by life or living organisms. Iodicto. Iodically. In idiotic manner. Aidicity. The state or quality of being idiotic while living. Addicts. The promotion of enjoyment and the reduction of suffering. Biotin. A sulfur-containing member of the vitamin B complex 5,3-AS4-6-AR2-oxohexahydro-1-H-theno-3,4-D-imidazole 4-ylpentanoic acid found in liver, egg yolk, milk, and yeast, essential to the activity of multiple enzyme systems. Biotinable. Able to undergo biotinylation. Biotinamide. The acid-amide of biotin 5,3-AS4-6-AR2-oxohexahydro-1-H-theno-3,4-D-imidazole 4-ylpentanamide. Biotinidase. An enzyme that allows the body to use and recycle biotin. Biotinidases. Plural of biotinidase. Biotini. Any derivative of biotin. Biotinides. Plural of biotini. Biotinol. A derivative of biotin in which the carboxylic acid is replaced by an alcohol CH2OH group. Biotins. Plural of biotin. Biotinyl. A univalent radical derived from biotin. Biotinylate. To attach a biotin residue to a biological macromolecule in order to label it. Biotinylated. Modified by reaction with the biotin group. Biotinylate. Third person singular simple present indicative of biotinylate. Biotinylating. Present participle and gerund of biotinylate. Biotinylation. The attachment of a biotin residue to a biological macromolecule in order to label it. Biotinylations. Plural of biotinylation. Biotinylysine. Synonym of biocytin. Biotinyls. Plural of biotinyl. Biotissue. Biological tissue. Biotissues. Plural of biotissue. Biotite. A dark brown mica. It is a mixed aluminous silicate and fluoride of potassium, magnesium, and iron. Biotites. Plural of biotite. Biotidic. Of or relating to biotite. Biotidization. Conversion into biotite. Biotidize. To convert into biotite. Biotidize. Simple past and past participle of biotitize. Biotidizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of biotitize. Biotidizing. Present participle and gerund of biotitize. Biotolerable. Biologically tolerable. Biotome. a specialized form of knife or scalpel. Biotomes, plural of biotome. Biotomy, the study of animal and plant structure by dissection. Biotope, a geographical area that has a uniform biological environment and a uniform distribution of plants and animals. Biotopes, plural of biotope. Biotopic, of or pertaining to a biotype. Biotoxic, toxic and of biological origin. Biotoxicities, plural of biotoxicity. Biotoxicity, quality, a degree of being sick. Biotoxicological, relating to biotoxicology. Biotoxicologist, one who studies biotoxicology. Biotoxicologists, plural of biotoxicologists. Biotoxicology, the toxicology of biotoxins. Biotoxicosis, plural of biotoxicosis. Biotoxicosis, toxic due to a biotoxin. Biotoxin, any toxin produced by a living organism. Biotoxinology, the toxicology of biotoxins. Biotoxins, plural of biotoxin. Biotrack, the track left by a biological organism as it moves. Biotracks, plural of biotrack. Biotray, the production of goods and services from biodiverse sources. Biotransfer, a form of bioturbation, the transfer of material by living organisms. Biotransferase, any naturally occurring transferase. Biotransferases, plural of biotransferase. Biotransference, the process by which a chemical or element is absorbed from one organism by another. It is most commonly due to that organism being eaten. Biotransferred, produced by biotransfer. Biotransfers, plural of biotransfer. Biotransform, to transform something by biochemical means, especially by means of enzymes. Biotransformable, biologically or biochemically, typically enzymatically transformable. Biotransformation, the changes both chemical and physical that occur to a substance, especially a drug, by the actions of enzymes within an organism. Biotransformational, of or pertaining to biotransformation. Biotransformations, plural of biotransformation. Biotransformative, relating to biotransformation, biotransformational. Biotransformed, simple past and past participle of biotransform. Biotransforming, present participle and gerund of biotransform. Biotransforms, third person singular simple present indicative of biotransform. Biotransistor, a bioelectronic transistor. Biotransistors, plural of biotransistor. Biotransport, the biophysical or biochemical transport of mass, momentum, energy, and electric charge. Biotransportation, the biological transportation of materials around the body. Biotransporter, simple past and past participle of biotransport. Biotransporter, any organism that biotransports. Biotransporters, plural of biotransporter. Biotrauma, a severe inflammatory response produced in the lungs of patients who breathe by means of a mechanical ventilator for a long period of time. Biotraumatic, of or pertaining to biotrauma. Biotreat, to process with biotreatment. Biotreatability, suitability for biotreatment. Biotreatable, suitable for biotreatment. Biotreated, simple past and past participle of biotreat. Biotreating, present participle and gerund of biotreat. Biotreatment, The processing of waste or hazardous substances using living organisms such as bacteria, fungi, or protozoa. Biotreatments. Plural of biotreatment. Biotreats. Third person singular simple present indicative of biotreat. Biotremology. The study of production, dispersion, and reception of vibrations by organisms and their effect on behavior. Biotribological. Relating to biotribology. Biotribology. Biological tribology. Biotron. A chamber in which the effects of climate on organisms can be studied. Biotrons. Plural of biotron. Biotroph. Any parasite that cannot survive in a dead host and therefore keeps it alive. Biotrophic. Describing a parasite or symbiont that needs its host in order to stay alive. Biotrophically. By means of, or in terms of, biotrophy. Biotrophism. The condition of being biotrophic. Biotrophs. Plural of biotroph. Biotrophy. A parasitic relationship in which the parasite feeds on a living host organism without killing it. Biotruth. Something accepted as an inescapable or inherent product of biology, usually to justify or support a fallacy. Biotruths. Plural of biotruth. Et. Plural of that. Et. Plural of that. Bioturbate. To rework and mix soils or other sediments. Bioturbated. Mixed by bioturbation. Bioturbates. Third person singular simple present indicative of bioturbate. Bioturbating. Present participle and gerund of bioturbate. Bioturbation. The mixing of soil or sediment by living organisms. Bioturbational. Relating to bioturbation. Bioturbations. Plural of bioturbation. Bioturbator. Any organism that carries out bioturbation. Bioturbators. Plural of bioturbator. Bioturbatory. Relating to or causing bioturbation. Bioturb. Alternative form of bioturbated. Bioturbidation. Misspelling of bioturbation. Biotype. A group of organisms having the same specific genotype. Biotyped. Simple past and past participle of biotype. Biotypes. Plural of biotype. Biotypic. Relating to a biotype. Biotyping. The identification of different bacteria types based on reaction to biochemical tests. Biotypological. Of or relating to biotypology. Biotypologically. In terms of biotypology. Biotypology. The study of biotypes. Biua. Obsolete spelling of bivouac. Biultrasonics. The use of ultrasonics to study living organisms or as a diagnostic tool. Biounavailable. Alternative spelling of biounavailable. Biounit. A unit defined by a biological criterion, especially a region defined by its biodiversity. Biounits. Plural of biounit. Biouptake. Biochemical uptake typically of metal ions. Bioutilization. The utilization of biological resources, typically via biotechnology. Bioval. Relating to or derived from two ova. Biovalorization. The conversion of waste biomass into valuable chemicals. Biovalorize. To convert waste biomass into useful chemicals. Biovalorize. Simple past and past participle of biovalorize. Biovalorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of biovalorize. Biovalorizing. Present participle and gerund of biovalorize. Biovar. A strain of microorganisms that is physiologically and / or biochemically differentiable from others. Biovariability. Biological variability. Biovariance. Biological variance. Biovariant. A biological variant. Biovariance. Plural of biovariant. Biovars. Plural of biovar. Biovector. A biological vector. Biovectors. Plural of biovector. Biovermiculation. Vermiculation pattern or wavy lines of biological origin. Biovermiculations. Plural of biovermiculation. Biovigilance. The detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of biological issues in society. Biovisualization. Visualization of biological systems. Biovolatilization. Biological volatilization. Biovolume. The volume of cells in a unit amount of water normally quoted in cubic millimeters per liter. Biovolumes. Plural of biovolume. Biovortexer. A small vortex mixer used for biological samples. Biovortexers. Plural of biovortexer. Bioveolar. Derived from two separate ova, non-identical or fraternal. Bioviolate. Having two ovules. Biowaiver. An exemption granted to a biopharmaceutical company to show bioequivalence to a product. Biowaivers. Plural of biowaiver. Biowarfare. Biological warfare. Biowaste. Waste of a biological nature. Biowastes. Plural of biowastes. Bioweapon. Any weapon designed to be used in biological warfare. Bioweaponization. The weaponization of a biological organism or biochemical material. Bioweaponizations. Plural of bioweaponization. Bioweaponry. Bioweapons collectively. Bioweapons. Plural of bioweapon. Bioweathering. Weathering of organic compounds from fossil biological material. Biowoman. A cisgender woman. Biowomen. Plural of biowoman. Bioxalate. The univalent group He2O4 or any salt containing it. Bioxalates. Plural of bioxalate. Bioxalamycin. Any of a class of Endobiotespidus besteptomices bacteria. Bioxalamycins. Plural of bioxalamycin. Bioyield. A biological yield. Bioyogurt. Probiotic yogurt. Bioyogurts. Plural of bioyogurts. Biozonal. Of or pertaining to a biozone. Biozonation. Arrangement or distribution into biozones. Biozonations. Plural of biozonation. Biozone. A biostratigraphic unit, an interval of geological strata defined on the basis of its characteristic fossil taxa. Biozones. Plural of biozone. The abbreviation of blunt impact projectile. The to make or cause to make a short beeping or blipping sound. The a pear-shaped lute with 5 strings of Korean origin. The process of loading 2 reels of film into a camera so that they both pass through the camera gate together. Formerly used for visual effects and as a subtractive color process. Vipek. Simple past and past participle of bitback. Vippeking. present participle and gerund of bipak. Bipas, third person singular simple present indicative of bipak. Bipalmate, describing leaves that have a palmate structure on petioles that are themselves palmate. Bipalmatoylate, to palmatoylate with two palmatoyl groups or at two locations. Bipalmatoylated, simple past and past participle of bipalmatoylate. Bipalmatoylation, palmatoylation with two palmatoyl groups or at two locations. Bipep, initialism of bilevel positive airway pressure. Bipep, plural of bipap. Biparallel, being or relating to a network motif in which an output links to two inputs, each of which act as outputs to the same fourth input. Biparameter, having two parameters. Biparametric, having or relating to two parameters. Biparametrically, in a biparametric manner. Biparasite, a biparasitic parasite. Biparasites, plural of biparasite. Biparasitic, parasitic on another parasite. Biparatopic, that targets two epitopes at the same place. Biparatopics, plural of biparatopic. Biparactor, a particular function of two paravectors. Biparactors, plural of biparactor. Biparental, having two parents. Biparentality, the condition of being biparental. Biparentally, in a biparental manner. Biparietal, between the two parietal bones. Biparietally, in a biparietal manner or direction. Biparous, producing two offspring from one pregnancy, twinning. Bipartite, cut short with an inverted V shape. Bipartible, capable of being divided into two parts. Bipartitism, the state or condition of having a two-party system. Bipartite, dividing into two parts. Bipartile, divisible into two parts. Biparting, opening away from each other in two opposite directions. Bipartisan, relating to or supported by two groups, especially by two political parties. Bipartisanism. Bipartisanship. Bipartisanly, in a bipartisan way. Bipartisanship, in the context of a two-party system, especially in the United States, cooperation between the competing political parties, governing in a bipartisan manner. Bipartisanships, plural of bipartisanship. Bipartism, the state or policy of being bipartite, separatism into two factions. Bipartite, having two parts. Bipartitely, in a bipartite fashion, into two parts. Bipartiteness, the quality of being bipartite. Bipartition, something that is bipartite. Bipartitioned, simple past and past participle of bipartition. Bipartitioning, present participle and gerund of bipartition. Bipartitionings, plural of bipartitioning. Bipartitions, plural of bipartition. Bipartitism, a bipartite approach or policy. Bipartization, the removal of vertices from a graph in order to make it bipartite. Bipartizations, plural of bipartization. Biparty, involving two parties or entities. Bes, plural of bipa. Bipascal, including two passovers. Bipasha, a female given name from Bengali. Bipatermo, having two fathers. Bipectinate, having two margins toothed like a comb. Bipectinate, alternative form of bipectinate. Biped, an animal, being, or construction that goes about on 2 feet or 2 legs. Bipedal, having 2 feet or 2 legs, biped. Bipedalism, the habit of standing and walking on 2 feet, the state of being bipedal. Bipedality, the condition of being bipedal, bipedalism. Bipedally, in the manner of an animal that walks on 2 feet, 2 legs. Bipedical, having 2 flaps or connecting stalks. Bipedicular, of or pertaining to 2 pedicles. Bipeded, any member of the family Bipedidae. Bipedids, plural of bipeded. Bipedism, synonym of bipedalism. Bipeds, plural of biped. Bipeltate, resembling a double shield. Bipennate, of pertaining to or having the nature of a muscle, the fibers of which attach to a tendon on 2 sides as a feather barbed on both sides. Bipennated, having 2 wings. Bipens, plural of bipennies. Bipediform, resembling a feather on both sides. Bipennies, an axe with an edge or blade on each side of the handle. Bipentacene, any of many isomeric polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons composed of 2 pentacene molecules linked by a single bond, but especially 6,6-bipentacene or 13,13-bipentacene. Bipentacenes, plural of bipentacene. Bibenton, a rectangle with a ratio of side lengths of 1:2 square 5-2 square root 5, one of the 12 orthogons. Bipentons, plural of bipenton. Bipeptide, dipeptide. Bipeptides, plural of bipeptide. Biperforate, having 2 foramina or perforations. Biparidin, an antiparkinsonian agent of the anticholinergic type. Bipyridine, misspelling of bipyridine. Diperiodic, diperiodic. Bipersonal, relating to or consisting of 2 persons. Bipedal, having 2 petals. Bipedalous, having 2 petals. The black, indigenous, and people of the global majority. See also BIPOC. Biphalangeal, having 2 phalanges. Biphasal, alternative form of biphasic. Biphase, a method of transmitting binary data that avoids problems associated with long strings of ones or zeros by combining data and clock signals to form a single 2-level self-synchronizing data stream. Biphasic, having 2 phases. Biphasic sleep, the practice of sleeping twice per night interrupted by a period of wakefulness, common in the days before electric lighting during the season with longer night. Biphasically, in 2 phases. Biphasicity, the state or condition of being biphasic. Biphasicity, the condition of being biphasic. Biphenanthrin, any of several isomeric aromatic hydrocarbons composed of 2 phenanthrin molecules joined by a single bond, but especially 1,1-biphenanthrin or 9-9-biphenanthrin. Biphenanthrins, plural of biphenanthrin. Biphenanthral, any of several isomeric phenols derived from biphenanthryl. Biphenanthrols, plural of biphenanthral. Biphenanthryl, any of several isomeric aromatic hydrocarbons analogous to biphenyl, composed of 2 linked phenanthrin residues. Biphenanthryls, plural of biphenanthryl. Biphenol, any compound that has 2 phenolic hydroxy groups, such a phenolic derivative of biphenyl. Biphenolic, of or pertaining to a biphenol. Biphenols, plural of biphenol. Biphenotypic, relating to biphenotypy. Biphenotypy, the expression by the same cell of markers of more than one cell type. Biphenoxide, any compound containing two phenoxide groups. Biphenoxides, plural of biphenoxide. Biphenyl, a colorless solid hydrocarbon, CH, consisting of two benzene rings linked together by a single bond. Biphenylane, a tricyclic aromatic hydrocarbon formed from two benzene rings joined by two adjacent single bonds, any derivative of this compound. Biphenylanes, plural of biphenylane. Biphenylic, derived from biphenyl. Biphenyls, plural of biphenyl. Bisphetamine, an amphetamine used to treat ADHD and narcolepsy. Biphilia, bisexuality. Biphobe, a person who has a negative perception of bisexuals and or bisexuality. Biphobes, plural of biphobe. Biphobia, antipathy towards bisexuals. Biphobic, exhibiting or characteristic of biphobia. Biphonation, the voicing of two pitches at the same time. Biphonations, plural of biphonation. Biphoneme, a pair of phonemes. Biphonemes, plural of biphoneme. Biphonemic, consisting of two phonemes. Biphonic, consisting of two pitches at the same time. Biphosphomi, a tetragonal scalenohedral mineral containing hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and potassium. Biphosphonate, misspelling of biphosphonate. Biphosphatase, alternative form of bisphosphatase. Biphosphotases, plural of biphosphatase. Biphosphate, any salt of phosphoric acid in which only one of the hydrogen atom has been replaced by a metal ion. Biphosphates, plural of biphosphate. Biphosphine, two phosphine ligands in a complex. Biphosphoglycerate, any salt or ester of biphosphoglyceric acid. Biphosphoglycerates, plural of biphosphoglycerate. Biphosphoglyceric acid, either of two isomeric derivatives of glyceric acid in which two hydroxyl groups have been replaced by phosphate residues that are metabolic products. Biphosphonate, any compound that has two phosphonate groups. Biphosphonates, plural of biphosphonate. Biphosphorylated, synonym of diphosphorylated. Biphosphorylation, phosphorylation involving two phosphate groups. Biphosphorylations, plural of biphosphorylation. Biphotochromic, having two photochromic centers. Biphoton, a quantum entangled state comprising two photons. Biphotonic, involving the simultaneous absorption of two photons. Biphotons, plural of biphoton. Biphthalate, any salt of phthalic acid in which only one of the acidic hydrogen atoms has been replaced. Biphthalates, plural of biphthalate. Biphyletic, descended or evolved from a common ancestor in two separate branches. Biphyllid, any beetle of the family Biphylidae. Biphylids, plural of biphyllid. Bipindalocyte, a particular steroid glycoside. Bipindagylum thylacide, a particular steroid glycoside. Bipindoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Bipinaria, the larva of certain starfishes as developed in the free-swimming stage. Bipinariol, relating to bipinaria. Bipinnate, doubly pinnate, pinnate and having leaflets that are themselves pinnate. Bipinnated, bipinnate. Bipinnately, in a bipinnate manner. Bipenitive. Doubly penitive. Bipenitive-parted. Synonym of bipenitive. Bipenidisect. Penidisect, with deeply dissected segments. Bipenidisected. Alternative form of bipenidisect. Biquel. Plural of equel. Biplanal. Of or relating to two planes, biplanar. Biplanar. Between two tangent planes. Biplanarity. The quality of being biplanar. Biplane. Composed of or relating to two planes, flat surfaces extending infinitely in all directions. Biplane. Simple past and past participle of biplane. Biplanes. Plural of biplane. Biplanetary. Involving two planets. Biplaning. Present participle and gerund of biplane. Biplicate. Twice folded together. Biplicity. The state of being twice folded, reduplication. Bevla. A kind of statistical graph, a generalization of the simple two-variable scatter plot, allowing information on both samples and variables of a data matrix to be displayed graphically. Biplots. Plural of biplot. Bev. Initialism of International Bureau of Weights and Measures, French abbreviation. Bev. Acronym of Black, Indigenous, or other person of color singular, or Black, Indigenous, and other people of color plural. Bipoc. Alternative form of BIPOC. Bevi. Plural of BIPOC. Bevi. A two-legged stand. Bipodal. Alternative form of bipedal. Bipoded. Supported by a bipod. Bipods. Plural of bipod. Bipoint. A primitive tool that is pointed at both ends. Bipointe. Having 2 points. Bipoints. Plural of bipoint. Bipolar. Involving or having both extremes or poles at the same time. Bipolar cell. A type of specialized sensory neuron with 2 extensions. Bipolar cells. Plural of bipolar cell. Bipolar disorder. A psychiatric diagnostic category, previously called manic depression, characterized by mood swings between great energy, mania, and clinical depression. Bipolar disorders. Plural of bipolar disorder. Bipolar I. Ellipsis of bipolar I disorder. Bipolar Roman II. Ellipsis of bipolar Roman II disorder. Bipolarize. Alternative form of bipolarize. Bipolarize. Simple past and past participle of bipolarize. Bipolarizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of bipolarize. Bipolarizing. Present participle and gerund of bipolarize. Bipolarism. The characterization and practice of politics as the struggle and balance between left-wing and right-wing powers or ideologies. Bipolarisms. Plural of bipolarism. Bipolarists. Pertaining to bipolarism. Bipolarists. Plural of bipolarists. Bipolarities. Plural of bipolarity. Bipolarity. The state of being bipolar. Bipolarization. Polarization into 2 opposing factions. Bipolarizations. Plural of bipolarization. Bipolarize. To make bipolar. Bipolarize. Simple past and past participle of bipolarize. Bipolarizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of bipolarize. Bipolarizing. Present participle and gerund of bipolarize. Bipolarly. At each of 2 poles in a bipolar fashion. Bipolarin, a doubly charged polarin. Bipolarane, of or pertaining to bipolarins. Bipolarins, plural of bipolarin. Bipolars, plural of bipolar. Bipole, a region of magnetic flux having two distinct poles. Bipoles, plural of bipole. Bipolymer, a copolymer derived from two species of monomer. Bipolymers, plural of bipolymer. Bivet, relating to books printed at Zweibrücken in Bavaria. Bipontine, bivet. Biporate, having two pores. Biportal, having or using two portals. Bipositional, relating to two positions. Bipositionality, the quality of being bipositional. Bipotency, the condition of being bipotent. Bipotent, having the ability to develop into two types of cell. Bipotential, of pertaining to or characterized by bipotentiality. Bipotentialities, plural of bipotentiality. Bipotentiality, the capacity to develop in either of two different ways, especially to become either male or female. Bipotentially, in a bipotential manner. Bipotentiometric, relating to bipotentiometry. Bipotentiometry, a form of potentiometry using two electrodes for measurement. Bitower, an alternative to variance, a measure of variability based on summing the product of adjacent data points rather than summing the squares of data points. Bipowers, plural of bipower. A mixture of 1 part bismuth, 2 parts iodoform, and 1 part paraffin, blended to form a paste applied as an antiseptic to wounds previously cleaned and dried. Wet, simple past and past participle of bip. Vives, plural of bipi. Vive, present participle and gerund of bip. Vid, an unspecified part of the anatomy usually used in the phrase "you bet your sweet bippy." My prejudice, prejudice against bisexual people. Biprimality, the condition of being a biprime number. Biprime, having exactly two prime factors. Biprimes, plural of biprime. Biprism, a fusion of two triangular prisms. Biprisms, plural of biprism. Biproduct, an object which is simultaneously the product and the co-product of some collection of objects. Biproducts, plural of biproduct. Biprofessional, relating to two professions. Biprofessionals, plural of biprofessional. Biprojective, acting as both a projective left and right module, such that the left and right multiplications are compatible. Biprojectivity, the quality of being biprojective. Bipronged, having two prongs. Bipa, abbreviation of bipropellant. Bipropellant, a propellant composed of two components, typically a fuel and an oxidizer that react together in the combustion chamber. Bipropellants, plural of bipropellant. Biproportional, providing two-way proportionality. Biproportionally, in a biproportional manner. Biprofs, plural of bipra. The plural of VIP. Thus, third person singular simple present indicative of bip. Bipterous, dipterous having two wings. Bipulmonary, of or pertaining to both lungs. Bipuncta, plural of bipunctum. Bipunctal, involving 2 points. Bipunctate, having 2 punctures or spots. Bipunctual, having 2 points. Bipunctum, a neume denoting either a single tone, either elongated or rearticulated. Bipupillate, having an eye spot on the wing with 2 dots within it, as in some butterflies. Bipupilled, having 2 pupils. Bipuvacane, misspelling of bupivacaine. Bipuvacane, misspelling of bupivacaine. Initialism of building integrated photovoltaic. Pyramid, a dipyramid. Bipyramidal, having the shape of a bipyramid. Bipyramids, plural of bipyramid. Bipyrazine, a bicyclic aromatic heterocycle composed of 2 pyrazine rings linked by a direct single bond. Bipyrazole, any of several isomeric bicyclic heterocycles in which 2 pyrazole rings are directly linked with a single bond. Bipyrazoles, plural of bipyrazole. Bipyrazole, a univalent radical derived from bipyrazine. Bipyrazoles, plural of bipyrazole. Bipyridine, any of 6 isomeric bicyclic heterocycles consisting of 2 pyridine molecules directly linked. Their derivatives have many industrial applications. Bipyridines, plural of bipyridine. Bipyridinium, a divalent cation derived from bipyridine. Bipyridiniums, plural of bipyridinium. Bipyridyl, any of 6 isomeric aromatic compounds consisting of 2 pyridine groups joined directly together in a manner analogous to biphenyl. Bipyridylium, misspelling of bipyridinium. Bipyridyls, plural of bipyridyl. Bipyrimidine, any of several isomeric bicyclic heterocycles formed from 2 pyrimidine rings joined by a single bond, but especially 2,2-bipyrimidine. Bipyrimidines, plural of bipyrimidine. Bipyryl, a bicyclic heterocycle composed of 2 pyrrole rings linked by a single bond. Bipyrols, plural of bipyryl. Alternative form of bica. Biquadrate, the 4th power, the square of a square. Biquadrated, simple past and past participle of biquadrate. Biquadrates. Plural of biquadrate. Biquadratic, of a polynomial expression involving only the 0th, 2nd, and 4th powers of a variable as x4 plus 3x2 plus 2, sometimes extended to any expression involving the biquadrate or 4th power, but no higher powers, as x4 minus 4x3 plus 3x2 minus x plus 1. Biquadratically, in a biquadratic way. Biquadratics, plural of biquadratic. Biquandal, a generalization of a quandle that is a form of a burach. Biquandals, plural of biquandal. Biquark, alternative form of diquark. Biquarcus, plural of biquark. Biquarterly, twice every quarter, i.e. 8 times per year. Biquasi-primitive, quasi-primitive in 2 different ways. Biquaternar, alternative form of bisquaternary. Biquaternion, any of the numbers w plus Roman 11 plus ij plus ck, where w, x, y, and z are complex numbers and the elements of 1, I, j, k multiply as in the quaternion group. Biquaternionic, relating to biquaternions. Biquaternions, plural of biquaternion. Biquinary, employing or relating to an arithmetical system and notation in which each decimal digit is represented by a coefficient of 5 and a coefficient of 1. Biquintile, an aspect of two planets that are distant from each other by 2/5 of a great circle 72 degrees. Biquintiles, plural of biquintile. Biquotient, the base space of a principal bundle with a homogeneous space as total space. Biquotients, plural of biquotient. Initialism of British Indian restaurant. A surname from Punjabi. Towel, a region of Africa along the border between Egypt and Sudan, currently considered as terra nullius. It is declared by Egypt to be Sudanese and Sudan to be Egyptian and claimed by neither country. Biracial, of or pertaining to two races. Biracialism, a situation where two races of people are segregated. Biraciality, the property of being biracial. Biracially, in a biracial manner. Biracials, plural of biracial. Were, a rack in which the two operations are invertible. Buraks, plural of burak. Biradari, alternative form of Biradari system of social strata. Biradaris, plural of biradari. Biradari, synonym of Biradari Muslim social strata. Radial, having two rays, radiating outward in two directions. Radiate, having two rays. Irradiate, biradiate, having two rays. Biradical, any molecule having two independent radical centers. Biradicalide, of or pertaining to a biradical. Biradicalides, plural of biradicaloid. Biradicals, plural of biradical. Biradicular, having two roots. Biradiculate, having a pair of roots. Pyramentason, the naphthaquinone 5-hydroxy, 2,5-hydroxy, 7-methyl 1,4-dioxynaphthalene, 2-il-7-methylnaphthalene, 1,4-dione present in some sundus. Biramos, alternative form of biramus. Biramus, branching in two, composed of two branches. Random, exhibiting two levels of randomness. Biraphid, having a raph at each of both valves, notably set of diatoms. Birural, any organic compound composed of two aryl groups linked together. Birurals, plural of birural. Birational, describing a rational geometric function that has a rational inverse. Birational geometry, a field of algebraic geometry in which the aim is to determine under what conditions two algebraic varieties are isomorphic outside low-dimensional subsets. Birationality, the quality of being birational. Birationally, in birational terms. Biratnagar, a city in Koshi, Nepal. There, a bird, especially a small and cute one. Berbic, a surname. Berbic granule, a rod or tennis racket-shaped cytoplasmic organelle solely found in Langerhans cells and hence a marker for Langerhans cell histiocytosis. Berbic granules, plural of Berbic granule. Birbhum, archaic spelling of Birbhum. Birdham, a district of West Bengal, India. Birbhum, archaic spelling of Birbhum. Birs, plural of Bur. Bird. A surname. Birch beer, a sweetened, non-alcoholic, sparkling beverage with a winter green flavor traditionally made from the oil of the sweet birch. Birch beers, plural of birch beer. Birch bolete, Lexinum scabrum, an edible mushroom. Birch boletes, plural of birch bolete. Birch bracket, a polypore mushroom that grows almost exclusively on birch trees, Piptoporus bichilinus. Birch brackets, plural of birch bracket. Birch mice, plural of birch mouse. Birch mouse, any of the species of the genus Cicista found in Eurasian forests and steppes. Birch reduction, an organic reaction in which an aromatic ring is reduced to a 1,4-cyclohexadiene with an alkali metal, for example sodium in liquid ammonia in the presence of an alcohol. Birch skeletonizer, a moth of species Bucculatrix canadensis. Birch skeletonizers, plural of birch skeletonizer. Birch tar, a substance liquid when heated derived from dry distillation of birch bark and composed of phenols such as guaiacol, cresol, xylitol, and creosol. Birch tree, a tree of the genus Betula, native to countries in the northern hemisphere. Birch trees, plural of birch tree. Birch Vale, a village in New Mills Parish and Hayfield Parish, High Peak Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 0286. Birch wood, alternative form of birchwood, both senses. Birch woods, plural of birch wood. Birch-leaved bellflower, any of species Campanula bacillifolia of bellflowers. Birchall, a surname from Old English. Birchalls, plural of birchall. Birchow, a civil parish in Kings Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. Birchams, plural of bircham. Bircher, a surname. Birchards, plural of bircher. Birch bark, the bark of the birch tree, especially the white bark of the paper birch Bacilla papyrifera. Birch barks, plural of birch bark. Birchdom, a hamlet in Withyham Parish, Wealdon District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 5336. Birch, simple past and past participle of birch. Birchen, made from birch wood. Bircher, a surname from Old English. Bircher muesli, a breakfast dish originally consisting of rolled oats mixed with apples, nuts, lemon juice, cream, and honey. Bircher mueslis, plural of bircher muesli. Birchers, plural of bircher. Birches, plural of birch. Birchfield, a surname. Birchfields, plural of birchfield. Birchgrove, a hamlet in Horsted Keynes Parish, Mid-Sussex District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4029. Birching, a beating with a birch. Birchings, plural of birching. Birchington, a large coastal village and civil parish in Thanet District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 3069. Birchington-on-Sea, synonym of Birchington. Bircher, alternative form of bitcher. Birches, plural of bircher. Birchis, a village and commune of Arad County, Romania. Birchism, political ideology espoused by or associated with the John Birch Society, a conservative or right-wing organization in the United States. Birchisms, plural of birchism. Birchis, of or relating to Birchism, ideas from or associated with the John Birch Society. Birchists, plural of Birchis. Birchi, of or associated with the John Birch Society, its beliefs, or its practices. Birchites, plural of Birchites. Birchler, a surname from German. Birchlers, plural of Birchler. Birchley, a habitational surname from Old English. Birchleys, plural of Birchley. Birchlie, resembling or characteristic of birch. Birchwire, a surname from German. Birchmeyers, plural of Birchmeyer. Birchbour, a habitational surname. Birchwood, a civil parish in Warrington Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6491. Birchwoods, plural of Birchwood. Birchy, resembling or characteristic of birch. Birchy Bay, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Burkettshire, a surname. Burcoats, a village in Harworth Burcoats Parish, Bassetlot District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6391. Mur, a surname. Bird and Baby, nickname for the Eagle and Child, a public house in St Giles, Oxford, England, having associations with the Inklings literary group. Bird app, the social media application X, formerly known as Twitter, typically referred to outside of the platform itself. Bird ball, synonym of shade ball. Bird balls, plural of bird ball. Bird bath, alternative form of bird bath. Bird baths, plural of bird bath. Word burr, one's penis. Bird box, alternative form of bird box. Bird boxes, plural of bird box. Word brain, alternative form of bird brain. Word brains, plural of bird brain. Bird breeder's lawn, synonym of bird fancier's lawn. Word burst, a large quantity of birds simultaneously taking off from a single location and flying outwards, producing a radar signature closely resembling that from a microburst. Bird bursts, plural of bird bursts. Word cage, alternative form of bird cage. Bird cages, plural of bird cage. Bird cherries, plural of bird cherry. Bird cherry, Prunus patus, or any deciduous species of Prunus subcatus that is closely related to a tree or fruit. Bird chorus, the collective singing and vocalizing of birds. Bird choruses, plural of bird chorus. Bird cliff, a steep cliff with numerous small shelves that serve as nesting locations for bird colonies. Bird cliffs, plural of bird cliff. Bird colonel, a member of the United States Armed Forces having the rank of full colonel as distinct from a lieutenant colonel. Bird colonels, plural of bird colonel. Bird course, in an educational institution, a course which is regarded as particularly easy. Bird courses, plural of bird course. Bird Cove, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Bird dog, a gun dog used in hunting waterfowl and other birds to flush, point out, and slash or retrieve the birds. Bird dog, simple past and past participle of bird dog. Bird dogging, present participle and gerund of bird dog. Bird dogs, plural of bird dog. Bird dropping spider, any spider that mimics bird droppings to avoid predators. Bird dropping spiders, plural of bird dropping spider. Bird fancier's lung, a form of hypersensitivity pneumonitis caused by exposure to bird droppings or feathers. Bird farm, an aircraft carrier. Bird farms, plural of bird farm. Bird feeder, alternative form of bird feeder. Bird feeders, plural of bird feeder. Bird flu, avian influenza. Bird flus, plural of bird flu. Bird grasshopper, any large grasshopper or locust in the genus Schistocerca. Bird high, a hideout or blind constructed for watching birds unnoticed, typically a hut or wall with holes in it. Bird in a nest, Synonym of egg in a hole. Bird in the bosom. A secret pledge that one makes for another. Bird in the hand. Ellipsis of a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Bird ingestion. Avian ingestion. Bird ingestions. Plural of bird ingestion. Bird nest. Alternative form of bird's nest. Bird nests. Plural of bird nests. Bird of ill omen. A person who brings bad news. Bird of Joe. Diego. Bird of Juno. Did I? Bird of one's own brain. One's own idea or conception. Bird of paradise. Any of various passerine birds of the family Paradisiidae native to Oceania. In many of the species, the breeding plumage of the males is brightly colored. Bird of passage. A migratory bird, especially a passage migrant, a bird that stops somewhere for a short time during a seasonal migration. Bird of prey. A carnivorous bird that hunts for its food, especially one that preys on land vertebrates. Bird of wonder. The phoenix. Word off. To sentence someone to prison. Bird pepper. A tropical American plant, Capsicum baccatum. Bird peppers. Plural of bird pepper. Bird point. A small flint arrowhead. Bird shit. Alternative form of birdshit. Bird song. Alternative spelling of birdsong. Bird spider. Goliath bird eater. Bird spiders. Plural of bird spider. Bird strike. A collision between a bird and an aircraft, especially one that causes an accident. Bird strikes. Plural of bird strike. Bird stuffer. A person who prepares bird specimens, a bird taxidermist. Bird stuffers. Plural of bird stuffer. Bird table. A construction with a table-like surface placed outdoors to supply food to birds. Bird tables. Plural of bird table. Bird walk. Alternative spelling of bird walk. Bird walks. Plural of bird walk. Bird watcher. Alternative spelling of bird watcher. Bird watchers. Plural of bird watcher. Bird watching. Alternative spelling of bird watching. Bird whistle. An organ stop that is imitative of warbling birds, consisting of two or more small pipes with one end in water or a light oil. Bird's beak. A parasitic plant of the genus Cordylanthus. Bird's eye chili. A spicy chili pepper, a cultivar from the species Capsicum annuum, commonly found in Southeast Asia. Bird's eye chilies. Plural of bird's eye chili. Bird's head. A large peninsula that makes up the province of Southwest Papua and the northeast portion of the province of West Papua in Indonesia. Bird's mouth. Alternative form of birdsmith. Bird's nest. A structure built by a bird as a place to incubate its eggs and rear its young. Bird's nest cut. A type of perm haircut popular among teens and young adults that resembles a bird's nest, consisting of shaded or faded sides and much volume and length on the top. Bird's nest cuts. Plural of bird's nest cut. Bird's nest fungi. Plural of bird's nest fungus. Bird's nest fungus. Any of the fungi of the family Myxoraceae or of the further order Dizoreales. Bird's nest pudding. A pudding containing apples whose cores have been replaced by sugar. Bird's nest puddings. Plural of bird's nest pudding. Bird's nest soup. A Chinese delicacy made from edible birds' nests, prized for its smooth texture and delicate flavor. Bird's nest soups. Plural of bird's nest soup. Tube. Bird's nest swing. A large circular swing in a children's playground, the seat consisting of a solid outer ring with a central area of webbing or netting, and able to accommodate several people at the same time. Bird's nest swings. Plural of bird's nest swing. Bird's nests. Plural of bird's nests. Bird's pepper. Alternative form of bird pepper. Bird's eye. Having spots resembling the eyes of a bird. Bird's eye maple. Maple wood with small eye-like markings, valued for use in decorative woodwork. Bird's eye view. The view from directly or high above. Bird's eye views. Plural of bird's eye view. Bird's eyes. Plural of bird's eye. Bird's foot. Alternative form of bird's foot. Bird's foot trefoil. Alternative spelling of bird's foot trefoil. Bird's foot trefoils. Plural of bird's foot trefoil. Bird's foot. Plural of bird's foot. Bird's nest fir. Any of a number of species of fern in genus Asplenium, especially Asplenium nidus. Bird's nest ferns. Plural of bird's nest fern. Bird's nest orchid. A species of orchid, Neodia nidus savis, native to Europe and Russia. Bird's nest orchids. Plural of bird's nest orchid. Bird's sty. Knotgrass Polygonum aviculaire. Bird-a-lane. Alternative form of bird-a-lane. Bird-brained. Alternative form of bird-brain. Bird-cage. Alternative spelling of bird-cage. Bird-cages. Plural of bird-cage. Bird-catcher. Alternative form of bird-catcher. Bird-catcher tree. Synonym of Pisonia. Birdshaggy ermine. An ermine moth Hypnometa ivonimella, whose caterpillars build nets that can cover whole bird cherry trees. Birdshaggy ermines. Plural of bird cherry ermine. Bird dog. Alternative spelling of bird dog. Bird daughter. Simple past and past participle of bird dog. Bird dogging. Present participle and gerund of bird dog. Bird dogs. Plural of bird dog. Bird eye. Quick-sighted. Bird-headed. Having a bird's head, especially of a mythological figure. Bird-like. Alternative form of bird-like. Bird-line. Alternative spelling of bird-line. Bird-loving. Alternative form of bird-loving. Bird nest. Alternative form of bird's nest. Bird nesting. The formally common hobby of looking for birds' nests, often with the intention of collecting the eggs. Bird nests. Plural of bird nest. The formally common hobby of looking for birds' nests, often with the intention of collecting the eggs. Bird nests. Plural of bird nests. Bird of paradise. Alternative form of bird of paradise. Bird rich. Of a region having abundant bird life. Bird walk. Alternative spelling of bird walk. Bird walks. Plural of bird walk. Bird watch. Alternative spelling of bird watch. Bird watch. Simple past and past participle of bird watch. Bird watches. Third person singular simple present indicative of bird watch. Bird watching. Present participle and gerund of bird watch. Bird-witted. Flighty, incapable of sustained attention. Wera. A village and commune of Timiș County, Romania. Birdaholic. A person obsessed with birds. Birdaholics. Plural of birdaholic. Birdbag. The back of a bird. Birdbander. One who attaches identification bands to birds in the wild so that they can be recognized and studied. Birdbanders. Plural of birdbander. Birdtending. The attaching of identification bands to birds in the wild so that they can be recognized and studied. Birdbath. A shallow basin, sometimes ornamental, filled with water for wild birds to drink from or bathe in. Bird baths, plural of bird bath. Bird bolt, a short blunt arrow for killing birds without piercing them. Bird bolts, plural of bird bolt. Bird box, nest box. Bird boxes, plural of bird box. Rubbrain, someone who is not intelligent. Rubbrained, silly and frivolous, empty-headed. Birdbrains, plural of birdbrain. Rurbrook, a village and civil parish in Braintree District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 7041. Birdcage, a cage to keep pet or zoological specimen birds in. Birdcage, plural of birdcage. Bird call, any vocalization of a bird. Birdcall, simple past and past participle of bird call. Bird caller, someone who bird calls, someone who imitates the cry of a bird. Bird callers, plural of bird caller. Bird calling, present participle and gerund of bird call. Bird calls, plural of bird call. Bird cam, a camera usually monitoring a bird's nest. Bird cams, plural of bird cam. Bird care, the care and welfare of birds, both wild and caged. Bird catcher, someone who catches or ensnares birds, a fowler. Bird catcher tick, synonym of ticking, a marking that occurs on some horses. Bird catcher ticks, plural of bird catcher tick. Bird catchers, plural of bird catcher. Bird catching, the trapping of birds. Wordcliff, alternative spelling of birdcliff. Birdcliffs, plural of birdcliff. Birdcrap, word excrement. Birdog, alternative spelling of bird dog. Birddom, the state of being a bird or of belonging to the world of birds, birds collectively. Bird, obsolete spelling of bird. Bird, simple past and past participle of bird. Birded off, simple past and past participle of bird off. Birdie, a little bird. Birdians, plural of birding. Burden, a surname. Burdens, plural of burden. Birder, a bird watcher. Birders, plural of birder. Words, plural of bird. Word eye, a position looking down from above, either literally or figuratively providing an overview. Bird eyes, plural of bird eye. Bird seed, food intended for birds, often a mixture of various seeds. Bird feeder, a device placed outdoors to supply food to birds. Bird eaters, plural of bird feeder. Bird fucker, term of abuse. Bird fuckers, plural of bird fucker. Birdow, a village and civil parish in Chichester District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref SZ 8299. Birdo, a village in County Tipperary, Ireland. Birdo, the state or condition of being a bird. Birdhouse, a small house for birds. Birdhouses, plural of birdhouse. Birdicide, the act or practice of killing birds. Birdie, a female given name from English. Birdie, simple past and past participle of birdie. Ari, present participle and gerund of birdie. Alright, comparative form of bird, more bird. Birdies, plural of birdie. Birdisat, simple past and past participle of birdicid. Birdicid. Alternative form of birdicid. Birdicids. Third person singular simple present indicative of birdicid. Birdiciding. Present participle and gerund birdicid. Ariest. Superlative form of bird, most bird. Birdicin. A young bird. Birdicins. Plural of birdicin. Birdiness. Birdie or bird-like qualities. Birdie. Bird watching. Birding off. Present participle and gerund of bird off. Birdish. Having similarities to a bird. Birdishly. In a birdish manner. Birdiness. The quality of being birdish. Birdkeeper. One who cultivates birds as a hobby. Birdkeepers. Plural of birdkeeper. Birdkeeping. The cultivation of birds as a hobby. Birdkind. All birds considered as a group. Birdless. Without birds. Birdlessness. Absence of birds. Birdlet. A small bird. Birdlets. Plural of birdlet. Birdlife. The birds, for example, of an area collectively. Birdlike. Similar to a bird or an aspect of a bird, reminiscent of birds, avian. Birdlikeness. The quality of being birdlike. Birdlime. A sticky substance smeared on branches to catch birds. Birdlined. Simple past and past participle of birdline. Birdlines. Third person singular simple present indicative of birdline. Birdlining. Present participle and gerund of birdline. Birdliness. The state, quality, or condition of being birdly. Birdling. A little bird, especially a baby bird. Birdlings. Plural of birdling. Birdleth. A village and civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 9214. Birdlong. A surname. Birdlongs. Plural of birdlong. Birdlore. The knowledge, science, or study of birds, ornithology. Birdlover. One who loves birds. Birdlovers. Plural of birdlover. Birdloving. Fond of birds, enamored of birds. Birdly. Of pertaining to or characteristic of birds. Avian. Birdman. A man who works with birds. Birdman. Plural of birdman. Birdmum. The female owner of a pet bird. Birdnow. To steal or abduct a bird. Birdnapped. Simple past and past participle of birdnap. Birdnapper. One who birdnaps. Birdnappers. Plural of birdnapper. Birdnapping. Present participle and gerund of birdnap. Birdnaps. Third person singular simple present indicative of birdnap. Birdness. The quality of being a bird. Birdiness. Alternative form of bird's nest. Birdnested. Simple past and past participle of birdiness. Birdnesting. Present participle and gerund of birdiness. Birdnestings. Plural of birdnesting. Birdinests. Plural of birdiness. Birdo. A birder or birdwatcher. Birdos. Plural of birdo. Birdproof. Resistant to birds. Birds. Plural of bird. Birds and bees. Informal education about sex. Words of a feather. People having similar characters. Backgrounds, interests, or beliefs. Words of a feather flock together. People of similar character, background, or taste tend to congregate or associate with one another. It is easier to establish friendships with people that one has a lot in common with. Birds of ill omen. Plural of bird of ill omen. Birds of Joe. Plural of bird of Joe. Birds of Juno. Plural of bird of Juno. Birds of paradise. Plural of bird of paradise. Birds of passage. Plural of bird of passage. Birds of prey. Plural of bird of prey. Birds of the feather flock together. Alternative form of birds of a feather flock together. Birds of wonder. Plural of bird of wonder. Words off. Third person singular simple present indicative of bird off. Birds' mouths. Plural of bird's mouth alternative form of birdsmiths. Birds' nests. Plural of birds' nests. Birds' wedding. A custom among the Swordswens of Lusatia in Germany whereby on the evening of 24 January children put empty plates outside and on the morning of 25 January they find pastries, meringues, and candy in the form of birds, which are said to have been left for them by birds celebrating their wedding. Birds nesting. Alternative form of bird nesting. Birds of a feather session. An informal discussion group typically at a conference based on a shared interest and without any fixed agenda. Birds of paradise. Plural of bird of paradise. Birdsall. A surname. Birdsalls. Plural of birdsall. Words at. Simple past and past participle of birdseed. Birdseed. Seed, usually constituting a mixture from several species of plant, set out as food for birds. Birdseeds. Plural of birdseed. Birdsall. A surname. Birdseller. Someone who sells birds. Birdsellers. Plural of birdseller. Birdsalls. Plural of birdsell. Bird's eye. Alternative spelling of bird's eye. Bird's eyes. Plural of bird's eye. Birdsfoot. Any of various flowering plants in the genus Ornithopus. Birdsfoot trefoil. Plants of certain species of genus Lotus, especially common birdsfoot trefoil Lotus corniculatus, a flowering plant native to grassland in Eurasia and North Africa. Birdsfoot trefoils. Plural of birdsfoot trefoil. Birdsfoot violet. Viola pedata, an ornamental plant in the Violaceae family. Birdsfoot violets. Plural of birdsfoot violet. Murget. Avian excreta, guano. Bird shop. A shop that sells live birds. Bird shops. Plural of bird shop. Bird shot. Small lead or steel shot as pieces of ammunition used in shotgun shells. Bird shots. Plural of bird shot. Birdsit. To babysit for take care of a bird. Bird's eye. The social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, typically referred to outside of the platform itself. Birdsits. Third person singular simple present indicative of birdsit. Birdsited. Simple past and past participle of birdsit. Birdsitter. Someone who birdsits. Birdsitters. Plural of birdsitter. Birdsitting. Present participle and gerund of birdsit. Birdskin. The skin of a bird detached from that bird, especially as prepared during study of the bird or for display. Birdskins. Plural of birdskin. Birdsmith. A notch cut into the underside of a rafter to ensure that it does not move when resting on the wall plate running across the top of a wall. A similar notch in other timber components. Birds mouthed. simple past and past participle of birdsmith. Birdsmithing, present participle and gerund of birdsmith. Birdsmiths, plural of birdsmith. Birdsemes, alternative form of bird's nest. Bird's soup, alternative form of bird's nest soup. Birdsemests, plural of birdsemes. Birdsome, like a bird in some manner, free as bird, happy as a bird, etc. Birdsona, a fursona that is a bird. Birdsonas, plural of birdsona. Birdsong, a surname. Birdsongs, plural of birdsong. Birdspotter, a person who takes part in birdspotting. Birdspotters, plural of birdspotter. Birdspotting, the hobby of sighting and identifying birds. Birdstrike, alternative form of birdstrike. Birdstrikes, plural of birdstrike. Birdsville disease, a disease of horses caused by ingestion of the plant Birdsville indigo. Birdsville indigo, any of species Indigofera lineae of leguminous shrubs that cause Birdsville disease in horses. Birdsweet, sweet sounding, dulcet, as of birdsong. Birdawal, alternative form of bird table. Birdawals, plural of birdable. Birdtrap, a trap designed or used to catch wild birds. Birdtraps, plural of birdtrap. Birdham, a locality and former town in Roper Gulf region, Northern Territory, Australia. Birdwalk, a walk taken for the purpose of birdwatching. Birdwalks, plural of birdwalk. Birdwatch, to take part in birdwatching, to observe and identify birds. Birdwatch, simple past and past participle of birdwatch. Birdwatcher, a person who observes or identifies wild birds in their natural environment. Birdwatchers, plural of birdwatcher. Birdwatches, third person singular simple present indicative of birdwatch. Birdwatching, birdwatching. Birdweed, any of certain species of plants of the genus Polygonum, especially. Birdweeds, plural of birdweed. Birdwell, a village in the metropolitan borough of Barnsley, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 3401. Birdwells, plural of birdwell. Birdwistale, a surname. Birdwing, any of various large papillonid butterflies of the genera Troids and Ornithoptera. Birdwings, plural of birdwing. Bird eyes, in the manner of a bird. Birdwoman, a mythological creature that is part woman and part bird. Birdwomen, plural of birdwoman. Birdwood, a surname. Verdi, resembling or characteristic of a bird. Vertiback, a system of transportation in which containers are moved from truck to airplane. Are, present participle and gerund of birdie. Birdisat, simple past and past participle of birdisit. Birdisit, to take care of a bird in the owner's absence, to birdsit. Birdisit, third person singular simple present indicative of birdisit. Birdisitting, present participle and gerund of birdisit. Waresik, a town of Şanlıurfa province of Turkey on the river Euphrates. Birectangular, containing two right angles. Biredox, having two redox moieties in each molecule typically in a cation and an anion. Bireflectans, an optical effect in which the amount of plain polarized light reflected from a mineral sample varies as the sample is rotated. Bireflectances. Plural of bireflectance. Birefractive. Birefringent. Birefringence. The splitting of a ray of light into two parallel rays of perpendicular polarization by passage through an optically anisotropic medium, the property of a material that light passing through it is so split. Birefringences. Plural of birefringence. Birefringency. Alternative form of birefringence. Birefringent. Of or pertaining to birefringence. Birefringently. In a birefringent manner. Biregional. Of or relating to two regions. Irregular. Being a regular map with regular inverse. Biregularity. The property of irregular. Irregularly. In a biregular manner. Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information. An ancient galley having two banks of oars, one above the other. Iremes. Plural of bireme. Buyer. A unisex given name from Sanskrit. Barenbaum. A surname from German. Barenbaums. Plural of Barenbaum. Birendranagar. A city in Kanali, Nepal. Virus. A surname. Irises. Plural of buyers. Irada. A square cap, originally with four ridges across the top, surmounted by a tuft, worn by Roman Catholic clergy and by some in the Anglican Church. A three-sided biretta is worn by Roman Catholic clergy for liturgical celebrations. Birettat. Wearing a biretta. Birettat. Alternative spelling of birettat. Birettas. Plural of biretta. Biretina. A small skullcap worn beneath the biretta. Biretinus. Plural of biretina. Bireversible. Reversible under the action of two linear involutions. Birth. Pronunciation spelling of birth. Birthday. Pronunciation spelling of birthday. Birthdays. Plural of birthday. Earths. Plural of birth. Acronym of Basque in reflected glory. A surname. Burjad. Simple past and past participle of bur. Arjaz. Plural of bird. Burja. An extinct Nubian language that was spoken in western Sudan. Burjing. Present participle and gerund of bur. Word. A Chadic language spoken in southeastern Chad. Word. A female given name from Danish or Norwegian, equivalent to English Bridget. Brigittine. Alternative form of Brigittine. Brigittines. Plural of Brigittine. Third person singular simple present indicative of Bur. Burbanch. A city in Parsa district, Madash, Nepal. Burvinal. By means of both nostrils. Burinally. In a Burhinal manner. The Burher people are a tribal/Adivasi forest people traditionally nomadic, living primarily in the Indian state of Jharkhand. They speak the Burher language, which belongs to the Munda group of languages of the Austroasiatic language family. Burhithmic, composed of two rhythms. Burhithmicity, the condition of being Burhithmic. Biri, a municipality of northern Samar, Philippines. Irani, alternative spelling of biryani. Iranias, plural of biryani. The tropical tree Rollinia mucosa, sin. Rollinia deliciosa, native to South America, cultivated widely. Yervas, plural of Biriba. Biricatar, a pharmaceutical drug for the treatment of ovarian cancer. Birimbau, alternative spelling of Birimbau. Birimbaus, plural of Birimbo. Birimbau, alternative form of Birimbau. Birimbaus, plural of Birimbau. Birimen, relating to the Birim River. Birimos, having two cracks or fissures. Biringuchite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing boron, hydrogen, oxygen, and sodium. Viris, a card game, a precursor to bridge. Viritual, alternative form of biritual. Biryani, alternative spelling of biryani. Biryanis, plural of biryani. Burdand, a city in Iran, the seat of Burj County's Central District and the capital of South Khorasan Province. Var, a surname. Varkar, a member of an unofficially organized group that controlled taxation and commerce in central Lappmarken in Sweden from the 13th to the 17th century. Berkarls, plural of Berkarl. Berkbach, a surname from Old Norse. Berkbacks, plural of Birkbeck. Birkby, a hamlet in Cross Ganonby Parish, Allerdale Borough, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY0637. Birkdale, a coastal locality in Redland City,